And welcome everyone to week number 5, day 1 of the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And last week's Spawn was absolutely insane as far as matches go. So this week, as we really hit up towards playoffs, probably nothing short of.
Yeah, exactly right. The teams are just so close in the middle of the packs. 3 people tied for second, then another 2 down there afterwards. And, you know, there's a big gap between the Chiefs and Sudden Fear, but everything in between is super close.
It is indeed. And let's have a look at today's schedule here as we look through the first half of this particular week. As you can see, Avant versus Absolute to kick things off, and then the Chiefs take on Sudden Fear.
Yeah, and to round us out, it'll be Immunity taking on the Direwolves and Sin against Legacy.
And again, pretty insane matchups. That's tie, as you mentioned there, for second place. Lots of those teams are playing today, so we'll start to separate them as we move towards playoffs.
Yeah, and we have the big discrepancy for Game 2, so we'll have to see whether Sudden Fear can come up with the upset, but every other team is searching for those wins because it really is coming down to the wire.
Yeah, it really is. If you guys want to catch up on a little bit more, maybe check out some of the old games or just the schedule, head on down to the website, use the hashtag IamOPL and get on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly right. And if you want to find any more information, stats, some of the videos, go over to the website, oce.lolesports.com.
Nailed it. And as we move through, of course, massive day here. Lots of matches coming through. And I think the first one's interesting because Absolute still climbing up, can make a late charge towards playoffs, but more than anything else, they can just cause an upset here and really disrupt the top half.
Yeah, and it'll be the second upset in the row for them because they were able to take down Avant last time they played, and a lot of it to do with their draft. We actually have a graphic to come up about exactly what they were able to secure, but through the pick ban phase, Absolute definitely started to make ripples.
They did. They had a fantastic draft all the way through, and it's really been the point of their strategy that's looked so strong, honestly. Again, a team that's sort of coming up, lots of strong solo queue players, mechanically very excellent, but haven't quite put it together until recently, where their drafts have looked fantastic.
Yeah, they certainly did. So if we do jump into the draft, it was Avant. They picked up this pit comp that they were hoping to run the Ash, and we talked about it a lot last week, but on the top side of it, you see exactly what Absolute were able to nab themselves. They got the Azir, then they transitioned it into a Nunu and Callista, and from there, it was just too much of a court. They surrounded it with strong, peeling champions, able to get them safe, even if the pick ever did come through. And honestly, the persistent damage was just too much.
It was. And I mean, just at a basic level, what is about this core that's so strong, Spawn?
Yeah, so the core itself is that they both go off attack speed. So Nunu has 2 great blood boiling champions, meaning if you ever get some ranks into it, some CDR coming through, you can actually get them both going at the same time. Callista, very hard to pin down. Azir supplements that with the Emperor's Divide that can come through. And then talk about damage mitigation. You've got the Thresh, you've got Maokai with a big ultimate. Kiting back through all of that just meant that the pick comp was never able to single out a priority target, and the team fights were way too hard.
Yeah, and we saw that in the upset there. Absolute taking the win over Avant. They'll get the chance for revenge, I guess, today as well. But you saw Warble there with his Ash. It looked great the first time he played it, or the first few times, but those arrows either found no targets or targets that already had QSSs.
Yeah, exactly right. And that was the problem. It got too late into the game where these guys had really ramped up. The QSS was being bought on everyone. There was a Mikhail's running around the Rift as well. It was just too little too late. And, you know, Avant, they really went away from the match, and you could see that they were playing much more aggressive. Next game, they picked up the Ash Janna. They were just trying to run through, make sure they were on top of everything. And that's Avant's style of League of Legends. If they can get Chelby rolling, Porky in a good position, you expect them to come out with the win.
Avant, though, they have won games, certainly with some more creative picks. Kensti especially has had a very unique champion pool that's kind of all that he's playing and no one else is, like their Cho'Gath. Are we expecting Avant, as far as picks, to maybe keep them more consistent, or is it the playstyle that they really want to hone in on?
It's really the playstyle they want to hone in on. I don't think it's so much of what they pick, but why they pick it. I didn't like the pick comp philosophy that came through. I think they're much better when they go on the 3v3 skirmishes, and, you know, Cho'Gath plays right into that. A kit loaded with CC, the ability to remove someone off the map, especially when he is built AP, and just the consistent knockups with all the CDR Kensti had. So I think that the philosophy behind the team just needs to change. Go for that mid-game team fighting comp and let Shelby, Kensti do their thing.
Well, we're into the draft now. We'll see if these teams do make the adjustments here. But again, very recent match between these two teams, so they'll really have each other on the brain. And Avant, they want revenge. They need the points. They're going to try and take it.
Yeah, exactly right. Straight away, they remove Azir as well. So
get him
that's
out.
Number 1 gone. Throw it in the bin. All of a sudden, the Nunu pick just not as worthwhile.
Yeah, not so much as Rise the ban there for Absolute. Very strong top lane champion. Avant, considering their next ban as well, what do they want to go with? It's Hecarim actually in the top lane.
Yeah, so taking that one away, Hecarim just a very good all-round top lane. And we see Hecarim and Fizz really the two last top laners that survived the Smite teleport nerfs that came through. So I have to see if that's something else they look at.
Yeah, Kog'Maw actually banned away. That's, believe it or not, a mid ban there from Kensti.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, just sets up way too many siege scenarios. It's too easy once you get that tier, as well as the Luden's Echo coming through there to just shove people off turrets, take down objectives, and be able to push yourself through that mid game. Also very strong late, doesn't really fall off, so understand the ban.
Yeah, one more pick as well. Ban, sorry, away for Avant. It is Echo, of course, everyone's favorite ban.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just good in every single role right now. I think you can even run him as support. It's no surprise.
Really?
Maybe.
Maybe. His kid is good enough. You never know. We'll have to see what Absolute do want to ban away as their final champion. Remember, we've swapped sides as well, so Absolute might have to change some of that drafting here on the red side, but we've seen a lot of pretty good red side drafts. Both these teams have drafted relatively well when they've looked their best, and a Caitlyn pick away from Warble.
Yeah, well, Warble really shoved down turrets in the game that he was able to pick it up, so that was actually Sin that ran it against him the first time around. Cardred really exploding back into the scene with that Caitlyn pickup, couple it with a Janna, too hard to engage on, so getting that away from Warble, who's already had one successful performance, is a pretty good idea.
I mean, do we think Warble should just go a little bit more Caitlyn, more for those high carries and a little less of the Ashe?
So the Ashe is something that I didn't like. I think that he's still relatively good on Sivir, so I wouldn't be surprised to see if that is picked up, especially because the Caitlyn is off the Rift, which is like the massive counter pick. You still have Jinx, but you can typically lane swap away from her until you have some wave pushing, so I have to see exactly what Warble does want to run down there. But I agree, he needs some carry potential, as well as he can have utility if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, again, his first few Ashe games looked great. It was just the last one that didn't quite get together. Again, maybe more of a stylistic problem there for Avant. Don't have a whole lot of time to get their next pick into order, though. 2 seconds left from Porky. Very late, but very standard. It will be Rek'Sai.
Yeah, exactly right. Gragas not gone, so they're prioritizing the Rek'Sai over the top of it. Shelby gets his mid-game high ganking jungler to see if he can impact some of these lanes.
And absolutely, we talked about the drafting, instantly locking in the Rumble and the Sivir. They know exactly what they want to go for.
Yeah, exactly right. And this would have been what they were talking about. Do they first pick Porky's Rumble? Because he's had some good performances on it, but he had that one notable game where he got the double kill bottom lane, walked back top with 4-0-1, and just wasn't able to get it done. So we'll see whether it is something that Porky is a little bit hesitant to pick up in the future, but it will be run against him this time around.
Yeah, they're both good Maokai players as well, so I like the blocker pick there of the Rumble, sort of taking Mako off, that no one really likes the matchup that much. Might see something different here for Porky. Avant don't have to show too much. They've seen pretty standard stuff from Absolute so far, so probably not really thinking, hey, this is exactly what you'll be running.
Yeah, exactly. So you see, they are actually looking at Nah does relatively good in the Rumble matchup, so I would like to see that come through. Has, I guess, equivalent teamfight presence as well, because the Nah into the wallop combo is just so much CC during the mid game, especially before a lot of Merc treads come out. And Janna seeing a lot more play at the moment. No Caitlyn involved in this game, so it's a little bit of a strange pickup, honestly.
I mean, they could still pick her, I guess. They've got the option with the Sivir already being there, but not Janna, yeah, very different. We've seen a lot of hard engaged champions like Nautilus, champions like Alistar, often from the support role, be very instrumental. So maybe it's just, you know what, back to disengage supports.
Yeah, so we'll have to see whether it's something that they're worried about getting mid-game team fought on and they just need a disengage option, although Nah provides that as well with his ultimate. He can just jump into people, Nah them backwards and flash away. Very good disengage tool in his own right. So Destiny has some pressure. He's normally that guy in the mid game that we like to see roam around the Rift on the likes of Alistar, on the likes of Thresh. Both are available, and instead he goes with a very passive support.
Yeah, it's interesting there, but I do like the response from Absolute. We're going to have Annie, presumably for the support role though, and of course Malik's going to take Gragas.
Yeah, and this is why we saw Janna fall out of favor, because Annie does just so much hard engage that it's nearly impossible to lane 2v2 against it once you hit that level 6. The flash into the Tibbers, Annie can get most of the job done herself. Only requires a couple of autos and a spell to come through from whatever AD carry. The likes of Sivir, the likes of Grace, even a Lucian in that lane just makes it a kill lane against the support only.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people like to pick on Janna's. Even the likes of Thresh or Nami can have a decent matchup. So Janna, she's great in the skirmishes, great in the team fights. Maybe suffers a bit in lane, especially against a champion like Annie.
Yeah, certainly did. And they're leaving on the side of Absolute mid-beast to counterpick. So we'll have to see what Kensti wants to run blind into that. Cho'Gath is still available, although the likes of Varus do relatively well against him. Poke lanes or always have. So it looks like he's going for something a little more standard, going for his Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I mean, a bit different for Avant, but some comfort picks at least for the last two. Vayne there picked up for Warble as their carry, and Kensti's going back to Twisted Fate.
Yeah, so Twisted Fate, Kensti's always played it. Very good Twisted Fate player. Does like to split push a little bit more. We'll have to see how it works out, whether he can make the Destiny work. But Janna Vayne, one of the weirdest lanes coming into it. I actually think it is inherently weak, late game, once you get scaling up, because Vayne doesn't build a lot of AD, the shield helps a lot because she goes the more attack speed route, but just doesn't offer any tools in lane, and honestly isn't even defensive enough to keep Vayne alive unless you lane swap. You really do need a lane swap, and in that case, Janna's nearly outclassed by every other support on the Rift during the lane swap and the roaming phase, so they're not really getting anything out of this.
No, they're really picking their Wobble to try and carry this game. Like we talked about him maybe going towards more carries. It was the Caitlyn for his last game. Vayne's another big step, maybe in the other direction or right to the extreme, but if Wobble can show up on the champion, he'll look great, as we do have a last pick Ari.
Yeah, and you know, people think of Vayne as this tank buster, able to get in there, get the silver bolt procs. She is very good in that regard, but she also deals with squishies incredibly well. The Condemn has a high base damage. You're able to get in there, dance around. She shreds through people's HP no matter what it is. So I do like her into squishy comps. I don't think she is only a tank player. But the one thing that she's always had a problem with is she's extremely one-target focused. Doesn't have any AoE in the kit, and honestly, if you jump on her, lock her down, she suffers what most assassins suffer in the fact that she dies incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and this is the thing for me about Vayne, is that when I see teams pick her, I like a bit more skirmish in their comp. So I think with Twisted Fate, I can kind of see what Avant want to do here.
Yeah, they certainly do. They want to get the Blade of the Ruin King, the Youmuu's Ghost Blade, go into a split push with the Vayne, then allow the Twisted Fate to port in and help her out. Also going to help light up the map, make sure she doesn't get collapsed on. It was an Ari that was picked up last for mid base. Little bit of a throwback champion, very assassin based, does well against TF in the lane, and should be able to get onto the Vayne late game and give her hell.
Yeah, and I like what Ivana put together here. I mean, I like what Absoluta put together here. Again, another strong draft here. Very early game and mid game oriented, lots of assassins here, lots of pick potential, but it seems like it plays into the Absolute style.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, in late game, there's always a possibility that you land a charm on a priority target and just blow them up. Ari never really falls off. Champions with high mobility seldom do. So should be able to get in there and at least be consistent throughout the late game. The Rumble is the big question mark for me. Are they able to, in the top lane, get Jack Attack ahead?
We'll have to find out. As you can see, the team comes on your screen. And of course, we'd love you to get on Twitter and let us know who you think's going to win there as well. Use the hashtag AVWin for Avant or ABS win for Absolute.
Yeah, so get on the abs win or the Avant win, depending on what you want to do here. But you can see, once again, we complimented Absolute's drafting phase last time these teams met. They've got a little bit more, I guess, mid-game skirmish potential as opposed to that hyper late-game scaling composition they went with the Nunu, Azir, and Kalista. But you can see they've stuck to their guns, made sure that they're able to get in there, even have the Sivir to supplement all that team fighting they want to get done. The pick potential will be very real in this team.
Yeah, and it's just a cohesive draft here. It does one thing, but it does it very well here for ABS. So let's look at Avant's comp then. We kind of noted in their last matchup between these two teams, Avant's draft maybe left something to be desired. Do you like their team comp, Spawn?
So one thing I like about their team comp is Absolute rests on denying vision, because they need people face checking them, get the anti-stun out there, get Ari flying across people, blowing them up, and then making the team uneven. Kensti will solve that problem by being able to destiny around major objectives. So that is one good thing. The other good thing is Porky should be to get to the point where no one can really touch him on this lineup, because they don't have a legit tank buster. So Porky, along with Shelby, should be able to form up, dive the backline, really. After they have 3 items, there's not really much they can do to deal with that.
Yeah, and I think that Avant might even honestly just look to do a lot of split pushing. Between Rek'Sai and Twisted Fate, they have a lot of good advanced vision.
Yeah, they certainly do. You know, they'll have the teleport. Porky will be able to do it early game, then it will move into Twisted Fate. Late game Rek'Sai loves to be the person that does it, because generally other people are maxed out in items. He wants a little bit more gold. She wants a little bit more gold because she's a jungler typically, so able to get her into a free lane, ult back down there, very low cooldown late game. They definitely have legitimate split pushing options.
They do, and I think just the Rek'Sai Twisted Fate with the Tremor Sense plus Destiny synergy, I think if Avant can find picks with the skirmish elements of their comp, it'll look good. I'm not entirely sure it's the Avant that we're looking to see, which is much more aggressive and much more team fight based.
Well, one thing they did do is rotate around the map really well with the Caitlyn and take down turrets. And they have the opportunity to do this in a little bit different way using their globals this time around. So they can see if they can pick uneven fights, really focus on objectives and try and rotate through lanes correctly, get deep vision down and really just try and drag Absolute around the map. The danger is that is being caught in the jungle by an equalizer. All you need is one fight where you think you have vision and you've denied it all, and Jack Attack to catch you out, Malik to fly in there and be this big beefy Gragas, and a lot of things can go wrong.
Yeah, so I've talked a lot about Absolute and what they're looking to do here. We kind of talked about what the comp does for Absolute, but what are they looking to do as far as winning the game goes? Where do they need to look for their strengths?
So typically you want to get the one-on-one lane. As soon as you take a Sivir in there, just continue to shove in. She should be able to shred through Vayne, although Vayne, as soon as she gets one item, starts winning the lane. That's why it's a quasi counter pick. So we'll see whether they start in 2v2 lanes, try and shove it out, pick on that Gianna pick, try and get the Sivir ahead. And then with every Sivir comp, exactly the same thing. You're looking to group up, get around the map early, secure those dragons, and push down some turrets.
Well, see if they can do just that. He was going to pop back into the studio with Atlas and Rusty.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time, and welcome to the caster desk. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson. This is Zach Rusty Pie, and we're ready to get into this game. I'm really excited, and it looks to me like Avant picking a lot of comfort picks, but on the side of Absolute, man, that team comp looks like it's just going to run all over you.
Essentially just designed to run super fast at your face and get you down. But you're right, comfort picks essentially from this Avant lineup. But what I really like is they've got that Twisted Fate there now, and they've even got a teleport in the top lane, the chance to roam anywhere on the map, and the bot lane is going to see a lot of action.
Yeah, it's true. And they've got triple global, don't they? They've got the Void Rush there from Rek'Sai at the same time, so everyone can sort of be there right when Avant need them. And we'll see whether they are going to be moving around the map, sort of assisting Warble in his split pushing. But one question that you raised to me is this Janna Vayne lane. And what do? Do they go for the lane swap? Is that what they're trying to do? Because it doesn't seem to look like it works for the rest of the map.
So there's an interesting point to make about this is if you're looking to lane swap with the Vayne, the Janna is inherently weaker than that of the Annie. The Vayne does want to get out of the lane and get a 1v1 situation to feel stronger. But if they force that 1v1, or they force the lane swap even, it may become really bad for them and may backfire depending on how the Annie works.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this goes. But we are onto the Rift for our first game of the night here for the OPL. And Avant taking on Absolute. Avant really looking for revenge after Absolute really took it to them in their previous matchup. And Absolute themselves really looking to pick up some victories here, make their way towards playoff contention, which is, you know, not out of reach, but it's getting further and further away as the weeks go on. Destiny might be in trouble here as he plops a ward down. Mattress looking for a stun, but not going to find it.
Thankfully getting out there. It's always risky to sit in that bush and not actually place the ward down. So Absolute with the right idea.
30 seconds until minions
Oh, we might find Shelby here, actually. There's the stun as Malik's going to get the slow with the barrel. Everyone turning up now as the stun card goes off. There's the ignite. One last auto attack. Kulo picks it up for first blood, and they knew they were there. What were they doing?
A big mistake from Shelby, even holding on to the flash until it was too late. All it took was one flash in return from Kulo. They get the first blood onto a Sivir, and that spells a very difficult predicament to be in if you're Warble and Destiny.
Yeah, it's true, and it looks like Absolute may even be able to answer the lane swap here. Of course, Avant made it into the jungle, got some lane swap wards down.
They didn't call the swap, though.
No, they didn't actually call it out. So Jack Attack going to be making his way towards the top lane, and Warble is going to be A-OK. So we'll see whether Avant can bounce back after that devastating first blood to go onto the hyper carry in the bottom lane there, of course. Not necessarily a hyper carry, but probably a little bit scaled up towards that area now.
You know, in saying that, he's actually started with the Brawlers Club as well, working towards that average blade as soon as possible. So given that there is a lane swap in effect, he'll have that super early, and will be just making money.
Making bank on the Sivir. Doing the very best that he can here. Jack Attack moving around, just wants to get behind his jungler, get himself some extra experience. Doesn't want to be in that 2v1 lane as a Rumble. Just doesn't necessarily enjoy himself that much. And Destiny going to get some forward vision down. So a Vayne in a 1-for-nothing lane. Feeling pretty good.
Always a very good position to be in as a Vayne. You want to scale and get as many items as you can before you start to fight. Swap back into that 2v2 matchup where you have a slight advantage against the Sivir, but again, it's going to be on the back of how the supports tend to play this. And given we've got that lane swap in effect, one of them is jungling, the other's looking for a gank.
Yeah, Mattress looking to come around the back side of Kensti. Blue card goes out. Ooh, Charm going to go wide as Mattress shows himself in the mid lane, and Kensti's going to be okay, so not going to pick up any extra aggression. But Absolute, with this sort of lead early by picking up that first blood, it only is going to sort of speed them up towards that massive mid game they're aiming for.
In a way, it definitely is. They're going to have a lot of extra gold on the relevant carry, whereas you'll see the Vayne will be struggling to get onto the level that the Sivir is, so perhaps they get their item timings first and they start to rotate a little bit sooner, but from the looks of it, they're going straight for the dragon instead of pushing a turret.
Yeah, Malik actually heading towards that one. Teleport into the bottom lane as Porky going to head down there. He's going to be okay, of course, generally a dangerous maneuver, but Absolute just continuing on this dragon. Down to half health, and they are going to be able to nail that one themselves. But Avant probably knows.
Most of the time it's really risky to actually teleport into that bottom lane. But you can see Destiny has rotated down with Porky, who has teleported. And the fact they all went missing, seemingly a sign for Porky to say that he is safe, not going to get dove.
Well, Mattress going to clear out a pink ward here. Is Destiny going to try and stop him from doing so? The Storm actually is enough to get Mattress out of there. He throws down a ward. It's going to continue his destruction. And yes, nails it there. 30 extra gold for Mattress. And Absolute with 4 members in the bottom lane looking for a potential dive. We'll see whether they actually go for it here as Jack Attack takes a lot of damage from Porky actually. Flame Spitter on. Yeah, exactly. Massive cooldown now, of course. But either Storm pretty handy in this potential dive situation, giving Porky a little bit more of his health back. Warble tanked up those minions for quite some time.
I just stop and think, where has he actually lost health from? It was only minions. So almost getting the better of him there. Is Absolute relentlessly pushing this bot lane because they've got the numbers advantage. Does start to favor the Gnar eventually because, whoa, hello.
Well, Shelby looking to come in for a gank, does find it here. Gold card down on a Midbeast who's completely out of mana. Red buff going to slow him down, but Midbeast makes it to the safety of his turret. And Kulo needs to be a little bit careful here. That Brawler as well, not giving him too much back. But Porky and Mega Gnar is going to be fine. And Absolute, they're not stopping on this turret. They really want to take it down.
They are adamant on getting this turret down. They're going to continue to commit to it. But again, to touch on the point that I was making is that Porky is getting experience between 2 people here with Destiny. Absolute have put 4 members here for upwards of 5 waves to take this down. It is taking them so long to do so that at 5 minutes and 30, it finally goes down. But is that worth it for them? Because Vayne has been sitting up here completely freely farming, is almost level 6 or halfway to level 6 now.
Yeah, very close. Ahead by a couple of CS, but that's not the point at this stage. It's getting all of those extra levels. And when you're sharing a lane with 4 people, you are putting yourself relatively behind. And it's a whole lot of resources going towards Avant. That being said, Absolute still with the gold advantage, considering the fact that that turret's gone down and First Blood, of course. It's Porky just going to take some cheeky turret hits. Keep getting the pressure here on the bottom side of the map. Warble now pushing the lane forward a little bit more than he was. And Civ is going to meet him in the top lane.
That's a longsword start for Porky as well. And from the looks of it, that's 5 whole red.
Porky doesn't want to die.
He just does not want to take damage, or if he does, he wants to stay at full health. And at the moment, we're looking at 2 levels in advantage of Porky compared to that of Jack Attack, and 16 or 15 odd CS in his favor. So the tower has gone down. That's global gold for every member of Absolute, so that is always going to be welcome. But in this 1v1, if Porky can find himself with some kind of a lead, maybe get a kill from it, then Avant will be in a very good position. All in all, it took them a very long time to do so.
Yeah, and he even has that Null Magic Mantle there as well, as Midbeast's going to miss the charm, but Shelby unable to head in any further. And we'll see whether Kensti can land a successful Destiny. He's already got the Sheen, so the burst damage is most certainly available.
Who has a Null Magic Mantle?
Ah, Porky actually sold it. Picked up
Doran's
Blade instead.
Yeah, Doran's Blade and Boots. Right. I was looking for a Null Magic Mantle.
No, he actually he sold it back again.
Okay.
Interestingly enough.
No worries.
But so not actually going for an earlier Hex Drinker, looking to grab some combat stats first.
Yeah, looking to continue. The mobility is very big in this lane, having the boots as well up against the Rumble. You're a very sticky mini Gnar when you have boots.
Jack Attack might be in trouble here as he silences himself. Of course, Warble with a massive level advantage picks himself up a kill, and that's 1 back for Avant.
Recalls with a Cutlass and level 6. Comes to the bot lane and has the Janna to support him through a very easy 1v2 scenario right there. Jack Attack with no resources and only now getting Sork Shoes as well. He's going to be in a very difficult spot, but Absolute, on the flip side, they are trying to do the same thing in the top lane, but they're looking more at objectives than kills.
Yeah, they're really trying to take down these turrets. Shelby now is the one babysitting Porky this time. Of course, it's amusing. Mini Gnar looks a little bit like a baby.
I mean, until it becomes Mega Gnar.
Oh, Shelby going so aggressive. Nice spell shield, forcing the flash immediately, but the double stun from Mattress, and Shelby's gonna die. Mattress picking up the kill, well deserved for the bloodthirsty support play. And AV really have to be careful because they're going to lose all their structures.
His Mega Gnar, he may just waste the ultimate to try and stop them from taking the turret in this wave. You can see the pressure that he's putting down by just walking aggressively. Forces them back for at the very least an extra wave. And Porky is essentially just buying time for his team right now. The bot lane is the big focal point of this Avant-Garde side. And the fact that it's a very, very denied Rumble up against the Vayne and a Janna, they're just trying to bide their time as long as possible, be content with a CS advantage. But meanwhile, these turrets, if they can make plays from actually having an advantage in global gold on every member, then it's going to start affecting them. And I mean, you look at the side of Absolute, they've got the Rumble as well. Their item spikes once they hit levels and their power spikes with spells such as their ultimates, going to be really big for them.
Yeah, most certainly is. We'll see whether Absolute can get to a point where they can utilize them as well. Of course, picking up all of this extra gold from the turrets is going to be helping them out there. It looks like it's part of AV's plan, though. They're not playing to try and stop any of this fast pushing that's going on. And is that a decent strategy, or have they missed something here?
Well, I mean, they're working around a skirmish and pig style comp with a very good scaling late game team fight. So, speaking of which...
Yeah, Destiny into the bottom lane. There's the flash. Equalizer comes out. Destiny gets caught by that one, but it's just to try and save Jack Attack's life, and in that, he's successful.
Yeah, he gets away quite easily in the end there with his life and not actually taking too much health, though. So, still able to defend the turret quite handily. They've got Sivir to come back down now. Kulo is down there, but meanwhile...
Yeah, Porky just hanging out here in the top lane. He doesn't have a teleport on his opponent in Jack Attack, so Porky, with his teleport available, just freely smashing on this turret. No one anywhere near him on the side of Absolute, and he might even be able to take that one down, even if he needs to wait for the next wave.
Yeah, he should be able to get that quite easily. Has the teleport available, but no Mega Knight. Starting the stack now, and Absolute has started this Dragon Avant looking like they want to at least get vision of it and a timer with the Predator steal, but again, second Dragon, 10 minutes, not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Of course, vision is there for Avant, so they'll have the timer for the next one. And as you mentioned, of course, trying to get some sort of ability to counteract the next Dragon will be very important. They do not want Absolute getting any more movement speed because, of course, they do want to be getting around the map. They do want to be setting up for picks here this game.
Look at the Absolute lineup, and move speed is everything and more. They could possibly want an Annie and a Sivir. That's all you really need to say right there. They want that third Dragon very badly. And something that I really like about this strategy that Absolute have put in place is they put emphasis on that early Dragon instead of getting a turret. They then spent a lot of time making sure they had a turret advantage. They got the top turret in response, back down in time for the second Dragon. They knew that the trade would come out for turrets and objectives, but they still find themselves with a lead in terms of overall objective control and 2 Dragons to boot.
Yeah, they're definitely doing well. Malik making a visit here to the mid lane, going to clear out a pink ward that Kensti had put down for himself. So he's probably just going to be hanging back, just holding the wave towards his side of the lane. Now we've got the 2v2 scenario. Of course, Berserker's Greaves now for Warble, so a bit more attack speed, feeling a little bit better there as Kensti with a non-detrimental and a blasting wand, actually. Shelby, looking for Malik. Nice ward there, but Shelby, I don't think even saw it.
Oh, well.
Yeah, okay, he's standing on top of it now, most definitely. Jack Attack making his way around. The tunnel is, of course, there, and Prey Seeker not going to find Jack Attack, and Shelby is going to be safe this time around. Porky heading towards the top side, but might need to be careful here just because he's clearly in the Absolute side of the map.
Yeah, Absolute commanding a very smart ward being put down there by Malik to spot the Rek'Sai as he casually stood on top of it and made friends with it or something.
I don't know.
For a long period of time there.
It might have been the fact that he was burrowed. And Rek'Sai,
her
field of vision ain't so great when she's burrowed underground.
That is a very valid point to make, in fact. Most likely what happened there. And you can see Rek'Sai is spending a lot of time up here, maybe looking for something.
Yeah, there's the bounce from Porky. Doesn't quite have the Mega Knight just yet, but gonna be fine here because Jack Attack just gets torn apart. I looked at Shelby's items after that. I thought that could have been a Warrior enchant because Jack Attack just melted.
Very squishy. Keep in mind, he only has Sork Shoes and a Ruby Crystal is his only option of health right now with that Doran Shield. And a very, very squishy Rumble behind in levels, only just started to catch up, is very vulnerable to being taken down by what is the raw damage output of Porky and Shelby here on their respective champions.
Yeah, certainly. So things looking okay as far as the top lane's concerned for Avant. 0-0-1 now for Porky. And Shelby, he's died a couple of times, of course, one of them being the first blood that Kulo managed to pick up. It looks like, speaking of Kulo, he's heading towards the mid lane. Nice Orb of Deception after the charm from mid base. Get a bunch of damage down, and there's the ultimate actually. Mattress in with the Tibbers, and Kensti, he evaporated.
Completely taken away from the map, does not exist anymore, and Absolute, they're looking for the objectives. You can tell they're searching for these turrets, and they do end up getting that one now. 3-1 in favor of Absolute.
Yeah, with an 800 gold lead as well, they're starting to get to where they want to be at this stage of the game. And if they can run away with it at this point, it's going to be very hard for Absolute to find their way back in.
Definitely. It's going to start. They've got a big window essentially now, Absolute. They're looking to make some team fights. Get that level 9 perhaps onto Jack Attack. Get in with a Haunting, guys, before you look for a fight. But third dragon's only a few minutes away, no doubt. They're going to be looking towards that as their avenue of a win condition massively.
Yeah, and there's the fact that Absolute have that as another opportunity to find a team fight as well, which is certainly something that they look like they're looking to do and have a massive capability of it. But look at Kenzie, that health bar, super gone.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. That's worth having a replay of seeing just how decimated he found himself right there. Kenzie getting absolutely wrecked. Absolute, you can see. Wow, that was not intended.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Liked it.
Managing to find easy kills on the back of Annie and that hard engage that can be provided. The Janna always for disengage, but you can tell the lane swap and the fact that all of these rotations have come into effect here has really enabled and completely unlocked Mattress on that Annie to have an impact, and he has.
Yeah, and look, they're focusing on Kensti here, and Kensti's the man of the Avant lineup that picks up all the kills mostly. 13 ahead of his closest sort of compatriot there as far as picking up those kills are concerned, and they're funneling them onto Kulo after Absolute managed to do so. He's the carry here for the Absolute lineup.
And you can tell that Kenzie being focused has an Abyssal Scepter already. Wants nothing to do with any form of damage. Get it out of there. Put it in the dumpster.
Yeah, Kenzie just wanted to make sure that he's alive for a little bit longer next time around. It is going to help him out here as he's only down a few CS, and with that loaded dice, it's probably still going to be relatively okay as far as that gold is concerned in comparison to mid-beast. Warble now hanging out in the bottom lane, and 4 members strong of Absolute trying to shove this one down, and their fast push strategy is not stopping.
No, they can very easily work around that charm as well from Ahri. Very long range and deceptively slow missile speed, of course. Always finds itself hitting you when you do not expect it. And the side of Absolute, they've got the hard engage with the Annie, they've got the charm, they've got the Sivir ultimate, the makings of just running into the face of this Avant lineup. And with the next dragon, 35 seconds, you can tell they're already looking to push that bottom lane in, get control of it, and now work their way to mid perhaps, with everything coming up at the right time. Even the blue buff, Absolute playing very smart right now.
Yeah, and as far as AV are concerned, do they have the wave clear to let their TF be a split pusher here this game? Just because it looks to me like Kensti, with those wildcards, is one of their only options in that regard.
He will be able to split push, not right now, but very soon. He's got that Sheen and he's got an Abyssal Scepter, which effectively is a combat stat against the Rumble, of course. Rumble being quite behind does enable the potential for split pushing when Rumble looking to team fight with his particular item build, and Avant not being spotted here.
Yeah, Kensti looking to find his way in. There's the gold card onto Kulo, getting immediately destroyed. Warble locks down the kill as the explosive cast was a little bit late. And look at Shelby right in amongst this fight. Porky, there's the Meganar. Malik into the wall, gets bolted to the face. And in comes the Destiny as Midbeast has to use the ultimate to defensively get under his turret. And Avant catch them out and destroy Absolute.
Kulo walking next to an area where they had no vision, and Avant smartly, of course, sweeping and being prepared to stand in that spot. They find a pick on the back of a gold card. They find the ideal team fight for this scenario up against the big Rumble. Ahri wasn't there in time, and they're still on up.
Flashes over the top of the Orb Deception. Midbeast, you are certainly dead as Shelby locks down the kill credit for that one. And Avant, they can do anything. They can pick people off.
That is what their comp's designed to do, and again, they're playing it so well. They had that vision control. They knew that they were going to go for the dragon when it spawned and just found Kulo in a very awkward predicament. He goes down. The rest of the team fight is completely, essentially over.
Yep. Just ridiculous. Warble as well finds himself 4-0 and 1. And let's see him pick up these next 3 kills.
Look how quickly Kulo just goes down right there. The fact that the Tibbers did hit, but the Janna Tornado hit even more people. Knocked up all 4 of them. Allows Porky to come in with that Meganar bounce, and a triple kill for Vayne. Massive fight for Avant.
Yeah, and the equalizer was in a great position as well from Jack Attack. It just wasn't doing enough damage. Avant really managed to get themselves into the right positions, and they were playing aggressively. What we've seen from Avant, especially last week in their game versus Sin, was that they weren't pulling the trigger. They weren't able to find these aggressive fights, and it seemed like ever since that one game, they've realized, okay, we're an aggressive team, let's go ham, and they certainly have been doing it. And it's off the back of Shelby. He's on the Rek'Sai, able to really get amongst it early.
Yeah, making things happen for his side here, Shelby, doing a lot of work again. Kensti finding ultimates, but not really getting any direct kills from those, so you can really see the impact that Shelby has been having on this map. Porky, the presence that he has had on the back of Shelby as well. He's impacting everywhere right now. Their team fighting is starting to grow stronger already. And because they're mostly a pick and skirmish style comp, the option of split push is always going to be relevant for this TF. And that's just another option that Absolute will have to address.
Yeah, and if Avant can keep getting picks onto Kulo as well on this Sivir, then no one's going to kill Porky. He's going to be invincible. He's got so much magic resist now with the Spectre's Cowl, of course, the Hex Drinker, and the Mercury's Treads that everybody else in the Absolute lineup, pure magic damage, not going to do anything.
It's actually super smart here from the side of Avant. He's Porky, never mind, but the fact that they've got the Abyssal Scepter on Twisted Fate, Merc Treads are even on the Rex side being rushed as soon as possible. They're stacking magic resistance, and they're just going to run at Kulo. If Kulo can live through a fight, if he can live through and engage, then granted, Absolute will be in a fantastic spot to actually take the rest of the fight out. But you're up against the side with a Nara, Twisted Fate, and even the Rex side to a degree, and you're a very low-ranged AD carry, so an uphill battle to say the least right now for exclusively Kulo.
Yeah, most certainly. Well, second turret is about to go down in the bottom lane here for Avant, as Wildcard's going to be clearing out the minions in the mid lane. Warble, you can see, locks that one down relatively easily, and Destiny just hanging out, picking up some experience, wants to make sure he's not falling too far behind. And Kenzie, I mean, he's back to ahead in farm. He's been able to sort of come back from what was a pretty repugnant gank come through from Absolute.
He's probably even ahead in gold just because of the TF passive as well, so in a very comfortable position, but Mattress wants him.
Yeah, there's the flash tippers onto Kenzie one more time. Kulo locks down that kill, and
Just
yeah, the picks from both sides are looking pretty strong.
Kenzie's not going to be able to sleep at night if this continues anymore. He's just finding himself in horrendous positions because it's impossible to dodge that Annie, but there you go, the trade in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's going to be scared of children from now on, I think.
Yes, with bear dolls.
Yeah, as soon as he sees a bear, he's going to be incredibly upset. Kulo, nice spell shield to break the Prey Seeker as some more split pushing comes down in the bottom lane. Inner turret actually falling there as Jack Attack cannot defend Porky's Wrath on this top inner turret, and he's looking to try and take that one down. Warble with some sort of flank play immediately gets pinged back by his team.
He wanted it. I feel like he just wanted to make something happen and he was being aggressive. But the trade overall right there was actually in favor of Avant by a sizable amount. A kill and one turret for two turrets alone. Infinitely more worth for this Avant-Garde side.
Yeah, and they've evened up the turrets as well. We saw Absolute putting a lot of their effort into clearing those out. Looks like Avant sort of easily able to at least rectify that situation for now. Mid lane outer turret still standing for Absolute, actually, so we'll see whether Avant focus their attention down there. Oh, no. Oh.
Baron's going to wreck you.
And Shelby made the Baron mad.
Never make the Baron mad.
No, you won't like him when he's mad. It's not how that works,
no,
I don't
that's
think,
new.
Rusty, unfortunately. Failed that one. Mid Beast is going to clear out the mid lane. Not too bad, using that Foxfire and everything like that. So we've got a relative lull at this stage, Rusty. What do you think Absolute's choices are at this point? They know that they're falling behind just a little bit. Do they need to keep getting these picks? Is that their maneuver?
They're essentially going to be working around the Annie right now, and exclusively the Annie. Mattress needs to make the pick. He needs to find the target and throw down that Tibbers, drop the bear on their head so that they are in a horrendous position. We've seen how quick Kenzie dies. You have to keep in mind that Kulo is doing an abundance of damage. He's got the Infinity Edge and the Static Shift completed right now in a very comfortable position. Let's not compare him to Vayne first and foremost, but let's just say that he is doing damage. If they can make the pick with the Tibbers, or the Charm even, then they can take a kill out. They don't need to necessarily all in directly after that, but they've got the makings
Destiny
of it.
in the top lane. There's the gold card as Porky tries to make his way around. Nails the house as the equalizer's there, but not into the wall. Wallops down as well, and Kenzie locks down the kill.
Whoa, they're looking for something in response, but they've changed their minds. I mean, the fact that they got the top turret and the bottom turret in that trade when Kenzie went down is exactly how that kill was allowed to happen, using his ultimate to get in there, and they're still going.
Yeah, now one more time. AV creating a lot of pressure in this top side.
Oh,
Kenzie. He's going to die. May sacrifice his life for another turret, but it is going to be Warble taking down the Dragon in the meantime. Got double lifesteal as the flash body slams there. Shelby smashed into the wall, tunnels his way out. There's the Howling Gale across three members, and Avant are going to be okay here. Warble, we'll see whether the drive-by smite's going to be enough. It is as Shelby makes his way in. And they get a dragon in trade for Kenzie's life. Kenzie seems to be trading his life for every objective on the map.
Kenzie is the sacrificial lamb of this Avant-Garde lineup right now, and rightly so, because they've got the carry in the top lane and the AD carry here of Warble. He's 4-0-1. You do not want him dying.
It's the old Aztec strategy, you know? You sacrifice one Kenzie, you know, to the gods.
To the Elo gods.
Yeah, and then you can pick up the rest as Mattress. And talismaning in one more time, utilizing the fact that that item does not have quite as long a cooldown as it used to.
Essentially a non-existent cooldown. There's almost halfway for being up again.
Yes.
Which is gross.
This Annie's going to be skipping around relatively quickly.
Yeah, they'll be able to find... We've seen the picks that can come out of it. We just need to see it not onto exclusively Kensti for the next 10 minutes. We need other people to die here if you want Absolute to come out ahead in this game. And they've got the death cap now completed here on Ari. That's big. Big item spike. And their the two items are completed for most of them, except for Rumble, who's about 1.5, I suppose, if you count Sork Shoes. It's one of his big core items. So they can still find team fights, but you compare that to the side of Avant. That's a whole lot of items there on Avant.
Yeah, and he's had those items for quite some time. Warble might be sitting on a stack of gold at this stage. Only about 850, so I'd tell a lie.
Yeah, I mean, look at the top lane though.
Yeah.
That's a bit of gold difference, and it's mostly stacked in towards that magic resistance as well. Not regarding Kulo as a threat whatsoever, instead wants to kill everyone that deals physical damage first, such as Kulo, and then not take any from anyone else.
Yeah, it's true. And one thing that I want to point out is the fact that Warble is only 200 gold ahead. Kulo has definitely done a great job, and that's from having that Avarice Blade for so long.
Yeah, he's had the Avarice Blade for quite a while, and he's the one finding most of the kills here
on
this side. So very close in items and very close in gold. Absolute still have a big hyper carry in that AD role, and again, all of the magic resistance stacking from Absolute. Whoa,
yeah, there's the teleport in. Destiny comes around the side as well as there's the Quadro knock-up from Chelby into the equalizer, but only getting the damage down onto the Rek'Sai. Tumbles out from Warble as they're trying to go quickly into this fight. Kensti locks down mid-beast but gets charmed for it. Mattress finds his way. Kensti's still alive. Monsoon from Destiny, but Jack Attack is finally going to try and lock down that kill. AV in the end come out with the victory. Absolute, they tried, but they just couldn't lock down Warble.
They couldn't find the engage for them. Again, the Tibbers not hitting all of the priority targets, and very smart team fighting here from Avant-Garde. They stayed completely split. They never grouped up, and Warble, they're going to go for the Baron.
That is super keen.
No, they can do it.
Kensti's coming around as well. He just needs to throw in a few cards every now and again and then run away, because this Baron could get mad at him. Malik making his way over to it now as well, as Warble just cuts it down with these silver bolts. You can see that already. Porky very close to dying.
Oh, that was actually super
calculated. Don't even worry about it. There was a ward there as well, so Absolute. Malik could have tried to get him for a smite. Of course, there was no smite in the pit. So let's have a look at this one again.
A fantastic engage there from Chelby, and you can see Mattress with the Tibbers not able to really do anything. And Warble freely hitting in the back right there is a talisman used in response, and the flash gold card. That was all she wrote. Kensti, the fact he lives here is impressive, and amazing use of exhaust essentially there from Destiny to ensure that that happened. The fact that Warble was left completely to his own devices, and he was already 4-0, he's now 6-0-4 with a Bloodthirster.
My goodness. We saw that 800 gold.
Yeah.
That was only a couple of minutes ago.
That was pretty close to now.
Yep, you pick up, you know, an ace on the enemy team, picking up 2 of those kills for yourself, you're going to definitely be doing okay. Not to mention a Baron buff there, as Mattress is going to stun Chelby. They're looking for another pick, but he's pretty tanky now. Gets the knock-up onto the Annie as Eye of the Storm's helping Chelby out. Uses his Lock of the Iron Solari just for a little bit more of a shield. He's going to be fine.
Janna the Savior coming in there with that shield to ensure nothing was going to happen. And we're looking at a very, very difficult position now. 8k in favor of Avant-Garde against the team fighting comp of Absolute, who is essentially designed to run at you.
Yeah.
So there's no way for them to really deal with a counter engage. We saw Chelby come in there with a fantastic engage. The side of Absolute had no response besides attempting to turn it around, and here they go again.
Yep.
Didn't even need you, Kensti.
Yeah, I didn't really see much of what just happened there. It's just a dead Mattress.
Yeah, he's having a bad time.
Yeah, it certainly did then. Has been making things happen during this game, but wasn't quite able to get anything done other than his own death at that stage, as Avant now intent on split pushing this map, making sure all of these lanes are shoved in. You can see they've got fantastic vision around as well. Those pink boards might need to be moved up just a little bit because the defensive vision relatively unnecessary. And Absolute, they're trying to defend the inner turret here in the mid lane, but Warble relentlessly pushing the bottom lane.
He can 1v1 anybody right now. You have to address the issue that is that Vayne. And meanwhile, you've got Kensti sitting in the mid lane, can very easily rotate towards top and split push himself. They could find themselves looking at a Baron up 1-3-1 where Absolute have no response besides we have to fight now. And they are so far behind that it is very difficult for them to do so.
Yeah, and AV a little bit lucky, really, that they're this far ahead, just because sieging would have been pretty difficult if things had gone a little bit better for Absolute. Just with the fact that they just don't have very much range.
Yeah, they're looking at a TF who is quite good at sieging, but the Vayne who is also quite low range. And oh my god, you can see how far ahead he is. He's not really regarding turrets as things.
They've got so many shields coming through here. They've got the Eye of the Storm, of course, Wobble with the Bloodthirster now as well. Double lifesteal means that he's never really often on very low health as this Vayne smacking down the minions. And Kensti clearing out vision and take himself a grump, or at least just shoot a card at it.
Yeah, well, you've got the cards enabled. You have to kind of use one of them. May as well get some mana back on a grump.
Yeah, doesn't watch Mattress put down a ward, but it is going to be the third dragon nailed down here for Avant. Porky hanging out in the top lane. He's going to bounce around all over these creeps. Clear this one out as quickly as possible. He's formed a massive CS lead for himself as well at 197 to 140. That is close to 60. That's pretty silly.
Yep, it's definitely quite silly, really. I mean, everything right now from the Avant lineup is what we would define as silly if you were to compare it to the side of Absolute.
Yeah.
Besides maybe Kulo, the saving grace of the side has his last whisper completed, and if ever there was a chance for them to win a fight, it'd be on the back of a fantastic engagement matches where Kulo can run wild.
Yeah, and Kulo as well can help out there. Of course, they've got the Talisman of Ascension. They've got the On the Hunt as well. So if Absolute find themselves in a situation where they can preemptively put down the equalizer and get the fight going on their terms, things might work out. They still have that opportunity, but it's not quite enough. But we do have a pause, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back into the game as soon as possible. But let's quickly sort of take stock of what happened this game. Of course, Absolute did manage to get that fantastic first blood there in the jungle, picking off Chelby there, which is exactly what they want to be doing. But what went wrong? What didn't they manage to do? Because they were pushing turrets, they were making stuff happen.
They were making things happen, but they weren't doing it efficiently, is what I would describe it as.
Okay.
Every time that they made an objective or they traded for something, Avant found a trade that favored them immensely. The fact that they can just walk up and take 2 turrets for your 1, and Kensti the Sacrificial Lamb, of course. They did get a lot of kills onto the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
1 or 2 here and there. But again, every time they would go for Twisted Fate, they would all in and take a kill on him. They'd take 1 turret. Avant is sitting in top and bottom taking 2. And so they started very strong. They managed to get the early dragon. They got 2 very quickly. I mean, 10-minute mark getting a second dragon sets you up quite nicely. But from that 10-minute mark, everything just started to slowly crumble and go in favor of Avant.
Yeah, and it seemed to me like Kensti moving around to that top side, Jack Attack, often a linchpin for this Absolute squad, is sort of their focus of this player in particular, something that they've definitely premeditated.
In a way, it is. I think the real reason that they were going so hard for Jack Attack is the fact that turrets were down. And because Twisted Fate is just completely unlocked if another lane has a turret unavailable. You can use that ultimate and get them in a very awkward position. You're an extremely mobile in terms of speed style mid laner that can just get on the back or get behind you and force you into a Gnar. And the last thing you want to do is be walking towards a Mega Gnar. So
yeah,
it's really a lose-lose situation for any gank where a Gnar and a TF are in good position. So pick on the Rumble. Get him. He was already behind. They made it a lot worse.
Yeah, they most certainly did. And now what are the options here for Absolute? They're down by a massive margin as far as the gold is concerned, but can they stall this one out? Can they find a time where they'll be able to pick a fight on their terms and turn this game around?
The only way that they can win a fight is if it is 100% on their terms. They need the Annie to engage. They need the equalizer to be on most of the members of the Avant-Garde side.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be so hard for them to actually come out ahead in a team fight. The fact that the gold deficit is so large right now puts it in a very awkward position where on the back of Kulo, he's going to have to do a lot of damage. And you're also relying on an ideal engage from the rest of his side. But the magic resistance being stacked by Avant, very smart play, counters the entirety of the side except for Kulo.
Yeah, and they've had that Locket of the Iron Solari very early on. Of course, Porky's build, ingenious, most definitely, because they knew that they were just trying to remove Kulo, and then the Mega Gnar just runs around and destroys everyone. But here we are back into the game as Chelby's just going to get obliterated in the mid lane. And welcome back, Chelby.
Yeah, welcome back to the Rift.
Yeah. 9,000 gold. Still the advantage here for Avant, but Absolute now looking to make something of this 5v4 situation.
Whoa!
Oh, there's the flash charm from mid base, and they're trying to lock down Destiny. He just speeds on out of there with the Talisman of Ascension. Kenzie, he's going to get stunned up as well. Barreled back into the team. And that's another one for Kulo. They might break the base Absolute off a couple of opportune picks. Porky trying to get in here, but the turret's falling down. Absolute, they locked that one up, and they might be turning this one around. They're going to take down the inhibitor, or at least try to. Is AV able to try and get this one sorted out, and Absolute going to back away.
They saved the inhibitor. That is really big for this Avant side right now, because if that went down, they could have been in a predicament of being engaged on. They can now reset the minion wave at the very least and try and get some control back, because they are still ahead. It is still 9,000 gold in favor of Avant. But that small hiccup goes to show what Absolute can do if they're running at you, not away from you.
Yeah, so they managed to pick up a couple of kills, but just weren't quite able to translate that into enough of an advantage. Of course, that gold's still massively in favor of
Wobble
Avant.
wants it.
Yeah, looking to try and find Kulo.
Feeling super hypey right now, looking to find kills anywhere he can. He's so big.
Yeah, Shelby might be picked off one more time, because he does tunnel his way out of there. Shelby just going to throw down the sweeper just to make sure that Malik and Mattress couldn't see what he was doing.
Mattress would be a favorite person in the world right now. Look at his item.
Wait. Oh, the spooky ghosts. All right. Engage, incredible bias towards Absolute.
Please don't.
No, that's not true. Not true. But fantastic item. One of my personal favorites. Anything that builds out of an Aether Wisp, I'm definitely
let's
okay
be honest. If you were looking at Annie and you don't need to go for a Righteous Glory anymore, let's just go Spooky Ghosts and a Talisman. It does both of the jobs of both of those items.
Yeah.
Gives you ability power as well. So all in all, not actually a bad decision.
Gives you movement speed. Like, this is the fastest Annie ever.
Yeah, you're just missing out on a bit of health for it that does come from that catalyst in the Righteous Glory. So
yeah, you can run away from any damage here. That's fine. Movement speed, best stat in the game.
Yeah, they're just never really running away, Atlas. They're more designed to run at
Okay,
them.
that's a good point. Kulo, he's going to clear out the minions in the mid lane. Absolute looking to try and reset and pick themselves up. An ideal team fight. Porky waiting in the bottom lane as Avant setting up for the Baron. They've got exclusive vision and Mattress. He might be the option. Talisman goes off. Preyseeker not going to find anyone. It's Malik. He can't get the body slam. Kenzie with the Zonyas, but look at the Timbers on top of the equalizer. Warble right in amongst the team as so much damage down. Warble's still alive. There's the Monsoon, and Malik just getting silver bolted to death. Triple kill for Warble now, and Destiny not even going to fall down. It's the ace perfectly for Avant. And they're going to break the base most definitely. Can they take the game?
They looked so awkward there. Warble getting knocked into the entire side of Absolute.
Yeah.
But they couldn't take him down. He's got the double sustain items there. He's even got a Spectre's Cow. Magic resistance everywhere from this Avant-Garde side. They may be able to end the game right now. They've got a lot of time. 10 seconds on all of the Absolute members. And Twisted Fate with that Lichbane. Super adept at taking down the turret.
Yeah, 9-0 and 4 for this Vayne as well. Warble, we've questioned his carry ability, of course, picking up a lot of the Ash. The Nexus so incredibly low, it's going to fall down. And Avant get their revenge on Absolute.
Avant finding their revenge 1-1 against each other now in a very convincing closeout from them. They find the team comp, they make the picks work, and all in all, team decisions is what carried them through that game.
Yeah, really intelligently played there by Avant. Of course, the idea was there from Absolute. Heading onto the Rift, I was actually very scared for Avant. It looked like Absolute had a clear plan. They had this team comp that was going to work cohesively, but it just didn't get past that mid-game where they were supposed to find a spike. And I don't really know what went wrong, but Avant really capitalized on every mistake Absolute made.
We look at Absolute, and we know that they're a side that work exceptionally well around the early game stages, and they have a bit of struggles with translating it essentially to the mid and late game stages. Avant utilized that early game, where it was a really big strength of Absolute, but they translated every trade into an even match, if not in favor. And they translated again into the later stages where Avant just shine and come through strong.
Yeah, they most certainly did. But for some more analysis, let's throw it out to Pastry Time and Spawn.
Thank you very much, Atlas. We're outside here. And that was quite a game here. Absolute. Seemed like they had it in the early game, but a couple of team fights there in the start of the game, and AV looked like AV again.
Yeah, exactly right. Absolute actually pieced together and played the start of that game really well, rotating around the maps, making sure they were using all their mobility. But after that, just as soon as it got into a team fighting phase, seemed like Avant had their number.
Yeah, so we're actually going to pull up their team comps there from that last game and have a little look at them, because we mentioned draft at the top of the game here. Very important for both teams, and we loved the draft from Absolute.
Yeah, we certainly did, because the reason is if they controlled vision correctly, they should have been able to allow people to face check, use their mobility spells in the Sivir Ultimate, as well as the talisman that came through from Annie to single people out, pick them up, and they get objectives. And we saw that at the start of the game, really strong pushing through there. But what we didn't take into account is how many split pushing threats were on the Avant lineup and how good they were in 5v5 team fights. And, you know, as the game started to dissolve, it really opened up. It was definitely Avant that was getting the better of it.
Yeah, so we can see, of course, just the pick elements here from Absolute. We can see the Sivir, we have the Annie, even got the Gregor ulti if they need it, and of course, just all of the damage and Wombo that can come through. So I believe we have a replay. Actually, one of the first kills in this game on poor little Kensti.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see what the mobility summoners do when you can single someone out under the turret. This is what Annie's always been great for. Watch her. She will actually go the long way around the minimap here. So when we get this one rolled out, it's actually Mid-Beast that dives in here and tries to stare up Kensti, and able to do so, gets some return damage on him with a nice orb. And all of a sudden, Annie, who's running through the bottom, taking their time, just chilling, coming in.
And then Kulo pops the ultimate.
Right now, Kulo pops the ultimate, and they just hit the go button. And this is what Sivir Annie's always been able to do. Pick someone off, get the Tibbers down, layer all that CC. And Kensti, you know, he just kept dying through the mid game.
Yeah, you can see Shelby just at the end there. He's trying to help out Kensti, but it's already dead. There's nothing he can do there in that situation. Very squishy on the Twisted Fate. But that was, that was the first bit of the game. Absolute looked really good when that happened. Then what happened, Spawn?
Yeah, so whilst it was like 1v3 and they were able to get those picks, use the talisman to get them around, looked really good. As soon as they grouped up, looked really bad. So when we roll out this next clip, you'll see that the teleport, the TF ultimate, everything's going to be used. So set the scene here. Still relatively even. Sure, Absolute's fallen a little bit behind, but AV have just gone into 1-3-1 mode. They've got Porky in the top lane. No one can get him. They've got Kensti in the bottom lane. He's split pushing madly. And Absolute just hit the button. They're like, we need to siege this turret. So as we roll it out, Absolute really go hard for this one. They're trying to take down the turret. Porky teleports. Destiny gets popped here, lights everyone out. And then Shelby gets a great 4-man knock-up. And from there, teamfight's pretty much over because there's just not much they can do in response.
Yeah, Warble really cleaning up. And this is the sort of comp I was talking about where Vayne does actually excel as a carry when you can have long fights up a lane here, use your tumble, use your passive to get further and chase down targets, and just focus on one person at a time. Because you can see Warble's just playing janitor at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. And the important thing to note at that was Mattress altered Kensti, and the equalizer was nowhere near Warble. So he just ran over the top because there was nothing left to be able to take him out there. And as long as they were picking people off using their CC proactively, they looked good, Absolute. As soon as it got to that 5v5 and, Porky got huge, Shelby got huge, all of a sudden too hard to deal with all those tanks, and it was just over.
It was indeed. We're going to pop back into the casting desk to get a little bit more analysis in that game.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. We're here on the desk with Rusty, of course, but also T-Gun from Team Immunity, just to share with us some of his insight and have a chat to us about what's been going on in the OPL for him. And of course, T-Gun, fantastic to have you here on the desk. I want to start just talking about you just for a moment and Team Immunity as a whole, because you guys have had quite a few changes moving through the OPL. How are you feeling at this point, and how's the loss of Soul Strikes going?
It's a bittersweet loss. We like Soul Strikes. He's fitting in really well with the team, but we knew he was going to Korea. We knew he was going to come. So we found a replacement, which is Otherness, who has so graciously decided to help us, and he's fitting in quite well with the team, and we're pretty happy with how we're performing in scrims.
Oh, fantastic. So, of course, debuting tonight, T-Gun?
Yep.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, hopefully you guys are going to find your former form, because things were really looking up for you guys moving through. You did find yourself some momentum. And one question that I have for you personally is, where did the Blitzcrank go? Why aren't we seeing the T-Gun Blitzcrank?
It just doesn't fit right now.
No.
It's
a shame,
like
isn't it?
Morgana, only
Doesn't
worse,
have to
right?
fit, man.
I would love to play it more, but it just does not fit the meta. With so many tanks in the meta right now, one missed hook and I'm not helping, I'm hurting, right? And people just aren't ready to sort of commit to such a risky pick.
Yeah, sort of all or nothing a little bit.
Maybe in the future, maybe we'll come out with some cheese, maybe against Chiefs, because they are, let's be honest, the best team in the OPL, and we need to play something like that. But as for right now, there's no plans for the future with Blitz.
A little bit unfortunate, of course. I have fond memories. I'm just going to hold them close to my heart, and hopefully they'll carry me through.
Let's get back to the game that just happened.
Let's localize this just a little bit, of course. Absolute coming out with the loss of Avant, really managing to get their revenge there, Tegan. But what went wrong for Absolute? It looked like their team comp had a lot of things that were working for them.
Yeah, but they had a very clear plan. And once Avant are able to identify that plan, they know exactly how to sort of work against what Absolute have. And Absolute revealed their hand really early, not even by picks and bans, but by giving up the bot tower wave, letting Gnar TP in, letting Gnar get all the farm, get all the XP, and taking Dragon. Absolute saying, all right, we're going to win this through Dragons. We want to take the 5th Dragon at 30 minutes and win the game. And that's all good and well if it works, but the second they lose one Dragon, the game's pretty much over. Because as you can see, Avant stacking MR, Absolute only have one AD person who for some reason built a static Shiv. I don't know why you built a static Shiv when you have so much wave clear and 4 AP champions, but he did. And you have no real way to counteract this 1-3-1 that Avant are going to set up, and they're not going to give up.
So would you have perhaps suggested they went for the turret first and have a little bit later on that Dragon, just to give them some more possibilities of how to close out a game, perhaps?
Either go for the turret or at least leave something to threaten Gnar if he comes and TPs into the wave.
Yeah.
Giving him the whole wave for free, can't do it. It absolutely just decimates your ability to sort of continue this 2v1 lane. You saw Vayne just sitting up top, happily splitting, no one there to contest him. And the second that AV think, oh, they're going to swap back, Vayne's going to go down bottom. He does, and he kills Rumble.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was easy kills there for Wobble. I want to actually talk about that bottom lane here because Janna Vayne, not one that you necessarily think of as being a relatively strong one.
Not a good lane at all.
How did it actually work here in this? Was it all part of that lane swap and that's sort of how you get the Janna Vayne working? Because I see Janna as sort of, if you float her around, she doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, it's a weird champ to have in the lane swap, but if you look at their overall comp, it fits quite well. Their whole plan is to devolve into this 1-3-1 forever strat. Rek'Sai top, TF bot, team mid, or however they decide to choose to do it. When you have Janna with you, against a high engaged team like Absolute, who have Sivir, who have Talisman, who have Righteous Glory, the Janna ult is enough to peel them back to get your teammates in and make it a 5v5 instead of a pick. That's why they picked it. As far as lane swap goes, I don't think they expected it to go as well as they did, but that's sort of a benefit that Absolute didn't punish such a weird pick. Absolute needed to track the 2v2 and make it a 2v2, or at the very least not give Vayne a free lane of just farming and doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, and especially given that the first blood did go to Kulo, puts them in a position where they were looking for a 2v2 with a bit of added strength even. But, I mean, you look at it and it worked out way too well for them. And would you want them in a 2v2? How would the 2v2 actually go with the Janna Vayne?
I don't even know if Absolute's plan was to take a 2v2 when he goes back and buys a Brawler's glove. That's like the least impactful item you could buy with First Blood. I think that they should have been going for the 2v2, but they didn't for some reason, and that's the question I'd like to ask them, is what was their thought process going to do? My opinion, they should have looked for the 2v2. They should have hunted them down.
Yeah.
But they didn't, and you reap what you sow.
Yeah, just conceded there just a little bit. But we are going to move into our next matchup, Sudden Fear versus the Chiefs. And to do so, let's throw it back out to Pastry Time and Spawn.
Thank you very much, Atlas. And before we get into our next match, we're going to have a little bit of fun here, Spawn. Let's take through something that maybe the viewers at home, if you're playing this solo queue, you're not as aware of.
Yeah, exactly right. So we're going to just have a brief chat about how you should ward up specifically throughout different portions of the game. And, this is something that's very important, especially in professional League of Legends. It sets a stage of exactly what areas of the map you control, gives you vision of areas that the other team isn't, and allows you to play through your windows, your power spikes, and just generally get ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the last game there. The pick comp from Absolute definitely would have benefited from quite a bit more warding, but thankfully, you guys can probably translate some of this into your games at home as well. So let's move our first graphic here. Take us through this one, Spawn. What are we looking at here, just for our first graphic?
Yeah, so this is if you're on the blue side and you're playing in a game and you're pretty much at start of the game. So, you've gone back, you got your big first shot, maybe you got the sight stone on your jungle or something like that. So typically, these wards down here are what your support's responsible for. You've got 3 of them. They've got a sight stone generally fairly early in the game, but they also want a pink ward towards middle. That gives you a lot of time if the jungler walks through that part of the map and is trying to set something up towards bottom. Also gives you fairly good control of the dragon area, whilst giving you a brush to put your pink ward in, which is really important for pinks. Your jungler, they typically grab these couple of wards or this side, depending on whether they want to counter jungle the bottom or the top half of the map. It allows you to also have forward vision of exactly where their jungler is, so you know if they're going for that side of the gank route, and it gives you a lot of advanced timing. The only 2 wards left you can generally get is this one from your mid laner, covers the other area of the jungle that you're not necessarily in. And then from your top lane, you just want to ward river once again. It's about giving you that advanced vision of exactly where the jungle is going to be.
Yeah, so just as kind of a TLDR, lots of neutral vision. Make sure you ward up your choke points. You don't want anyone coming through. And for someone lane ganking, especially maybe Rengar Nocturne, try and put one all the way over here for a lane ward.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's all about being able to keep eyes on the jungler during the laning phase. The next graphic we have for you is when you've started to open up the map a little bit and maybe you're even a little bit ahead. So typically 3 outer turrets are down right now. First most important ward, which looks weird, is this one smack bang in the middle of mid lane. This actually acts like your creep wave. When you don't have a creep wave there, it's generally pushed up a little bit further at this point if you are winning. Means you're not going to get flanked, not going to get people engaging on you.
Yeah, it does see a nice little bit of entrances in here as well, because again, sort of acts like the vision that you would get there normally. I guess the other nice thing is that you can see all of this deep vision up here in the top, basically just making sure that, you know what, we're trying to press around these key objectives on the blue side, maybe it's Dragon, and you have all of this room, so when you see people streaming towards that objective, you know exactly what's up.
Yeah, exactly right. So this is a part of the game. 3 outer turrets, you said it. Dragon is a major objective. You got one over the back of Dragon Pit, so if they are going to sweep, they have to walk deep in there, gives you an area to pick them off. Got the major chokes around their blue buff warded up. And top lane is purely so your top laner continue to split push. It's very important to keep these 2 areas especially warded so that if your top laner is going to overextend, try and get more pressure, they're not going to get caught out and 3-man ganked.
Yeah, so warding, very important. There's some spots you guys can maybe take with you and try and get up. But while we're talking about this point, we've got a Chiefs game to play.
Yeah, we certainly do. I actually think we have one last graphic, which is when you're behind in wards. So this is blue side still, but you're starting to lose the game. And this is the most important one, I feel, because it's more important to ward when you are losing because it allows you windows to get back in. This pink ward here especially allows you to keep Wraiths, which is a very important smite buff to get the vision control back, free up. You've got the pink ward over near the Baron area to make sure that you always get eyes on that objective. Never underestimate the value of someone having to auto-attack things 5 times, as well as the deep vision in your jungle to just make sure that your jungler doesn't get starved of farm. Keeps people out of there, also means you can generate some picks.
Yeah, the other thing to notice as well is obviously your ward line's sort of back here, but these 2 pink wards here, if you can keep them up there, and it's difficult when you're behind, you have complete control of the neutral area of the game where you normally shouldn't have control given that you've fallen behind. So if you can keep your pink line neutral, you're doing great. If you can push your pink ward up, you're doing really well.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, this is a lot to invest in it. Double Sightstone really does help there. That's why we see it a lot. It's only at 800 gold, wards forever, but it's not only a jungler and support job, it's everyone's that needs to get on top of it.
Make sure you guys all buy awards at home. It's very important. But again, we do have a Chiefs vs Sudden Fear game to get to here. And before we get into maybe the next pit spawner, while we're going through all these awards, what is about the Chiefs that have seen them still undefeated 8-0 in the season?
So the Chiefs are able to get these advantages during the laning phase and then pressure objectives like no other team. They will not fight you for a needless reason. They look for their windows and are able to translate one team fights into either turrets, dragon, or baron. And a lot of it is to do with their vision control.
Yep, so we're going to have a little look at one of the Chiefs' last games here and have a bit closer look specifically at how their vision looks in these games. So set the scene here, Spawn.
So this is Chiefs versus Direwolves, you know. First and second place, last OPL coming in here. And the Chiefs, you look at them, it's 28 minutes into the game. They're able to pick up a winning team fight, and they're going for Baron already. Quite an early Baron before the 30-minute mark. And if you zoom out and check out the minimap, you can see exactly why. They've got 3 pink wards. Jinx is actually standing on top of one of them. And then all the wards on the top side of the red buff. They've just won a team fight going through the mid lane area because Direwolves were getting desperate trying to siege down that. And you see straight away, they know that Direwolves don't have that information. Free Baron.
Yeah, so if you remember before, we had sort of the blue side wards all deep on this side for Dragon, basically mirrored on this side for Dragon. And the Chiefs, of course, very responsible with their warding, making sure they've got a couple pockets here just in case.
Yeah, and this is what I want to point out. Bottom side of the map, Dragon's down. You can see the symbol isn't there. It means that the Chiefs completely sack majority of their wards, leave a couple so they don't get picked off or flanked from the bottom side, but move the whole of their ward line to the top half of the map.
Yeah, and it's smart stuff there. Chiefs, of course, able to get the Baron and then transition through. So you can see the Chiefs, they're not just a team that likes to win those lanes, like to make sure they get the objectives as well.
Yeah, they certainly do. And we have another set of how the Chiefs move their ward line as the game goes on. So you can see minutes past, all of a sudden, all the wards on the top side of the map, they're completely gone. They're going for a dragon this time around. So once again, if we check out their minimap, you'll see that they've got rid of all the deep vision on the top side of the map. All of a sudden, there's 2 wards down here, one over the ridge, one in the brush. They've got the ward deep in there. They've got the pink ward down the bottom just to make sure they're not getting flanked by Maokai. He has the teleport available. And it just leads to team fight after team fight because they always have vision of where you're coming in. You're funneling into dark areas because of their pink ward control. And it's just never going to end well unless teams can start getting rid of all this deep vision.
Yeah, and the important thing to note as well, there was a pink one at the top there that's sitting in the pit that you can't see because big old Alistar's blocking it out of the way, but they even moved their pink ward vision to make sure they cover the objective.
Yeah, exactly right. So pink ward, you're only allowed to have one down. Just move them down the map. And the important thing is, we talk about it all the time. It's nice to have wards everywhere, but it's important to have where you're about to fight. Ward all those brushes up. Make sure there is no gaps in your vision, because we saw in the last game, Cooler actually got caught out just by a snap decision as 4 people were sitting in a brush.
Yeah, and that's the power of vision. I mean, don't buy too many wards, like you said. You still have to make sure you buy your items, but I think probably most of you at home, I know I certainly can. Maybe buy a few more wards in your solo queue games.
Yeah, just upgrade your trinkets, guys. That's the best way to do it.
That's true. Upgrade those trinkets, really great stuff. And as we saw, the Chiefs probably looking to continue their form here tonight. They've looked on fire, honestly, here. I'm going to get into a draft.
Yeah, we certainly are. Chiefs 8-0 going up against Sudden Fear 0-8. Really is a David and Goliath battle coming into this one. And Chiefs, they've nearly looked unbeatable, but during the early game, during some mid-game phases, they've, I guess, given up some free kills they shouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. The mid to late game looks like they're team fighting, their objective control. Certainly the early games maybe been left wanting, and the Chiefs probably felt pretty safe undefeated last season, and I managed to pick up a loss to Fauna, so potential worry here for the Chiefs as well. But we're pretty far through the bands now. Nasty over the first 2 for the Chiefs, and Sudden Fear going to answer with Ryze and Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar's a big ban there. Not only is it rising in popularity, Ejim's just always been so good on it. Get that one off the board. Ejim and Spooks, when they get these 2 tanky champions, like Nunu, like Alistar, are just able to start too many team fights during the mid game, and you don't want to have to waste cooldowns on those 2 members, especially when you got people like Radier, like Swiper flying around the rim.
Yeah, you got to worry about plenty of other threats as well as a Bard actually is the final ban there for Chiefs away from Patu, and Callista the answer from Sudden Fear.
Yeah, so wow, insta-lock in the top lane there for Swiper. He goes for Hecarim. Has moved away from Teleport Smite, actually prefers the Ignite so he can go a little bit aggressive early game. You see that the Chiefs accelerate before they have 3 or 4 items, so Ignite just really does soup Swiper up in the top lane a lot more.
Yeah, and they do like to press advantages still. They're a fairly aggressive team, despite the fact that their early games hilariously have maybe been left somewhat lacking. But Sudden Fear, they're putting the game plan on the table. Spawn Caitlyn, Nunu with their first 2 picks.
Yeah, straight away, all you think is lane swap fast push with these. If they couple it with a Janna especially, it's going to be a dead giveaway, because Nunu with the Blood Boy, you grab a couple of extra ranks even early game, generally can max it out first because he doesn't really need any other spells, honestly. Caitlyn's just going to tear through turrets from range.
Yeah, and again, decent late game setup there as well if they manage to get to that point. So Sudden Fear might be thinking, you know what, it's going to be tricky, but if we weather the early storm, maybe we can pull it late.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, Caitlyn, we talk about her trough. Nunu massages her through that because it gives her another attack speed item. Means you can maybe sit on a Zeal, go towards the Last Whisper first. You don't have to invest the extra 1,800-ish gold to get that one completed through into a Phantom Dancer. And honestly, Nunu's just great with anything that scales.
Yeah, Nunu's great. We saw in the absolute draft that we looked at before the first game there, that Azir, Nunu, Callista combo that they've got in. So starting off well so far, but the Chiefs going to give Raider his jinx, and Echo's got through again.
Yeah, so Echo probably going over to Spooks. I know that Swift has been playing it a little bit more now, so maybe look for him to pick that up in the mid lane. And I like the fact that you mentioned Azir, because that is still available. And if they go with Janna, that's a lot of disengage, and they've got that spine that will always scale well. But they actually go with Maokai instead.
Yeah, keep it nice and solid there in the top lane. Decent matchup against Hecarim, sorry. It's kind of split most of those lanes. And he talked about the Janna Caitlyn. Already picked up.
Yeah, exactly right. This is one lane where Janna's actually an aggressive support, because the shield just means so much more when you've got all of that range, the headshot coming through, the ability to trade nicely. And Caitlyn wants to trade in windows as well. So Janna, very, very, I guess, comfortable support when paired.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of this success. Sin with Kadra in the lineup showed a lot of this last week, so nice to see other teams picking it up here as well. The Chiefs, though, 20-ish seconds to pick up their next few champions. Curious to see what they want. I mean, they're going to have to blind pick their mid lane by the looks of things. Channy holding on to that pick, but pretty much everything is available now.
Yeah, there certainly is. And you know, we'll see that it is, wow.
Victor
Actually, Annie coming through. So once again, the pseudo counter pick to Janna, being able to fly in there, CCO up and burst down a relatively squishy lane opponent. Couple that with Victor in the mid lane. Victor already has a lot of upfront burst. If you're able to get the tippers down into the gravity field, that's a lot of kill threat in Swiffer's lane.
Yeah, and Victor doesn't need much more to do damage. Kind of just needs people to sit still. Going to get a bit of help there from Ejim. And you look down the Chiefs lineup, but will be Echo back in the jungle there for Spooks. We had a good look at that last week. But this is so aggressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, they're once again a mid-game composition. They want to start taking over around those objectives. They've got counter picks in the AD position as well. Jinx is kind of like, there's no other way to say it. She's just better, Caitlyn, almost. Doesn't have the same laning phase, but she's got AoE traps versus a single trap. She's got the zap instead of pilled over Peacemaker, which is a great trading tool. And even the execute rocket is just like Caitlyn ultimate, but it hits everyone.
Yeah, I mean, sure, in some ways they're pretty comparable carries, but we'll see how that works out here. Both fairly good in the late game as long-range carries, and Chenny Boy going to keep it nice and safe with his counter pick into Victor, takes Xerath.
Yeah, so we've seen that some people still do run Azir into Victor. That's definitely why Victor's popular, because the laser can poke through all of the soldiers, has a little bit more range. So Chenny Boy goes even longer range from there. Doesn't want to be anywhere near Swiffer in this lane. Doesn't want to get blown up. And Xerath, you know, he fell out of meta because of the tank picks, is going to struggle against especially Swiper in the top lane who has Hecarim. As soon as a flank comes through, we'll be able to get on top of the Xerath and really hold him down in these fights. But we'll have to see whether he can set up that big turret and try and chunk people out.
Yeah, and Xerath is such an interesting champion in these big zone control compositions. When you have, you know, a Jinx and a Nunu, that's the obvious synergy that you're going for. But Xerath adds another element that's not like another assassin threat or a CC threat, but is more of just extra long range to kind of poke in and create more zones.
Yeah, exactly right. He wants to shove people off turrets, kind of like the Xerath does, the Kog'Maw does in the poke compositions as well. Allows him to create space through the mid game, shove people off those turrets, chunk them out, and then let the Caitlyn do some work.
Yeah, and Caitlyn needs to do a lot of work in this game. Actually, both these AD carries, to be perfectly honest, are going to have big games here. We've seen Radier all season. He's been an absolute medicine tearing through people. But Shiny, we've been sort of waiting for his first big game, and he might have a shot here on Caitlyn.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be like a Shiny-esque composition built up here. He's got the Janna, he's got Nunu, a lot of support coming through behind him. The problem is that the Chiefs bottom lane in particular just seems to win 2v2 at the moment. It's very, I guess, rare for them to not go super aggressive at that level 2 mark and try and shove in and get an early advantage and snowball the lane. So I want to see whether something cute does come in here, whether Nunu can affect the lane nice and early on, whether they just go for a lane swap and mitigate that completely. In that case, Swiper would wish he has teleport, honestly, and just try and shove through early.
Yeah, I mean, Swipe is the other one, I guess. We talked about mid-game there for the Chiefs. They've got a lot of good tools as far as that concerned. But if you want to look at late game, honestly, as far as scaling goes, Swipe is probably the biggest one.
Yeah, Swiper, definitely the biggest threat late game. Towards the 4th item will be pretty hard to deal with, especially for a Caitlyn that doesn't have the mobility of someone like a Lucian, like a Graves that can continue dash around there. Does need to play with, I guess, brushes as well as walls a little bit here, Shiny, to keep himself safe against the Hecarim. Also throw Victor in there in the super scaling composition, going to be able to blow a priority target up, especially if he gets anywhere near that Xerath in the late game. We'll be able to do a lot of work.
I mean, how important is Janna here then? Because that's a lot of things to peel off.
Yeah, exactly right. So the problem with Janna is that if you waste spells on Hecarim whilst he's ulting, he's hard to get off you after that fact. So all of this is going to come down to timing, whether they're able to get the Annie, the Hecarim, and then the Victor away from them at the same time, peel back, continue to cut, and just try and win out the fight. They've also got the Nunu, which is very hard, especially for an Annie to run through in the mid game.
Yeah, important for that jungler to be in the right spot, setting up those good zones here. Honestly, maybe even keep tabs on the Echo. We don't know everything about Echo jungle yet. We've seen some strong ganks, has got some good jewels. We kind of talk about Echo as having everything in his kit, which is part of why he's so popular. Maybe not as powerful, but certainly very versatile. Do you think Nunu can keep track of a jungler like Echo?
So, yeah, Echo is an inherent assassin kit. So in the early game, we'll get hurt, especially by the attack speed slow that comes through on Snowball. Means his trading isn't as good. Late game, when Echo just becomes this disruptive tank in the front line, he does a similar job to Nunu, wants to lock people down within his circle, get the stun out, make sure there's these big, beefy guys. So they'll probably, at the start of the game, it will be all about Nunu trying to track him through the jungle, counter jungle away important camps, keep him down in the early game, but as soon as it gets late, expect them to do the same thing, try and peel back, help their carries out a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, part 2 as well is kind of speaking to the peel component of these comps. I don't think I've ever seen him not play a champion with a hook. Janna is a very different pick for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, maybe the only thing we can call likeliness too is when he plays Nautilus, and the E is such a good disengaged comp. He plays Thresh as well, but honestly, he doesn't play it in a peel sense. He flies in there with the hook champions, likes to be nice and a grey level. So I agree. This is something different for part 2, but overall, it does look like Sudden Fear have built the ingredients to at least get objectives early and try and win out the game.
And I think that's the hardest thing to do against the Chiefs. You can kill them in the early game, you can outplay them, you can gank them, but actually getting on top of them in the mid game and snowballing the game is the tricky thing. Just to let you know as well, guys, we do have the lobby coming back up. One of the players popped out, but we have that back up soon, and we'll rush back through the picks just to consolidate all the information. But yeah, the Chiefs, very hard team to beat. We've seen it before. They can get aggressive and snowball on you, but their late game team fighting is something else.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know, the most important thing that comes through is that they need to open up the map here, Sudden Fear, and get rid of all that vision, because the Chiefs just play, even when they're down. We saw that the headbutt pulverize combinations were coming through from Egypt, starting up fights where it looked like they were at a disadvantage, but they just had the extra member there. They were able to fight underneath their turrets. So really, it's not about beating them in the early game or just beating them in the mid game. The Chiefs are a team that make you earn the victory, and you have to consistently stay on top of what your game plan is and execute at every stage of the game.
You do, and is there maybe another option here with Sudden Fear? Do you think they can outscale? Because they clearly picked, at least looking at the late game with the Nunu Caitlyn as their first two. Are there options here where they can maybe try and get to 45, 50 minutes and then just really take over with the scaling?
Yeah, you know, that was the old comp against the Chiefs. Get Cardred when he was back on Legacy on something like the Caitlyn, make sure he's going to super scale, be safe with that range, get the game to a little bit longer than that, maybe about 55-minute marks, and then just beat them with that one team fight and put everything into the execution for that moment. Problem is right now, very hard to stall out against both Spooks and Ejim. They had a more aggressive support player in Rosie. He liked to lane a little bit more. Ejim right now, he clears up the comms for them a lot. They all say that they like playing with him because he's this calming influence, and he picks fights he knows he can win. So when he gets in there, the Chiefs really do trust him, get behind him, and just make decisive plays. So getting the game to a 50-minute mark against the Chiefs is much harder than it used to be.
And again, they've still won games who were behind and had late game team fighting. They got sort of the complete package across the board as we are going to pop back into the draft just to make sure we've got everything in order. But as you can see, picks largely the same. In fact, exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone just picking their own champion. No swaps coming through here. And you see the Chiefs, they've also got some scaling in there as well. Jinx always going to be great late game. Victor's pretty good as well. They do have some mobility issues. It is worthwhile pointing out. Jinx, very immobile until she gets excited. Victor, he's just a sitting duck without summoner spells, honestly, unless he's using that power transfer. Very definition of a mid-range mage, probably. So they do have to make sure that they execute well during this game.
Yeah, I mean, kind of looking down as well, thinking a bit more about the Chiefs team comp now. I really like the Jinx Victor synergy in particular because I feel like you just have a lot going on there as far as your ultimates are concerned.
Yeah, you certainly do. The other thing is like Chompers into Gravity Field is a very good way to set up chain CC. You've got the ultimate and then the Jinx ultimate can crash through people, both AoE. Very good upfront burst on Victor, very good execute potential coming through from Jinx. So there definitely is a synergy there. They've got good consistent damage, especially if Swiffer goes towards 40% CDR. Should be able to continue chunk people out and chase them through team fights relatively well. So I agree. There's a lot going on in the Chiefs composition. Definitely is a fight composition. We see that a lot out of them. They don't play a lot of pick at the moment. So see whether they can execute once again in a team fighting situation.
I guess the very simple question at Spawn, who won the draft?
So right now, I actually think that Sudden Fear had a very good composition, but I'm a little bit remiss that they didn't pick Azir in the mid lane. I think if they had the Azir, they had another tool to shove people back and keep the Caitlyn nice and safe. From how I've seen the Chiefs play at the moment, you need more than just two people that can peel for you. You need a whole team working as a unit, and they don't have that without the Emperor's Divide, because one thing you can guarantee is that Echo and Annie will fly at you at the exact same moment, and you will have to deal with both.
Yeah, there's Hecarim there in there as well. There's lots of scary stuff happening for the Chiefs lineup in general. I think it's great, by the way, that Spooks and Swiffer, the very classic duo, are playing these champions that just have so much going on in their kits.
Yeah, it really is cool. They've got the Venn diagrams when the circles swap over. A lot of synergy comes through from Echo as well, and we've seen that Spooks, in particular, uses those gap closers to get very deep into mid lane, and he's still not scared to dive.
No, not at all. As you can see, the team comps on your screen. But make sure you get on Twitter as well and let us know who you think is going to win this particular game. Get on the Chiefs bandwagon if you like with CHF win, or back on the Sudden Fear train with SF win.
Yeah, so Sudden Fear, they did piece together two of those key picks. The pick away of Nuno, I feel, will be important in this game. I'm hoping a Pink Bomi, who is the other person on Sudden Fear that I really want to step up in this game and show that he's still a fantastic jungler. Had a great first season in the OPL, trying to get back to his old form. Let's see if he can get in Spook's face and try and upset him, because Spooks right now has the luxury generally of playing on a team with 3 winning lanes. So he just sits there and counter jungles. Now against the Nunu, we'll see maybe how he likes to get it done to him in reverse.
Yeah, I mean, Spook's certainly a big Nunu player, so he'll know the way around the champion. But yeah, Pink Bomi, certainly the sort of player that can take it to Spooks here. And in general, I think the team comps have picked fairly balanced here. The Chiefs obviously on paper look like the better team, but Sudden Fear, we've seen the upset before. If they're going to win any game, honestly, it probably is this one because they'll certainly be trying their hardest here. With the Chiefs, maybe they get a little lax.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the Chiefs. At 8-0, they're sitting very firm at the top of the table. Now maybe is the time that they do start to switch off a little bit, look towards that playoff march, and we've seen that has hurt them in the past. And Sudden Fear, they're definitely fighting for their life. Even if they are pretty far off making playoffs, honestly, they still don't want to be the last side because you want to be able to grab the second seed coming out of the OCS.
Yeah, of course, to re-qualify yourself. You want to make sure you're not dead last, you're just sitting there being like, well, who do I get to play? And it's usually the best team, which is not good.
Yeah, it certainly is coming through there. So we'll have to see whether they can make that team comp work. Really, I think the first 12 minutes of this game will prove a lot. If they are able to shove down 2-3 turrets, open up the map and transition into some good objectives, Xerath might be able to poke out enough in the early game to secure some dragons and some turrets.
I think we could have maybe some mid towers lasting quite a long time here as well, because I know you love straight line wave clear. We got a lot of it.
Yeah, we certainly do. And that's one of the things that's really become popular in League of Legends lately. Being able to destroy minion waves before they even get to your turret means that it's hard to set up for these things. And you mentioned Victor has it in spades. Xerath has it like from the longest range in the game almost. So look for them to, if they start falling behind, it's going to be hard for the other team to crack the base because there is a lot of good wave clear here. Even Caitlyn and Jinx have some as well.
Yeah, and for me, that's the thing I like about these fast pushes especially. We see it a lot with Caitlyn. We used to see it a lot with Jinx. An option here as well for the Chiefs if they want to go for it. Because when you take out those two towers on the other side of the map, all of a sudden, the one you really want always been, but is even more so the most precious tower, is that mid lane one.
Yeah, exactly right. And it just stays up for extended long periods of time. The other thing is if they do lane swap, Annie going to be much more useful than Janna. So see if anything around the map gets happening.
Well, we'll have to see what can happen. The Chiefs going to remain undefeated. All Sudden Fear finally get a win on the board. We're going to pop back into the casting dust and find out.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Welcome back with us, of course. Atlas and Rusty sitting on the desk ready to take you into this game. Sudden Fear taking on the Chiefs, trying to activate their blue shell as best as they possibly can. And Sudden Fear 0-8 against the 8-1 Chiefs, of course. Together, they make a pretty even win-loss ratio, but apart, things are looking pretty dire.
Yeah, they're looking quite bad for the side of Sudden Fear, but you said the blue shell scenario. We're looking at the David and Goliath matchup. There's a lot of ways.
How many more cliches can we shove into this cast?
So many cliches are possible right now. We've got the 0-8 against the 8-0 side. Sudden Fear have to put it all on the line and step up their game right now and take it out against the Chiefs. Perhaps the Chiefs are getting comfortable in their position. We've seen it happen for them in the last split. They lost one game against what was the bottom side at the time.
Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, there's crazier things have happened, of course, pretty recently as well, theoretically, if you're talking about, whether it's this year or the one prior. So, yeah, it is definitely a possibility, but I'm not sure whether the Chiefs, of course, this pretty dominating squad at the moment, of course, now with EGM moving onto the roster, things looking still very, very good for our Chiefs boys there. And look, we'll see whether Sudden Fear can bring it out or whether or not the Chiefs are just going to roll this one over. But I like what Sudden Fear have done as we hop onto the Rift. Of course, Chiefs taking on Sudden Fear. Chiefs will be blue this time around as Sudden Fear pick up the red shorts to see if they can do battle. Of course, you move faster in red, so maybe it's going to help them this game.
I don't think you actually do move faster in red, though. It's a very, very cute concept. Max, unfortunately, they're moving so slow. Spooks can get himself out of there at the level 1, but a very aggressive maneuver here from the Sudden Fear lineup, looking to get their way into the jungle. Nunu, in natural habitat being in not his own jungle, of course, looking to place some deep wards and stop that 1v2.
Well, is Sudden Fear trying to stop a 1v2? Because I could imagine that they'd want to get Caitlyn into a 2v2 matchup.
There's two ways that you can do this, of course. You've got the possibilities of utilizing the Nunu, Caitlyn, Janna, and even to a degree the Maokai if need be, and do the 4v0.
Yep.
Where you can just wreck turrets. You've got Caitlyn, Nunu. That's all you need to know right there, is that they can out-push anyone. And up against this Chiefs lineup, there is Jinx, very good at pushing, but with the Annie, they push somewhat fast. It's a bit lackluster compared to that of Sudden Fear. So if they get the 2v1 situation, which seemingly with the Janna sitting in the top lane, you would assume, they are looking to do that fast push strategy, get some turrets down and work around their rotational play, move around the map very smartly and find a lead from everything that is an objective.
Yeah, well, it looks to me like Sudden Fear definitely respecting the bottom lane prowess of the Chiefs. Of course, Raider and EGM pretty notably strong in that 2v2 scenario, so Sudden Fear wanting to dodge that one out and play it more strategically around the early game, and definitely understand that. Spook's going to pick himself up a shield from his parallel convergence and smack these Krogs in the face with the help of his Chiefs bodies there on the bottom side of the map. And Spook's going to have a fine time there in the jungle. Robo Santa taking out a Raptor or two. He's going to be able to teleport somewhere or just keep following a pink Bomi around the map. And as far as this jungle follow is concerned, who do you think comes out on top as far as Ignite Hecarim and Echo versus a Nunu and Maokai?
They're fairly even, really. The Echo and the Hecarim, they've got a little bit more raw damage output, but the tankiness and sustain, able to do more jungle camps, essentially, is the Maokai and the Nunu. You're always going to have help as each team wants it, but...
Yeah, of course, no vision on the little Annie just yet.
Patient.
Yeah, but this is what we sort of thought Chenny Boy was going to do. Spawn mentioned it. He said, yeah, he's not picking the Azir. And it made sense that it's probably because he never wants to be anywhere near Swiffer.
Yeah.
And Xerath is going to give you that.
Definitely. Xerath, massively high range, but has gone for the Ignite, which says to me that in a way wants to be next to Swiffer. Counterintuitive of the champion almost. And that will be interesting to see how that does pan out when you're up against the Hecarim, the Echo, and even the Annie that can jump in your face. Maybe you wanted the barrier.
Potentially. And as far as that Chrono Break is concerned, when you use it, does Ignite's effect?
Well, it's a healing effect,
heal?
so I would imagine that it does,
Yeah, I was wondering. Actually, that's going to be the flash in the mid lane, though, as the orb comes down. Swiffer, so much aggression from Sudden Fear, and first blood once again for Sudden Fear in this matchup.
That's a little bit more than just aggression in the mid lane right now. That is pretty much
That's
everyone.
a party.
That's a whole lot of party, except for Caitlyn, who is conveniently pushing in that top lane, being Caitlyn and doing Caitlyn things. The response from Chiefs, though, they are pushing that bottom lane, and a free 1v1 now for Swiper.
Yeah, Swiper looking to get some damage down onto Shiny, but Sudden Fear making their way uptown.
Red team's turret has been
Swiper already at half health as well. He has to be so careful. This is exactly what happens at the moment. This sort of when these lane swaps come in, you can't be in this lane. Ejim's going to show himself, but that might just be more food here for Sudden Fear.
It's very risky, though, the Annie having the stun available, and the Hecarim also of a relatively high health amount. They do back off away from this, and as we can see.
Yeah, slight pause to come through as Shiny finds his way back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be into this one as soon as possible, so we'll see exactly what happens as we resume it. But look, this Sudden Fear lineup, they have managed to pick up first blood, but is it going to be enough, Rusty?
It's not going to be enough to directly win them the game. No, it is
No, they don't
simply
win
the
off
first
one gank,
blood. They get a lot of
unfortunately.
gold, and it's onto Chenny as well. So maybe having the Ignite pays off a little bit there for him. Getting that first kill can be a little bit more aggressive in the lane now, maybe with a second Doran's Ring perhaps. We'll see what he does pick up there. And the top lane now, seemingly the plan of attack. Caitlyn in a very comfortable position was left alone and now has a lot of levels.
Yeah.
That's always going to be good. But they're not utilizing the strength of the Nunu Caitlyn just yet. They're not getting the Eye of the Storm Shield with bonus AD from the Janna either. They're essentially just content with letting that farm occur. And one way for them to potentially get ahead was to do that fast push. Instead, they're looking to fight a little bit later.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that they weren't able to shove up that lane soon enough. And intelligent movements there as well from Ejim to make sure that he was threatening with the multi-man stun underneath that turret. Makes that dive a whole lot more difficult than it would have been if it was just a horsey, which is interesting considering the fact that a little girl probably shouldn't make that any more difficult. But it certainly did. And the Chiefs able to turn that one around. And the teleport from Robo Santa means that he's going to get himself into a lane, find some farm for himself, as well as the fast push was on from the Chiefs.
Yeah, the indication of that teleport says they're not looking to continue the fast push, maybe stay around and do a three-man with the Janna Nunu that we have mentioned. But Robo Santa is now the question. He's teleported to that bot lane. They're aware of that fact. Do they want to dive him, perhaps?
Well, we'll see whether that is going to come through. Is it sort of enough, though? I mean, I guess he's going to be under an inner turret. He's got that extra shield as well. The overshield coming through from the turret might help him out. But look, they're very deep is what I'm saying.
Okay,
so Sudden Fear might be able to move over.
By diving, I'm also mean that he's going to be overextending to actually take
right.
extra last hits. And they've got control of that entire blue area. We saw the wards going down
That's
just
true.
to take the blue buff. The vision control is in favor of Chiefs. If they want to pick on the Maokai, they're more than able to.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that. Of course, Dragon is also another option with more members of the Chiefs towards that bottom side. We'll see whether they can sort of make that one work out. But we do have a replay of this gank in the mid lane.
Basically just Swiffer dying with a small little flash there in a random direction as if he was not going to admit defeat. Chenny Boy picking up the first blood there. And a very clever rotation. All of the members except for the Caitlyn, even with the Janna, just getting onto Swiffer's face and making him hurt.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of MSI, actually.
A A little bit.
Yeah, just
I
a
know
little
what you're
bit.
thinking of.
Yeah, sort of Faker getting taken
Yeah.
down for first
Yeah.
blood there by Besiktas. Very similar thing. It's like we've got to kill someone in this game. And look, we'll see whether Sudden Fear can snowball it out. Maybe utilize the fact that Chenny Boy is a little bit further ahead. Because, look, we saw in the last game that Sudden Fear played that with Chenny Boy on the lineup, they have a little bit more power there in the mid lane.
But it does feel like they just possess a little bit more strength from that mid lane role. Chenny Boy, especially having the first blood now, is more of an old school mid laner, loves the Xerath, the Orianas, throwback to the last season style of mid laners. So being able to get a kill on a champion that scales exceptionally well this early in the game is definitely a big step.
Yeah, no, it really is. And, of course, I want to see things like Chenny Boy's Yasuo as well if he stays playing for the Sudden Fear roster. Of course, Christmas Tree is still there. He's, I believe, still the main roster mid laner, so we're not going to be having Chenny Boy sticking around for too much longer. But, of course, it is nice to see him. You don't see too much of Chenny Boy just that much recently.
Small change-up's always going to be nice to see Chenny Boy. He was always an exceptional mid laner and just didn't get the results in the end on his last team, of course. Coming through now, being a sub, but still being able to find at least a very strong start here on the back of a side that is unfortunately 0-8, but almost looking to bolster the roster slightly when he did join.
Yeah, so looking to see if he can help out as far as getting this team at least one victory. I'm not sure whether it's going to be this game, of course. 8-0 are the Chiefs, looking for a perfect record this time. Was destroyed by Fortnite. Of course, Sudden Fear would be the one to poetically make that happen, but not sure whether it's going to happen this game. So far, though, if we're looking at the kill score, they're winning.
Yep, they're winning right now. Let's take the screenshot and just say that we're beating the Chiefs and leave it at that, I guess. Don't play the rest of the game.
Well, it seems like they
They're
have done
winning now.
it. Just pause the game. Let's just revel in this moment for a little bit longer.
That's definitely what they're doing right now. He left the game. He was too excited. He threw his keyboard and it broke.
Yeah, he's like, we're done. We're done. Managed. He wasn't even there.
Doesn't matter.
He was auto-attacking a turret. Oh, dear. Okay. Just very proud of his teammates.
Yes.
Proud of what they're able to accomplish without necessarily much of his help there in the top lane. But Shiny is another player that I want to talk about here because, of course, Sudden Fear have been playing with this guy on the roster for quite some time, and he came in with a lot of hype into the OPL as we do resume the pause. We'll see whether now with a team that can definitely augment his power in this AD carry role, we'll see whether it is going to be his time to shine and really make sure everything works out here for Sudden Fear.
Yeah, Shiny known for that Sivir play almost exclusively. Has started to diversify his champion pool slightly more, and now we're seeing the Caitlyn come out. Caitlyn becoming very high in favor at the moment. Might play to his strengths quite well.
Yeah, especially in the OPL. Of course, Cardred picking it up for the first time, but then everyone jumping on the bandwagon as Chiefs, as we mentioned previously, are considering going for this Dragon. They are going to start that one up, and it looks like they're going to lock that down relatively easily. Spooks with a bunch of extra shield to help him out. Hasn't even been back yet.
No,
oh, actually, the stun onto Swiffer. Huge combo from Chenny.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage right now. The fact he's got a Chalice already compared to Boots as well, kind of a big factor in that.
Yeah.
The fact that he has magic resistance though and he's still dealing that much damage is a worrisome sign for Swiffer in this 1v1.
Well, speaking of worrisome, is the fact that Chenny Boy is still pretty far behind as far as that CS is concerned. Swiffer doing a great job keeping up on that front. Ward down. Ejim just hanging out on top of it. Does like the way it feels. He's going to stay there. Ejim actually continues to wander over, but he's level 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't really have a whole lot in terms of damage output. He was looking more so for just the stun to try and equalize an earlier trade. But Chenny Boy hitting a nice stun of his own and followed up by another cheeky kill.
Yeah, so Ejim, go and stand in a lane for a bit, dude.
This isn't the lane, Ejim. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the top lane, the 3 combo that we were talking about, though, the Caitlyn, Nunu, and the Janna.
The push
hyper carry,
unit.
exactly. The 3-man push combo, hyper carry Caitlyn, already doing work. They get that turret, and they're looking to recall now.
And most certainly Outradia might have picked up a huge wave to freeze in this top lane, though, and he's been suffering as far as that farm is concerned. Was forced to come over and use his DPS on the Dragon, which means wasn't able to get as much work done as far as cleaning up these minions is concerned. So going to be very happy to find a lane on his own. And Chenny Boy, you can see, just standing back, killing creeps.
Yeah, basically just going to be
Didn't miss
farming.
Xerath, not going to lie.
No, it's kind of a very basic.
It's not exactly an interactive laning
You get used to
phase
it pretty
with this
quickly.
guy.
We'll
You
say
do.
that much.
You certainly do. And as a cameraman, you know, you're just used to never looking at that lane. There's parallel convergence here. He's going to catch out Patu, but the rest of Sudden Fear moving around. Spook's going to proc that passive just to give himself some extra speed, but flashes over the wall.
Had to flash because he used that E aggressively and not actually able to have enough cooldown reduction to use it a second time and get over the wall. So smartly flashing away. A lot of pressure was going to come down on top of him if he stayed for too long. Now he can continue to jungle without actually taking damage.
Yeah. One thing I want to talk about is after all the dust settles, Swiper does have an advantage here in the top side of the map. 8 CS in the lead, so nothing necessarily to write home about, but of course,
Ijim's still level 2.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's
If
probably
only
the best way to
Wards
describe
gave
it.
vision.
Experience.
That's the one. They do give vision.
Wards do give vision. That's their one purpose, Max.
Got it. Yeah, if only they gave experience. Ejim might be able to get to that level 3. But of course, as an Annie, you don't really care, do you? You only want those 2 spells.
You kind of want
You want to get
6.
to Tibbers at some point, but I mean, at the moment, that is so far down the track. Ejim's like, nah, we're pretty good.
It's a bit of an afterthought between clearing wards and not getting experience.
Yeah. Finally going to find himself in a lane. Robo Santa might need to be a little bit careful as Spooks is heading up here at the same time. I think Bomi might be able to lend him a hand.
They won't be able to dive this if Nunu can get there in time just because of the raw levels of Robo Santa, but they are still looking to push the turret down and use the strength that they have.
Yeah, there's a twisted advance. Timelinder from Spooks doesn't get the return damage there, but chompers onto a pink Bomi, puts him at half health very quickly. Sudden Fear do manage to clear out the minion wave, but Chiefs haven't lost anything, and Sudden Fear took a lot of damage from that.
They're kind of just looking to prolong the tower's life as well, because meanwhile in the bot lane, Swiper's having to deal with a Janna and a Caitlyn, who are pushing that turret down slowly but surely.
Yeah, zap onto Robo Santa though. Rockets coming through from Radier as well. They're trying to get the damage down onto Robo Santa. Enough of it. Oh, didn't quite clear the minion wave as Timelinder is going to come back and do some work to Robo there. Shenny Boy making his way up, but it is going to be the bottom outer turret falling here. Sudden Fear taking advantage on that front.
As they finally should be able to do right now. Pink Bomi's going to try his best to defend this, but Ijim still doesn't want experience. They're going to look to go for the turret.
Oh, Robo Santa not wanting to teleport onto that pretty dead turret. Is instead just going to walk back up there, grab the minion wave on its way to the inner. He's going to be happy enough with that. Swiffer was rotating around as well. Sudden Fear giving the information out to the team, making sure that they know that might have to deal with a Victor, and that's not a good thing.
No, it's not what you want, especially as a lone Nunu right there. So they do get the turret. Meanwhile, though, earlier the bot lane turret did go down. The rotation from Sudden Fear now going towards the enemy red buff as Swiffer might be meeting them.
Yeah, Chenny Boy making his way around here at the same time as Swiffer's going to take some Raptors, and yeah, Shiny going to take the red buff. So both red buffs going over to Sudden Fear. Shiny just 90 caliber netting into the Dragon Pit. He's going to get himself back to base. 20 CS the advantage here for the Caitlyn, who's picked up a BF sword, possibly going to be able to grab some more items there. It is going to be the pickaxe and some boots as well. Not going for the cheeky Zeal or the Berserker's Greaves rush. Would you have liked to see that, Rusty?
No, I'm quite happy with what they're doing now, looking to outscale the other AD carries at the moment. 21 CS in favor of Shiny right now.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's pretty big considering. And he has been pretty much just sitting in a lane on the side, just farming as much as he can. They've taken down both outer turrets in the side lanes though. The question is, where is he going to go from here? Is he going to look towards the mid lane where Victor has immense amounts of line-based wave clear and it's very hard to take turrets? Or what will they do? Will they continue to push towards a second turret perhaps?
Well, Shiny looking for an ultimate here in the bottom lane by the looks of things. Actually did use it. Radier going to take a bit of damage from that ace in the hole. And Patu just moving around the jungle, but they have consolidated vision very well on the side of Sudden Fear.
They have. They've got plenty of vision in relevant areas at the moment. They've got one in the river to prevent any ganks coming out from Spooks. And speaking of wards spotting Spooks, they are going to ping him out right now.
Yeah, they know exactly where that cheeky Echo is, wandering over that ward. Swiffer going to pay a visit as well as Shiny with the red buff, doing some damage here to Radier, is trading brilliantly. The stun from Ejim, a big deal in this lane as Chiefs just looking to get started on this Dragon. We'll see whether they are going to be able to get it done. Of course, multiple members of Sudden Fear a little bit too far away from that one. Teleport available from Robo Santa though, and Swiper could be there at a moment's notice as well. We might see our first team fight of the game unless Sudden Fear just want to give it up. No, teleport coming through. There's the gravity field. Patu might get caught up right at the arcane coming down, but it is going to be
stuck in the pit.
Yeah, Ejim might be in trouble as Robo Santa finds his way and gets stunned up. Oh, Robo super dead already as the flash from a pink Bomi. Super Mega Death Rocket going to take him down as Chaos Storm just doing so much work. Radier flashes forward. There's the stun as Chenny tries to get one back. Ignite onto Radier, but he's more than fine as the rest of Sudden Fear now in so much trouble. Time Winder, it's going to come back. Shiny's in trouble. He's going to fall. And the Chiefs, I don't know how they didn't lose a member.
They just weren't prepared for the Dragon right there, Sudden Fear. It was a very reactive and late decision to teleport in. Xerath only in range with his ultimate, a big factor. He didn't actually have a presence in that last team fight at all until the very end. And by that stage, Jinx was already excited. And the Chiefs side put themselves into the Dragon pit. They found themselves in a very awkward predicament. We're going to see that exact thing happen here as the Xerath kind of stuck on the side there. Pink Bomi gets a fantastic absolute zero off to zone the rest of the Chiefs. It does get instantly cancelled, unfortunately. And they managed to pick up a very quick kill onto Robo Santa. He goes down. And by the time Chenny's actually here to do relevant damage to that side, he's just a sitting duck for the damage of Radar.
Yeah, and he sort of flashes a bit late there as well at the same time. But a little bit unfortunate for Sudden Fear. Chiefs really making their mark on this game now. Pick up their second Dragon and continue their onslaught this game. Of course, gold lead no longer in favor of Sudden Fear. 2,000 almost for the Chiefs at this point. And when Dragon doesn't give you that gold lead like it used to, it's just going to give you those stats. It's very important. It's Egypt just right in the face of Chenny Boy now. Takes a full combo, but Spooks makes his way over. Pink Bomi going to get him out of there with the Blood Boil, but Chenny Boy charging a Q. Get a bit of damage down to the Spooks, but it's not going to be able to steal back that Raptor. I think Bomi's going to handle it though.
Egypt finally having his tippers available, also not opting to use it right there in that fight.
It's just not used to it, man. Nah, so used to being that high level. Ridiculous. Jumpers onto a Pink Bomi, takes a laser beam as well. Half of his health gone. One combo there. We're getting the work done. Shiny makes his way. What was he doing there? Parallel convergence. Just so that they can party in a circle, and the Chiefs, they'll take a kill on the 80 carry for free.
Yeah, free kill on what was a flanking Shiny, trying to put some wave clear down to prevent them. But
right to the arcane. E-Jim just gets obliterated. Radiant going to take a couple of bolts as Absolute Zero comes down. And Swiper might need to be careful now, but Patu, Chaos Storm flashed out of the way off there by the Janna. Super Mega Death Rocker blocked by the rest of Sudden Fear. And they lose the turret, not all of their lives.
They make a 1-for-1 trade in the end. They're getting a pick onto Ejim, but Shiny was already down. A lot of their wave clear besides Xerath at this stage in the game. You need to combo that Xerath Q with the Caitlyn. Otherwise, you cannot instantly clear waves. And again, Chiefs just rampage over the map. They run over them with a smart movement along the map, and Chenny not finding it.
Yeah, not quite there. Swiffer going to get the death laser in, and Chenny Boy going to wish he hadn't have moved that far down the map.
That's a 2-level advantage right now for Swiffer in this mid lane, as it is.
Yeah. Only one augment on that Hex core, but with the Morellonomicon already completed, he's got a lot of extra damage. He's going to be throwing down those spells very quickly at the same time. Laser beams continue to erupt from this Victor. Ejim going to clear out some of the forward vision that Sudden Fear had available to them, and the Chiefs actually with far more vision control than they otherwise would have at this point in the game. Often you see the Chiefs sort of not necessarily putting down a whole lot if they don't have to, but at this point they're realizing that they really want to make sure that they know where Sudden Fear are and create the picks that they're looking for.
They're looking to control what Sudden Fear are doing, is essentially the point you can take from that, is that because Sudden Fear are running a very good poke, they're running very good siege, and they've got a lot of instant takedown on a turret of their choice. The Pink Bomi decides he wants the blue buff and does not give that one over to Chenny Boy. But again, if they keep tabs on where Sudden Fear are at all times, they can prevent that super fast push. There's no map movement that isn't going to be unexpected by the Chiefs, and they'll be able to stop turrets from going down, or they can just force them to defend turrets that Chiefs are trying to take.
So Spook's going to take the Rift Scuttler on the top side of the map, so it's even more vision available for the Chiefs. As the full tank Echo makes his way down towards the Dragon, up in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. For the Chiefs, a little bit early. They're just going to continue to clear and put down their vision of their own. Of course, Chenny Boy making his way through here, but does not want to head into the darkness that is his blue side jungle.
I would not want to either, really, at this stage. You've got 3 members of the Chiefs in the bot side jungle with no vision of where they were if you were Sudden Fear, so you have to respect them.
Certainly do. Chenny Boy clearing things out here in the mid lane, and the Chiefs grouping up together. They're looking to try and get this bottom lane inner turret dead as Time Winder onto a Pink Bomi. Not going to do too much damage because Spooks just doesn't have a lot of ability power.
Saving his own wards is the ultimate goal there. They managed to get a small win out of this defense. Pink Bomi had to walk away from that. Now they're looking to just be pests at the moment. A big CS advantage in the mid lane though.
Yeah, it's gigantic.
And that is basically just a raw 1v1 at the moment. Chenny Boy a lot of rotations towards that top lane when the Chiefs were threatening to take it, and Swiffer just stayed in the mid lane and cleared.
He most certainly did, and was getting a lot of work done there as well. Chennyboy does have the extra kill there, but the extra assist is going to definitely help put Swiffer over the line with all of that farm that has come in there. Also now with the Sorcerer's Shoes and a book in his back pocket. Swiffer not only going to be well read, but he's going to be able to walk fast at the same time. So things going okay for the Victor. Spook's just going to clear out some vision. So 1 second until the Dragon. That one's going to be spawning right now, and red buff over to Jinx as well. So Chiefs now 2,000 gold ahead, almost 3, looking to try and secure their 3rd Dragon of the game.
Yeah, 1750 for that 3rd Dragon as well. Very early 5th Dragon is a possibility, as Sudden Fear cannot contest this right now. Chiefs have complete control of the Dragon area and pretty much all surrounding spots besides Sudden Fear's blue. They're in a very commanding position overall on the entirety of the map at the moment. And, I mean, Sudden Fear need to reassess their strategy. Their comp works well when they're sieging, when they're poking, and when they're not being engaged on. But the Chiefs are just running over them.
Does that just require the Sudden Fear lineup to group together and get stuff done as a squad? Or do they need to make sure that they've got their lanes prepped and then move forward, and Chiefs aren't letting them do that?
A bit of both. You want to be grouped for the most part. And you want to be able to control sideways so that when you are grouped, you're not wasting any potential gold income. So the fact that Swiper is consistently split pushing is being a big issue for this Sudden Fear lineup, but Robocent is essentially going to be doing the same thing. He's got the Righteous Glory finish now. They can both just teleport into a fight. So as for sidewave control, that comes down to the top laners. But for what their team comp's designed to do, they should just be grouping and working around the Caitlyn and Nunu, because it's one of the only strengths they do possess, but it's a big strength.
Yeah, it is. And of course, Caitlyn sort of known for having this mid-game lull, and that's what a Nunu and Janna does. As Zap is going to go wide. Chennyboy trying to run away, does have the flash. Timewinder gets the slow, and there's the flash Tibbers. Oh, Chennyboy flashes out of the way, but can't dodge the auto attack as Radiant picks up the kill.
The mini rocket actually getting the kill there as the big one gets whipped by a nice flash from Chenny, but again, they take him down. They find the pick onto one of the 2 sources of wave clear, and now diving, or at the very least forcing the objective, becomes so much easier for them to do. They've put down all of their control around the mid lane now, and here they go.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get a lot of damage under this turret. Pink Bomby tries to use the ult to clear things out as the laser onto Shiny puts him at below half health. Robosana tanking everything up just to make sure that they can kill these minions, but Swiffer's wave clear is just too strong.
They've got so much wave. They've got so much damage, and Swiper threatening at the side right now. They do have Chennyboy finally back, and he's going to join the fray, but it's very risky to stay around this.
Most certainly is. Radiant actually playing very aggressively as the Zap finds the Pink Bomby. Eye of the Storm just going to try and keep this turret alive as Shiny's just taking so much damage from this poke right of the Arcane onto Radiant and Spooks, but only going to find a couple of bolts there. Robosana at the right position, right at the front of this one, tanking up as much damage as he can, just soaking for his team, but need to take that death ray, I don't think.
No, now they have both members who can wave clear from Sudden Fear back. They've got Xerath and Caitlyn sitting in the mid lane now. That it's a lot safer for them to, at the very least, stop the Chiefs from pushing. The thing is that they're constantly getting picked right now from very clever vision control and working around that vision control from the Chiefs. They're getting the Annie Tibbers down onto relevant targets. They've had the Caitlyn die beforehand they took a turret. They got the Xerath that died. They almost took the 2nd turret in the mid lane. Sudden Fear need to work around controlling certain areas where they're not going to get caught, recognizing where the Chiefs are going to go most importantly, and stopping that from happening, or at the very least stopping themselves from dying so that they can stop the objective from happening.
Radiant might rocket that blue
Oh
buff.
my god.
Besides, he's not going to. Ejim was looking to steal away a red buff, but doesn't get there in time as Radiant, he's being caught out. There's
ace in
the
the heel.
ace in the hole, nails the kill, and Radiant just a little bit overextended.
Yeah, just copping a casual crit to the face.
Oh, there's the flash. Actually, Ejim caught at the same time. Chiefs may have found a way to throw this game as Robosana making the plays for Sudden Fear, and the outer turret in the mid lane now the focus for this team.
Chiefs running a very awkward split push right now. They're up against the fast push from a Nunu and a Caitlyn. They need to start recalling or rotating towards that mid lane, or they're going to lose 2 turrets. But
Yeah.
Swiper wants to stay.
In a parallel convergence, they're not going to find anything as the teleport comes in. Spook's looking to try and find something, but he's going to have to chrono break out. Robosana, he's going to get caught out just a little bit, but Shiny's still safe from the backline. Chaos Storm onto Robo. Monsoon is going to keep him alive for now. As Sudden Fear, they lose no one and they get out.
They managed to get out. They didn't get the second turret, but they end up with 2 kills and the first turret of their own right now. Sudden Fear finding something back for them, much needed, because if they fell any further behind, their comp would have probably flopped. They're now in a much more comfortable position where they can work around their strengths again and do exactly what they did. If the Chiefs try to split push, if they try in 1-3-1, you catch them out of position with that Maokai. You utilize the strength of the Caitlyn and that extra range, and it works to your strength perfectly.
Yeah, well, Shiny going to head back to base. We'll see what items he's going to be able to pick up. Phantom Dancer already for him, and he grabs a long sword for himself. So no Berserker's Crease just yet. Just wants to make sure that he's got as many damaging stats as he possibly can have. And with Tailwind from Janna and, of course, the Blood Boil as well, not looking for all that much extra movement speed.
No, not really looking for any extra movement speed. Not necessarily needing it, that's for sure. Their side is very good at engaging Sudden Fear, working around, having that extra move speed from the Janna first leap she's in front of you. And then you've got the Righteous Glory Maokai.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
They've got the options to just straight go in. But they want to work around that poke and siege definitely more so. They want to get the side of Chiefs low. EGM very vulnerable to taking damages in any level 9 with only the Talisman and Mogo.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they have Janna as well, just because they're going to need to be disengaging. So Patu, I'd even like him to pick up Captain's Boots. I'm saying it right now.
No, I'm an advocate of that for sure. Not that he doesn't necessarily need them because of the Tailwind passive, but the Captain's Boots will add to it even further.
Yeah, augmented, multiplicative scaling. I'm not even sure
you just
whether
wanted
that's
to say
yeah, I just
multiplicative.
love saying it. It's a really good word to say, but I'm not even sure whether
Right
it's
or wrong,
relevant
it
at this
sounds
stage.
smart.
Yeah, sounds good. So let's just leave it at that as Patu just wandering around in his own jungle. He's going to get caught out there just a little bit, but Parallel Convergence only going to be playing some baseball and creating a bit of a circle on the ground. Chiefs now going to take down their 4th dragon of the game, and it's for free. They've just got so much vision around this area that there's nothing Sudden Fear can do, and that's 4-0 now, and 5th dragon coming in at probably 32 minutes.
We saw Absolute try to do this last game, but the Chiefs are doing it so expertly right now. They're executing for Dragon as their ultimate win condition. They've already got 4, and Chenny Boy, apparently.
Yeah, Chenny Boy, super dead.
Get out of here.
Storm this game down. And don't blame the cameraman, ladies and gentlemen, because Chenny Boy was at full health not a few seconds ago.
It's an Annie and a Victor. There was no way, without being predictive and just sitting on Xerath, that you would have actually seen that coming. He goes down super quickly. They now have the chance to take down this second inner turret and maybe Robo.
Yeah, Robo, he's going to get ignited as well. Spook's making his way towards the top side. There's the Parallel Convergence. Not going to get the slow just yet, though, as Robo Santa trying to get out of there. EGM, he's going to ruin his day, though, as well. Oh, actually going to be used here to try and get around Patu and a Pink Bomi. There's the flash. Spook's taking a whole lot of damage as Robo Santa's still alive. The exhaust onto him as well as he uses the Chrono Break trying to get back in, but Robo right there. Going to lock down the kill. Pink Bomi in trouble now, though. Swiper gets that one, and he's pretty tanky now on this Hecarim. He's got a Trinity Force as well, so not necessarily tanky, just does a heck of a lot of damage. And Robo going to be safe, but he's going to trade his jungler for their jungler.
Chenny Boy starts to make his way up and
Super Mega Chenny Rocket.
Actually blocking for his teammate there, Robo, who was super low and under the turret. That is where it was going. I mean, they find themselves with a very weird, prolonged fight right there. Spook's going down even after using the ultimate. Robo Santa was about to get stunned by EGM, but the Twisted Advance cancelling that one out. And then they catch Annie in a bad position. The AD carrying the mid laner right now, they just want to go it.
Oh my goodness, there's the Chaos Storm as Shiny's using the ultimate. Chenny locks it down. Look, that was questionable, but it worked.
Calculated right there from Shiny. Uses the heal and stays alive, sitting inside the Chaos Storm to throw down the ultimate. But Chenny hitting that ultimate, actually finding a kill from it all. Well done to Sudden Fear.
Yeah, there's the go button, though, pushed by the Chiefs of Pink Bomi in a whole bunch of trouble. He's going to flash over into the red buff pit. He just eats it. And a whole lot of health back there from the smite at the same time as the consumers. Chenny Boy looking to try and at least just poke out the members of the Chiefs. They want to keep their red buff as Shiny. He's coming around and he's got his eye on it. Crimson Bramblebacks, the Caitlyn's favorite food.
I think Bomi suddenly at full health on this as well from it.
Oh, Parallel Convergence onto Shiny. They're looking for him. Gets the stun. The zap goes down as well. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to take down Shiny as Chenny Boy forced to use the flash. Arcano Pulse over the top of the team, but doesn't find anyone as Swipe is trying to make his way through the backside, but gets stunned up for it. EGM is going to be the focus from Robo Santa, but now finds that he's all on his own. And Radiant way too healthy. Cute little flash, but it's still going to result in his death as Patu's making his way downtown at the same time. Chenny Boy is super low as is a pink Bomi, but they only lose 2. Might mean that they lose the Baron as well.
Yeah, surprisingly, they only lose the 2 members, but Shiny and RoboSense are both down. The Baron's readily available to be taken. And that's now a Baron, the 4th Dragon for the Chiefs as well, with the 5th one coming up reasonably soon. And a lot of control for this lineup. Well,
oh, Spooks makes his way over, but doesn't have a whole lot of mana just yet. But okay, that was
see you later.
That was a rampage.
That was a lot of damage.
Trinity Force, bro. Yeah, lots of damage. Horse. Ladies and gentlemen, that's painful. And, you know, it's because we just see a lot of full tank Hecarim's building that Cinder Hulk, building the likes of the Frozen Heart and the
that is a
Spirit Visage. But, yeah, that's what happens when you go Trinity Force. First, you do a heck of a lot of damage in the mid-game.
Yeah, that's pretty much, you've summed it up quite nicely. The Hecarim doing a lot of damage, the Baron going down to the Chiefs as well. It's getting harder and harder for this Sudden Fear side to actually have an answer. The Caitlyn, we've seen the damage that can be put out. The Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge finished almost at that last Whisper. The Xerath starting to ramp up, has a death cap, but no Void Staff to speak of just yet. So the biggest issue is actually going to be this Swiper's horse.
Yeah, and his horse is pretty amazing at this stage. Sudden Fear looking to try and kill him if they can, but he runs pretty quick. Ice Blast is going to help with that one. Cannon Pulse there. He's going to try and take down Patu. Tons of damage from Swiper, but he is going to fall. Shiny locks it down.
Yeah, they pick up a free kill, essentially for nothing, but I say that
maybe
as
for an
they
inhibitor turret.
make it something.
Yeah, that is going to be a big deal here as the Chiefs break the base off the back of a distraction horseplay. RoboSenna does have the Twisted Advance, doesn't know whether he should really start up this fight just yet. Nails all 3 bolts, just Chenny Boy though, and they might be able to start something from this. Ejim gonna flash away. It's gonna mean another turret that falls down as Swiffer had some time on his own. Oh, the laser beam actually hitting RoboSenna there as well as Chiefs just move around towards the top side and back towards full health as Radiant takes another Arcano Pulse. Swiffer gonna hit him with a skill shot as well, but realizes that friendly fire isn't on at this stage.
They don't really even need to be top lane right now. Dragon in 40 seconds. It's Dragon number 5, by the way, at 29 minutes in the game. As Shiny just says, no, I don't like you right now, so let's get out.
Yeah, my mathematics is well and truly wrong. I thought it was an extra couple of minutes, but not going to be the case this time. I think I was doing Baron calculations for some reason from the 3rd Dragon, but doesn't matter. Going to mean that it is going to be up at 30 minutes into this game, and the Chiefs are going to be able to lock down possibly the 5th Dragon unless Sudden Fear can get a position on it. And they do seem to be in the right place, but do they have the team fight?
I think we're going to see ourselves with an all-or-nothing style fight here from Sudden Fear. If they can stop the Dragon from going down, or if they just don't die before the Dragon goes down, from the looks of it, Chiefs trying to flank them. They've got that Hecarim teleport. Can they make it work, or can the Chiefs get the Dragon?
I don't know. I don't know. You've set it up well though, Rusty. The Dragon is down to about half health here. Arcano Pulse still over the members as there's the 5th Dragon. They do manage to lock down a kill though, as it is going to be Spooks falling down. Ejim going down very, very low as Chenny Boy just going to get destroyed by Swiper. Shiny trying to kite this one around. Swiper solo, but Chaos Storm as what looks like an afterthought from Swiffer melts the Caitlyn. And all of a sudden, everyone on Sudden Fear is dead.
They pick up that 5th Dragon, casually getting into the faces of Sudden Fear straight after. They take them all down. Only Spooks is the casualty. At 30 minutes in the game, with all the members dead for another 15 seconds, Chiefs should be able to close out this game.
So much damage as well. Jinx just melting through these turrets. They've got creeps to spare, and the Nexus is going to go down. The Chiefs with another dominating performance. Maybe still a little bit shaky there in the mid-game. I mean, the very, very early game, they lost Swiffer to a pretty devastating roam by most of the members of Sudden Fear, but from there, that just looked like the Chiefs of old put themselves at 9-0.
Yeah, it was almost like the consolation prize of getting Swiffer to die a couple of times. It's very satisfying for Sudden Fear. They had a very solid effort, a very good attempt at actually taking it away, but the Chiefs, once it hits the mid to late game stages, they seem almost unrivaled in terms of strength. They work around the Dragon. They set that out from very early in the game as their win condition, and they utilized it well.
Yeah, they most certainly did. Of course, the Chiefs are a monstrous force here in the OPL, and Sudden Fear, yet again, sort of not being able to pick up a win. 0-9 now, but sort of as the Chiefs are out of the way, they might have an opportunity to pick up a victory over somebody else. Of course, the Chiefs definitely sitting in that top spot pretty solidly at this stage.
Yeah, we're just looking for that one win right now from Sudden Fear to just make it all worthwhile. Chiefs sitting in a commanding position at the moment. 9-0 is a ridiculous spot to be in with 2 weeks roughly remaining.
Yeah, well, we are going to throw it back to Pastry Time and Spawn for a little bit more breakdown of that game.
Thank you very much, Atlas. And the Chiefs, Spawn, seem to be continuing that same form.
Yeah, they certainly have moved through to 9-0 there. Unfortunately, Sudden Fear not able to pick up their first win, but definitely ran with them for a lot of that game. Got ahead a little bit in the early game, used Caitlyn for her strength, but just couldn't go with them in the team fight portion.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of what Sudden Fear are about just in general is like, can definitely hang with these players, mechanically good, strong solo queue players, but playing against a team like Chiefs who have so much cohesion and experience is always going to be tricky.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, they gave him a comfort pick in that mid lane. Victor was like 110 CS up at the end of the game, picked up a triple kill in the last team fight. Swiffer returning to some very good form.
Yeah, looking good there. And of course, guys, before we get into a bit more of this match, we got a contest going on as well. We gave away a Logitech mouse. Now we want to give away a keyboard. Get on Twitter and tweet your game face. And you can see Spawn right here, a shining example.
Yeah, that's my game face right there.
Yep, so whatever show you're watching, just between the face you put on while you're watching if you're cheering for your teams. As you can see, this is Spawn's happy, cheery face.
I'm just nice and relaxed, man. That's how I watch League of Legends.
Hey, that looks great. And of course, tweet it to lol_Oceania. Use the hashtag IamOPL to enter. Just to let you know, it's unfortunately for OCA residents only, but tweet in your game faces anyway, just for fun.
Yeah, definitely come through there. You have a chance of winning a nice Logitech keyboard for yourself there, so definitely get on Twitter and send those in.
Yep, we'll give 3 of them away as well, so plenty of keyboards to go around. Of course, we have people who gave a mouse to earlier, so we'd love to give away some keyboards as well. But Spawn, just a little bit more on this game. It's funny that we mentioned the objective control and warding, because that game was all about those 5 dragons.
Yeah, it certainly was. But, before we jump into that fight, we actually had some cool mechanics coming out that game. And Echo is a champion that I really love to watch play. And we have a replay to pull up for you guys to just show, if you are going to play the Echo, how you start team fights off. So if you roll this one out at half speed, you see that he flows it out, flashes, and then dashes on top of the Caitlyn to guarantee the stun. Just at the very end of it. That would have been Shiny not expecting Spooks to be able to get in range and able to line it up. Also uses his ultimate to dodge out of a lot of damage, keeps people very slow, very stunned. Looks like Radier is cleaning up a lot of the fight, but a lot of it is facilitated by that Echo play coming out of the jungler.
And that's the interesting thing about Echo as a champion. He's a kind of a skirmish-based assassin. He weaves in and out. So when you have someone like Jinx that can constantly reposition when people get low, you get a lot of really interesting-looking team fights.
Yeah, it certainly is. And yeah, just to break it down again, you throw the circle out, you're able to flash and dash at the same time because it gives you a very large gap closer. We saw him using it in ganks. Now we're seeing him using it in team fights. Definitely a very useful mechanic to get on top
of.
The
Spooks Echo looking scary from the jungle, but we do have another replay, this time for a team fight. So let's look at the Echo, but a little more holistically as well, Spawn. What does the Chiefs team fight look like? Remember, this is for the 5th dragon.
Yeah, so the thing to set this up is that the Chiefs were forcing Sudden Fear over and over again to respond to these dragons. You see it's 4-0. Sudden Fear just can not get a look in. Chiefs actually swapped 20 CS early on Radier, went over to Shiny for the dragon control. So as we roll this one out, you see Sudden Fear, even though they've given up a Baron field, they have to fight it, goes down. And now with all this added power, even though they blow up Spooks, on the backline, Swiper just goes berserk, zones all the damage dealers. Swiffer with all the consistent damage. You see he flashes, uses his ult on one person at the end because he hadn't even used it so far. On Victor, he's just so dangerous. And it was those consistent damage threats, the Jinx, the Victor, and then the big tanky horse on the back line with the 5th Baron buff that was just too much to compete with.
And you saw that fight as well. That kind of went through like 2/3 of the river. And again, they have all these good gap closes, lots of good engagement, even the Hecarim for mobility just from the ultimate. They can get around all of these very long places and make sure they win the fight.
Yeah, they certainly do. They run really quickly. Everyone has like the get excited, the transfer power, the gallop that comes through. I don't know what the E is. And just able to get in there and really mess up the other team, and they just move too fast.
Well, we're going to get a bit more insight. Let's jump back into the studio with Atlas, Rusty, and T-Gun.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time and Spawn. And I believe what you were looking for there was Devastating Charge. But I am glad to be back onto the desk here with T-Gun and, of course, Rusty. And T-Gun, what did you think about that game? Of course, Sudden Fear playing a lot better than they otherwise have, managing to at least get their lane swap working.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Chiefs winning for game plan. Their same game plan they have every game, which is just sit there, play safe, don't make mistakes, let the other team make mistakes and win the game. But they also had a nagging game plan that Sudden Fear couldn't deal with, which is we're just going to take 5 dragons by 30 minutes, and there's not a lot you can do about it, especially because Sudden Fear picked Xerath. I don't think they should have picked Xerath. I think they should have picked Azir, and that's just leaves them open to engages that they can't take.
So essentially the Chiefs comp did start to just run rampant, and the Dragon threat was how the big team fight at the end did result with a win for the Chiefs. But we had that lane swap come through, and are you against the lane swap though? Because that's essentially what created the win condition of the Dragon for the Chiefs.
I think the lane swap was the right idea. You will probably lose that lane against Radier and EGM. Not because it's a losing lane, but because Radier and EGM are the best duo right now on the OPL. And taking the lane swap's probably the better choice. You're going to push really fast. You do less than Annie in a lane swap, but you push faster than her. And as long as your team is reactive to where she is, and you're very, very diligent with your warding, you're not going to die to the roams. And they didn't die to the roams for the first, I think it was somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So they executed it really well. They just couldn't seem to get ahead of the boulder that is 5 Dragons.
Yeah, and it seemed like they just didn't have it together for team fights either, of course. It was the Chiefs managing to get the engages that they were looking for. And was that off the back of sort of EGM's players? Was there anyone that sort of stood out for you on the Chiefs?
I think Swiper's use of Hecarim just to nag away Shiny was really good, but it's the Chiefs. They all do what they do very well. It's 5 incredible players that play well as a team. It's really hard to pick a star, especially in a game as clean as that one from them.
Yeah, well, it's a very good point here. And what do you think in general here for Sudden Fear? What do you have an idea of what their problem is as a team moving forward? Because they're 0-9 now. Something really needs to give.
Yeah, it's difficult for me to say. I think their drafting was good besides one mistake, so it's hard to criticize that. Maybe it's they don't practice enough. I don't know. Maybe it's some of their players have motivation issues. Maybe it's communication issues. But again, I'm not privy to this information, so it's difficult to make an educated guess. But at the base level, they're just not as good as the other players on the other teams.
Yeah, it looks like they just need to sort of maybe get their synergy working together as well, because, I mean, I guess they have had some mechanical outplays, but just doesn't seem to come together on a strategic level. But let's move forward. Let's move forward to your next game that's going to be coming up here against the Direwolves, T-Gun. And, of course, you are with a new sub-jungler now as well. And how do you feel heading into this game, especially now that the Direwolves have lost Chuffer there in the bottom lane?
I'll be honest with you. Before we knew Chuffer left, we were scared going into this game. We weren't expecting to win. Now that he's gone, King seems very, very mortal, especially given his last performance. So who knows? I think we have a slight edge going into it, but I think a lot of it will depend on the draft, and we'll just give it our best.
And you have mentioned that there may be a little bit of concern about the drafting phase, where having no Soul Strikes, he was a big factor in that draft. How do you think you'll be able to work around that? Has Soul Strikes maybe given you a plan, or have you got a plan in effect?
We have a plan. Obviously, it would be very, very wrong of us to not have a plan. But it's difficult to go when, the person leading our drafts was Soul Strikes, and him being gone makes it very difficult for us. I think I'm going to have to step up and probably lead our team in it, and hopefully the rest of the team supports me in it, as I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
Well, of course, T-Gun as well. I mean, you're leading with kill participation for your team. Do you feel a lot of pressure on the side of Immunity? I mean, you've been moving around the map so much, creating kills for mostly your mid lane there, of course, Cheese picking up a lot. Do you feel like a lot of it's on your back to create these advantages for your team?
Not really. It's just how we play. We put a lot of, dependency on Cheese. We put him on these champions that can carry, and then most of the time our plan is, all right, let's just let Cheese carry, and we need to put him in a position to do so. That's why you see so much activity from us in mid. That's why often we play champs like Siva, who they're a good AD, yeah, but the biggest utility of her is her ultimate, which allows us to sort of peel for Cheese and keep him in a spot where he can put us on his back and carry us through to a victory. And it's not really something that puts pressure on me. I think it would put more pressure on Cheese than me.
That's a very fair assumption there. And look, as we head into this game against the Direwolves, of course, do you have any strategies that you're looking to employ against these guys?
I'm pretty sure they're
spoilers.
watching.
No
so
spoilers.
I don't know if I can say
I try
anything.
it every time. I just got to make sure I try it every time.
It's not Blitzcrank.
But ladies and
Could be.
gentlemen, in order to take us into this game, and of course, as T-Gun is making his way over to his PC, let's throw it back out to Pastry Time and Spawn.
Thank you very much, Atlas. And indeed, we're about to get into Immunity taking on Direwolves. This is a really big match, actually, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, Immunity and Direwolves both having to go through some roster swaps fairly recently. Immunity did lose their jungler, Soul Strikes, back in Korea. Now they are playing with a substitute for a couple of weeks. And, over on the Direwolves lineup, they've just lost Chuffer.
Yeah, Chuffer, a big player there on this particular team. And it's sad to see Chuffer go. He cited maybe some personal reasons, couldn't quite take the competition, wasn't kind of there with himself. But let's pull up Choffa here. He's the one that's going out. We got Chippies in at least for this game, but Choffa just added so much to this team.
Yeah, you look at what Choffa bought, and he had a 10.6 KDA. That was the second highest for supports. Ejim had a 10.7, so he's right behind him. He has 75 kill participation on his team. That's also the second highest. Flying Jew, the only person above him in that. And he's played a grand total of 29 games in the OPL. He's played finals, he's played semis, he played the whole last season, every game up until this point. But, you know, he's not going to be in there. Instead, they've got Chippies.
And the Chippies, not a bad player by any stretch, but, you know, decent KDA, has played 2 games in the OPL. That's a lot different to 29 or almost 30 there for Choffa. And he's a top laner. Chippies actually looked great as a top laner, to be honest, but he was subbing in when Perfection was away, and Sharp was coming into that mid lane, so a new role for him. Certainly not, the synergy is not going to be there for King. With King, you have to think. And King's a player that does need a bit of help for that landing phase to kind of be unleashed.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to point out. This is half of the Super Flash Bros gone. We talked about so much King and Choffa. Choffa really allowing King that freedom through the mid game to make his plays, allows him to pick things like Twitch to go nuts all over the Rift, get in people's faces and really show them that he was one of the premier AD carries. He was already starting to struggle a little bit in the OPL. Now with Choffa gone, he needs to step up big time. This will be a huge pressure test, especially against T-Gun in support, to see whether Direwolf's bottom lane can stand up to immunity.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, Choffa really led the lane as far as it went. King's very aggressive, but Choffa was always there to back him up, was a lot of the one leading the plays, made huge plays for his team time and time again. King, he has to lead this lane here. Chippy's the sub player, usually playing top, at least from what we've seen. Again, it's a great time for Chippy. He's a sub. He can prove himself now in another position. Maybe start to get a look in it potentially, saying, hey, I'm pretty good. Give me on the starting roster. But we're going to get into the draft to see what happens. And Immunity immediately ban the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, so that is going away in the mid lane. There is no way you let Perfection get that right now. He's one of the old school Twisted Fate players. I'm not saying Legacy anymore. It confuses too many people. And he just plays it so well.
He does. We saw it before. It was all out aggressive when he played it. The one game he got it. People haven't quite learnt yet. They didn't ban his Hecarim in top lane in split number 1. Now they're going to start finally respecting these champions and ban the Kassadin as well.
Yeah, they're just chucking every ban towards Perfection. It looks like Kassadin also hits the bench against him. On the side of Direwolves, they've banned the Rise up there in the top lane. Very strong on the current patch. Don't want to give that over to Ryu. We've actually seen maybe a resurgence of Ryu at the moment. If he gets those ganks into the top lane and gets going, he can be one of the carries that Immunity needs.
Yeah, he can. He's a great looking Rumble, especially once he does have a bit of a lead. Rise fairly similar, to be honest, as far as, mage champions go. We're going to get a Kalista ban here again against Zinc, but you never really want to give it away on red side.
Yeah, you certainly don't, and it also facilitates T-Gun a lot. I feel like Kalista, if you have a playmaking support, is a very useful AD carry to have. You can rip him out of danger. You can throw him back into the danger as he wants to get back in. Zank also has a very, single-minded champion pool. He loves to get onto things like the Jinx, like the Kalista, and try and do some work.
Yeah, does indeed. Here to see the last ban. It's another mid lane one. Perfection eating all of the bans today.
Yeah, he's taken 3 bans on the chin right now. That is a huge chunk out of the mid lane champion pool that Immunity is just thrown straight at Perfection. And I like this tactic. Perfection with Choffa gone, with Sharp maybe struggling a little bit. A lot of pressure now on him and Sybil. And without his core champion pool there, it's going to even be harder.
Yeah, it is indeed. And I like this Rumble ban a lot from Dives. A target ban, of course, against Ryu, whose Rumble we just spoke about moments before. Morgana is up. That's true. It's a big T-Gun champion, but plenty of options here. But they only get one of them this pick.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, the reason I mentioned Morgana is he had that game against Legacy where he went completely bonkers and was able to carry through. And since then, we've been seeing a lot of Morgana bans pop up, and it's just something different to be able to get through. It's because of the power of things like Rise that you get one less ban at the moment on the red side because of it.
Yeah, I mean, even Echo's another champion that a lot of teams are starting to pick very early on in their drafts. Immunity don't have too much longer to make this pick here. 15 seconds left, and again, a very wide open champion pool.
Yeah, it certainly is. And wow, they go the Fizz there. That could be something in mid lane, more likely going to be in the top lane. Ryu might be playing that one up there. One of the few junglers that still does well with Smite Teleport, although he's got Ghost Clarity at the moment, so, maybe not sure about those
Having
ones.
some fun.
Yeah.
I mean, probably not going to be a cloud of it. You never know. But I do like the Fizz pickup. Champion just seems so strong right now.
Yeah, it certainly does. Hecarim's good at zoning groups. Fizz is really good at zoning one person and completely bullying them out of their team fight. Doesn't need to go as tanky as Hecarim. The challenging smite really does make him, harder to deal with. He's got 4.9 cooldown on that E to make sure that he's always up there on the troll pole. Very, to kill him is one thing, but to get away from him, he just chases you forever.
Yeah, super sticky. It's a great anti-carry, I think, is a lot of what we've seen from Fizz. So against a player like King, who does like his hyper carries, we've seen his Twitch, we've seen his Vayne. Just this season alone here, King, that Fizz is a great pick against him. Just a good pick in general.
Yeah, it certainly is. And wow, both teams actually taking a very long time to decide what they want to look in. And the double knockup coming through from the Direwolves.
Yeah, actually keep it pretty standard there for the Direwolves, at least for the first 2 picks. Alistar and Rex, though. Standard stuff.
Yeah, and I love Alistar. If you're new to the support, you very straightforward kit. You pound the ground and people fly in the air, and then you use your ultimate and you become unkillable for 6 seconds. So if you are ever caught out in warding, things like that, it gives you a little bit of a get out of jail free card. We saw it used at MSI when it became very popular. Wolf was the person that really repopularized the Alistar pickup, and we've seen that coupled with things like Yasuo that's come back into the meta, and I'm sure Perfection plays that. Just a very strong pick.
Can you imagine Perfection Yasuo? That would be a thing of beauty here.
As soon as I see Rek'Sai Alistar, I'm just like, they have
me
to
too.
be picking
That's the first
Yasuo.
thing I thought of, but you never know. We'll see what happens. Sharp, of course, used to be a mid laner. Might have that in the back pocket, although not really a Sharp mid lane champion from back in the day. And again, both teams taking their time with their draft. We've talked a lot, at least today, about drafts and how teams can be good or bad at them. Whoa, that's a Gragas pick. And there's a Sivir.
Yes.
That's a 20 hover. Maybe misclick the champion.
So Gragas being locked in, kind of the second strong jungler right now. Doesn't need as much time to get going as what Sejuani did. She got hurt because the early game jungle is starting to make a slight resurgence in Sivir. At the moment, Zenk going to be picking that one up. It's just so good at getting the rest of your team in there. Does good damage late game. The AoE shoves down turrets relatively well. Get out of jail free card with a spell shield. We talk about it a lot. You just need to hit it every now and again because she's one of those people that just has a lot in her kit, and people kind of default to it, but it is still very strong.
Yeah, Sivir's great here and enables so many other picks here as well. I mean, Fizz not necessarily what you think of when you think of champions to run along with Sivir, but we'll do just fine here. The only potential issue is that we started seeing a lot more counterplay towards Sivir.
Yeah, we certainly had, and the pick being flashed right now is the counterplay. You already had Jinx with long range, but you throw the headshot in from Caitlyn and it becomes a much more easily punishable lane. You're also able to pilt over Peacemaker the wave, auto-attack the backline minions. You can shove out just as effectively. Your fast push is relatively good. You go through a mid-game trough, which is why we see it run with Nuno a lot, but it's still a very strong pick in the meta.
Yeah, it's great. And King, the type of player that can really bully someone. We said he had to lead the lane here. That's a great pick for him to do just that. And we've got the Narfo Sharp there as well.
Yeah, so Sharp gets his Gnar. That is the champion we see him default to very often now in the top lane. And I like the fact that you mentioned leading the lane. Don't even really need to be interactive in that lane anymore. Very hard to get caught out at the max range as Caitlyn. So just going to be able to sit back, farm, do his thing in the mid-game team fights. Maybe we won't see the same flashy lane experience coming out of King, but he certainly is on a hyper carry to carry through late.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he plays it because he played a lot of aggressive short-range champions in Split 1 and carrying through this split here as well. So curious to see what he does want to go for. I did like the Zillion Flash there, the cheese champion we saw in Split number 1. Always fun to have a look at, but might be keeping it very safe here, which would leave Ryu with that Fizz in the top side. Orianna Morgana seem to be their picks.
That's a throwback pick for Cheese. He's played it for so long. I think he picked it up last week as well. T-Gun back on the Morgana. Not surprised to see that one at all. Now all of a sudden Callista, the ban makes a lot more sense because throwing a Morgana into a team comp is very scary, but with the ball, got a lot of ways to get in. The Shockwave into the Morgana ultimate as well. It's just a lot of synergy in general for the team.
Yeah, great stuff here. And again, good against a lot of these hard engaged champions. I mean, the laning itself is fine. I guess Morgana's a decent laner because Alistar, not really much of a laner at all. But if you time your Black Shields well, Alistar has a lot of trouble getting through them.
Yeah, exactly right. As long as you're able to get it when he's in transit, very hard as Alistar to swap combo targets. And once you're in, you're generally in. Like, It doesn't have a let's go out button, especially until level 6 when he can stay in for a little bit longer. So pressure on T-Gun to especially early be able to bully this lane along with Zenk because Zenk's range could hurt him at the moment.
Yeah, we might have some lane swaps. That means T-Gun's unlocked to roam, but we've seen just how good he can be when he roams as well. He won a mid lane for his team by roaming against the Legacy in that upset that they had. But Perfection will default to a classic here. We saw Aurelia. He was thinking about it, but he's going to go back to Vladimir.
Yeah, and it looks like they were tempting him, like, do you want to pick up Hecarim? Hecarim's still available. Yeah. But Vladimir, also something that he played in the top lane. I think that the Chiefs for the team that historically banned it a lot, because I didn't like that one coming through. So up in the top lane, In the mid lane this time, we're going to see Perfection go back to an old favorite.
And again, it's different here. It is usually a top lane champion for him, but something he does have a lot of experience on. Scales work and carry very hard, but this has been the biggest thing for me with Perfection kind of moving to the mid lane. When he gets his cast and his twist of fate, he's able to roam around. He's a very effective mid laner. He's always been good mechanically. Vladimir needs a lot of farm to get going, and he doesn't have the luxury of just freezing waves on the top side and just never leaving.
Yeah, well, he also doesn't have the split push luxury where he can just keep running down top lane and shove top laners out. He's got a carry that can actually legitimately kill him in the mid lane in Orianna, so he's going to have to manage that expectation well. The thing about Vlad that I don't like normally, no CC in his kit. A heck of a lot of damage. The reason I like it in this matchup is because coupled with Gnar, whose kit is loaded in CC, also supplements the base damages that come through from Gnar's kit. It is a very devastating wombo.
Yeah, and again, King is going to benefit from that. The team, of course, just in general, going to benefit from Perfection's nicely placed Teemo Plague. So a lot going on here. It feels like a very Direwolf sort of comp, which is good. And I do like the fact that King and Perfection are sort of uncomfort champions here.
Yeah, I definitely think that King is going to have to play a little bit further back than he would like in the lane. Try and just poke around, get a CS advantage. But I think Perfection and Sharp are the two for me. Sharp just seems to be at his best in the top lane when he is able to get the Gnar.
Well, of course, we do have the team comps here as well. Very strong draws for both these sides. So we want your thoughts on who you think is going to win these matchups as well. Use the hashtag IamWin for Immunity or DWWin for Direwolves.
Yeah, and I guess the last thing we really do have to touch on is the fact that Immunity, otherness coming in here, they were playing with Ms. Fish. They haven't yet started him on the lineup. They were able to get him in for this week, and they're hoping that he can make a big impact and see whether he can go head-to-head with Sybil. Sybil's someone that generally, as the game goes on, tends to fall off, but a very aggressive early-game jungler.
Yeah, fits with the rest of his team. Likes to gank the lanes early, get them ahead. Even on the likes of Zach, which has been a very popular pick for him recently, he's still going in aggressively.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's trying to use that passive to ensure that his ganks are successful early on. Even invades relatively aggressively when he is able to play the jungler. One of the Sybil moments that stands out of my head is when he killed Carbon with Rengar last year. He's just always been one of those junglers, very snowball focused. He wants to get on top of the other jungler and then translate that into lane wins.
Well, he's on the right team if he's snowball focused, that's for sure. And he's going to be looking to these solo landers here of Direwolves to try and get them further ahead. Chippy's stepping into big shoes, of course, with Shuffle leaving. We'll see how he performs on a signature Shuffle champion now, the Alistar. But King's Caitlyn, that's my big question. I've seen a ton of his Caitlyn Shiva games, then a ton of his Graves games, then a couple of Van and Twitch games that maybe I wasn't as excited about, but he's on a very different champion.
Yeah, he certainly is. It has a very big, different feel to it because he's not going to be able to, at every stage of the game, be ahead of his AD carry. Even if he gets ahead, Caitlyn doesn't necessarily feel like that, especially because she won't have the AoE impact, the good ultimate that will come through like Zenk does. So I agree, a lot of pressure on him. I like the fact that you pointed out the Alistar because you would think that Chippy's at one point is going to be caught with, do I roam at this stage? Because T-Gun will pack up and lead the lane. You can generally count on that. So I want to see whether Chippy's is confident enough to follow him in doing so.
Yeah, and it's going to be important because both Morgana and Alistar maybe even more so, are excellent roaming champions.
Oh, 100%. Like, Morgana beats him out level 1 because of the bind, but after that, the repetitive use of the Headbutt Pulverize combo burns summoner spells pretty much straight away. Most of the time, one of the CC effects still hits. You get kind of dazed as you're flashing because of the headbutt. So want to see whether he can nail the combo. And mid lane is where it's going to be at because if he can get Perfection rolling on a comfort Vladimir, that is a champion that will do a heck of a lot of damage.
I think the mid lane's always interesting because Cheese, fairly aggressive laner, likes to try and bully. Perfection's the same, but on Vladimir, he's going to have to play a bit further back. I can tell you just firsthand for the matchup, Cheese will do very well early, but when Vladimir starts getting back control, Perfection will really try and put Cheese in the ground.
Yeah, he certainly will. As soon as he gets to the level 9 mark and has a revolver, that lane will be permanently shoved, and Orianna will be relegated to wave clearing. But that is good news for Orianna because, you know, she's always done good with a lot of farm, and there's one thing you can nearly guarantee against Vlad is that you will get creeps at some point in the game.
Yeah, the lane's going to be nice and neutral. I mean, Sharp on Gnar's comfort again. Direwolves probably making the best of what's an awkward situation with Shuffle leaving sort of early in the week, but we'll see what they do. They're still a strong team. They've got plenty of good players left. Just unfortunately for them, one of their best had to go.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, it's the leadership qualities that I really want to see if they can answer. Who's going to step up and try and carry them through this early mid game when they would have relied on the roaming support to do so?
Well, it's going to be a close one. We'll drop back into the studio to find out who's going to win.
Thank you very much, Paige Time, and welcome back to the caster desk. Ready to get into this game, Rusty and I. And Rusty, what's your opinion on how this is going to work? Because, of course, look, Vladimir, pretty Perfection champion. I mean, a lot of people haven't necessarily seen a lot of this, but I mean, has been playing it for a long, long time. Of course, Perfection, a massively old player, but will he take a while to get rolling?
It always takes a while for the Vlad to get rolling, of course, and the rest of the Direwolves lineup seemingly on more comfortable champions, but Perfection, that mid lane is going to be a big talking point. As Jake and Pastry mentioned, the fact that the jungle pressure most likely going to be around there. Cheese always looking to take on his opponent 1v1 and just try and find the kills. Vlad's going to be very susceptible to dying from those ganks and kills from Cheese. So a lot of pressure going to go around that area. A lot of focus will be there. But my big talking point is how is Chippy's going to perform as a top laner now as a support?
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing. I was going to actually talk to you about this because Alistair, he had a bit of a stint of being a top laner. Do you think Chippies would have known about, played a little bit of that when he was, one of those top lane champions that you could pick?
The stretch would have been more so the Nautilus, perhaps, but we are seeing the Alistair and Chippies. We'll see how he does go, but we are in the game now.
Yeah, we are certainly under the rift, ladies and gentlemen. Our third game of the evening, Immunity taking on the Direwolves. Immunity this time are going to be over on the blue side. Of course, a rematch. Direwolves taking this one the first time around, and Immunity looking for some revenge here. And T-Gun, maybe a little bit out of position, but going to find some solace in the brush.
Not out of position
pulled
just yet.
to death.
All of the money just going to T-Gun and warding on top of his ward just to let him know.
Yeah, and standing there,
The
not
message,
scared.
Sending a message.
Message has been well and truly received, and Immunity actually now with the gold lead.
Ooh.
Bit
Your
of
message
anger.
has been heard and responded.
Now, Chippy's is having a giggle about the whole situation, but that's fine. Looks like standard lanes are going to erupt, and man, this seems bad for Immunity because Siva, not necessarily with the same range as a Caitlyn.
No, but not also having the Janna with that Caitlyn as well, so it's not an overwhelming one-on-one style of thing. T-Gun starting with that pull indicates to me they're looking to push them under the turret as soon as possible. Maybe even the W start here from the Siva. Get the wave under the turret, stop the Caitlyn from controlling the lane. That's when you can actually take hold of a Caitlyn lane.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually do that. Of course, Zenk and T-Gun with a little bit more time to create synergy than King and Chippies. So we'll see whether that's going to play anything into this one. And Ryu here on the top lane, and this guy has been a polarizing point for Immunity. He's had some fantastic performances. He's had some interesting ones as well. And Sharp has definitely been back and forth at the same time. I feel like this is going to be a volatile lane.
It's definitely going to be a volatile lane as the Grom casually reset there.
Oh, silly Grom.
For it. It's a bit awkward. Anyway, yes.
You okay,
I
Rusty?
got distracted by a Grom. Ryu is a very polarizing player. If he gets ahead at all, he seems to fulfill his purpose of being that big, brutish frontline. We saw it with the Rumble where he carried super hard. But if he doesn't get ahead, he seems to just struggle that little bit.
Well, Sharp has been relatively similar, so we'll see who's going to get the most of this one as the Boomerang's actually going to fly over Ryu here. Does have to be a little bit careful, but he's got some potions. He's got a flask there as well, and Sybil wishes he had some of those at the same time. 300 health now for the Rek'Sai, but it's going to be A-OK.
Yeah, speaking of A-OK, Chippies are definitely not.
Not so much. Maybe going a little bit overly aggressive here. King just going to keep clearing out these minions. Dark Binding from T-Gun lands them soil as well, so already Immunity with a hard shove in the bottom lane. Could be dangerous here for the Direwolves.
Exactly where they want to be, this Immunity bottom lane. Keeping the Caitlyn to the last hitting duties. Relegate her to not hitting you, and then you're in a comfortable position. In terms of health, though, not necessarily in the most comfortable position, as we see a lot of aggression and no surprises in the mid.
No, most definitely not. Perfection. You looking to just be as aggressive as he possibly can be at the early stages of this Vladimir. And does he have sort of any early spikes, or is it all about getting to that level 9?
We'll see right now.
Well, Sybil's going to create one here as Cheese has to be very careful. Still has the flash there, but the flash might be a little bit too late. Doesn't have the ignite, though, so Perfection not going to be able to lock down that kill, and Cheese just going to blow the summoner.
They do blow the summoner. The Vlad was essentially winning that lane already, though. Did not even use a pot, and Orianna had to use hers. And that's very, very awkward to be in that position as the Orianna, because you're starting to lose trades against someone who has innately got much more sustain. And speaking of losing trades, Sharp having a rough time now as well.
Yeah, 200 health now. Ryu looking for an Urchin Strike. He's already level 4, so Playful Tricks are going to have a couple of points in it. Actually deciding to max that W first. So we'll see how that one goes. Of course, that's the thing here for a top lane Fizz. Used to the E-max just in the mid lane, but not going to look for that burst damage. Going to look for the sustain of that Seastone Trident.
Yeah, not running the CDR Troll Pole Fizz. We're running a tanky Cinderhulk style Fizz in the top lane. it's going to start working out as if it isn't already. And what I just saw there is one of the things I like about the Sivir into the Caitlyn matchup. You get free mana from the traps.
Well, Otherness making his first move towards the top side, and he makes it count. Picks up first blood, and Sharp is definitely dead. Does have the teleport, can return to the lane, but we'll see whether he decides to do so or whether he wants to use that for something else.
A smart gank right there. Sharp was overstaying his welcome indefinitely. Even through the flash, they pick up the kill there. And a very comfortable position now is Ryu. We said that if he gets snowballing, he generally continues that snowball through to the rest of the game. And speaking of potential snowballs, no, he's not going to find him at all.
No, but speaking about not finding things, Zenk hasn't found a lot of farm
This is a whole lot
in
of
this
segue
bottom
in
lane.
one.
No, no, it's beautiful. Love it. Just keep it coming. Keep it coming.
Speaking of keeping it coming, King actually aggressively pushing in this bot lane, trying to get some CS advantage to grow even more than what it already was.
Oh my goodness, he's trying. He's going for the segue.
Yeah, that was way too hard.
Yeah, it was a bit of a stretch
That
there.
was
As
horrendous.
Perfection in a bit of trouble here. Cheese with the Ignite still in his back pocket. He's going to dissonance himself away, and he's going to be all right.
But the pressure that is being put down by Sybil is worth noting. The fact that Cheese has to just completely zone himself from what is potentially some last hits and minions and just raw control of the lane. Perfection finding himself closer and closer to that, at the very least, the level 7 milestone where you get some extra sustain, and then that level 9 goal where your sustain is just through the roof. And because there is so much pressure there from Sybil, it's forcing Cheese to not be able to consistently out-trade Perfection. It's giving him opportunities to get his health back.
Well, we'll see whether Zenk can get some opportunities to kill some minions here on the bottom side of the map. 48 to 28 CS. As the Dark Binding, oh, so close from T-Gun. King just going to continue moving forward now as well. Otherness finds himself without an opportunity to gank the lane and is just going to head back to the jungle. Just keep farming. Look for that explosive cast to get things really started.
Yeah, Caitlyn having a...
Oh, Sharp going to get soloed out by Ryu in the top lane. And man, I told you this guy was polarizing. He can get solo kills if given the tools.
Yeah, exactly. He's found himself with a solo kill. And speaking of...
Yeah, here's the Hemo Plague. Cheese finding that there's still multiple members here in the mid lane. Preyseek is going to find him as well. Otherness going to find Sybil, though. And Cheese going hyper aggressive in the mid lane. Didn't have his flash perfections. Has just come back up again.
Oh my god, Sybil.
Oh, Sybil Preyseeking.
Doing what needs to be done is Sybil right now. And you can see Cheese trying his best to do the exact same in the opposite direction. Put the pressure down onto Perfection while you still can. But every time that he tries to do it, there is someone in his lane. And it is always this Rek'Sai.
Does mean that Sybil's unable to help any of his other lanes. Of course, the top lane paying for it over this side as Sybil doesn't find Otherness either. Otherness hasn't actually smited that yet, so no little Wolf Spirit to catch him out there. But King continues to dominate this bottom lane.
Yeah, the lead is actually growing more and more in this bottom lane, already at about a 30 CS difference, 31 CS roughly, as the minions start to continue to crash under the turret.
Oh, Sybil tunneling in one more time. There's the shockwave as Sybil taking a few turret shots. One more would have been enough, but Cheese unable to lock it down. And man, how many times was that?
Too many? Is that it's clearly working, so not too many. They find themselves eventually picking up that kill onto Cheese. Perfection with a CS advantage, getting that level 7 now in a very great position.
Yeah, there's the headbutt pulverized. T-Gun looking for a Dark Binding, but King just wanders out of it. Boomerang going to help pick up some more farm as Rhea just troll polling around. Sharp going to throw some boulders in anger.
Still quite behind in farm though, is Ryu.
Yeah, and here's the fish down as well as Ryu looking to try and get some damage down. Seastone Triton doing so much work. Urchin Strike, is it there? No, and there's no flash from Ryu, so he can't follow it up. Lots of creeps, so hopefully he can pick up some more of that farm, but you're exactly right, Sharp staying ahead, doing some work.
Yeah, staying ahead in farm is basically every lane right now and how they're managing to find these leads. Sybil putting pressure in mid lane, of course, the reason why Vladimir has more fun than Orianna. But Ryu managing to find solo kills, still being down in farm, is an issue.
Yeah, it's a problem here for the immunity lineup, but see how it translates into the next couple of fights if they do happen. Of course, no dragons to be taken just yet, 9 minutes into the game. Nothing early, nothing fancy. Of course, no lane swaps, so not going to be giving anyone any inherent advantages on that front. Cheese definitely wanting this blue buff, and Perfection probably not caring too much, but does like the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, always going to love that cooldown reduction. Embrace the fact that you can get more and more of that. You need the blue buff to be able to out-trade a Vladimir at this stage of the game. T-Gun's just going to be casual about walking out.
Yeah, you can't dark bind trees either, T-Gun. We'll talk to him about that when he's on the desk.
I'm sure you can.
No, not those ones. Only Maokai's. And they're not in this game, so no worries. Presec are going to find the Scuttlebug, and Direwolves, speaking of dragons, are going to take down their first of the game by the looks of things. Immunity are sort of around, but with otherness on the top side of the map, it is going to mean that this one's going to go to the Direwolves, unless T-Gun can do anything sneaky.
Yeah, no, it's just going to get the blinding on the King to prevent any aggression forward in his direction. Direwolves are going to be able to pick this one up essentially uncontested. And I mean, they're starting to command the entire map here, and it's been happening as a result of a strong bot lane.
Otherness putting it to perfection right now, and sneakily takes away the Raptor.
Yeah, very
No
casual.
problem. Another all-in from Ryu, though, looking for Sharp. There's the Hex Drinker as he dodges out of the way of the
Ryu,
wallop, but Ryu not going to be able to dodge the Gnar.
No, not looking to pick up his rock. Instead, he's going to find the Gragas.
Otherness. He's going to get smited. Sharp. Oh my goodness. There's the barrel. Lands everything. Ryu, can he get in there? Tanking up the turret is Otherness, but Ryu very, very low. Otherness gets the kill. Not going to be enough. And he is going to fall down. So a 1-for-1. And you'd imagine Sharp's probably happy to take that.
Yeah, very aggressive dive. And speaking of,
oh my goodness, Zenk so close
Wow.
to dead. Flashes forward, does King, but there's the Soul Shackles. He uses the heal, but T-Gun locks it down. Chippies could have potentially gone for some sort of sneaky dive, but not going to this time around. And there's 1-for-1s going everywhere.
lots of trading happening everywhere. The bot lane, both AD carries actually going down, and Sybil looking to make it a positive trade.
Yeah, here's the tunnel from Sybil. He's still underground as T-Gun flashes over the top, so he's going to be safe, but forced to use the summoner.
And Sybil just putting pressure absolutely everywhere right now. Cheese is in a very rough position in this mid lane. The Revolver has come out from Perfection in a very comfortable position, and now this mid lane, almost entirely in control of the Vladimir. At his will is Cheese.
Yeah, well, he's still only 3 CS behind, so that can be spoken of here for Cheese. I believe he just took down the Wolf camp as well, or at least tried to, but thought that he might have potentially died from that one. Ryu now with a level advantage. Even on farm, though, still looking to try and put the pressure down onto Sharp. Does have, of course, the Skirmisher Saber completed in the form of that Cinder Hulk. And tides of blood just all over things here in the mid lane. And Perfection, he's going to do that this whole game.
This range advantage between the Caitlyn and the Civ are really having an impact right now. From the start of this game, the CS advantage favoring King and starting to grow more and more at the moment as we see Sharp and Ryu again.
Yep, more.
Just again.
And it's just constant all-ins by the looks of things for Ryu. He's just wanting to go super aggressive whenever he can. It's just whenever the fish is off cooldown.
Just lots of recalls, really. Sharp hasn't really died much from it at all.
He certainly recalled a lot, though.
Yeah. The tower's eventually going to go down. Direwolves just kind of letting it mellow out, take as many minions away from immunity as possible, let this zone and the CS differential just grow as much as possible before that turret does go down, but they may even look for
CS
2
lead at
kills.
13 minutes, though. That's revolting.
They're probably going to look for 2 kills with the turret.
Well, Sybil is, of course, here. He will be able to help out there. Cheese moving over a whole bunch of wards as he gets down towards the bottom side, but Immunity with a fair bit of vision, actually.
Yeah,
try and
lots
get
of vision.
something done.
They're in a very comfortable position knowing that Sybil is not visible on the map first and foremost. You can see they're playing quite defensively, assumedly that there is a Rek'Sai bot lane. Based on the health of the turret and the way that Immunity are now rotating
Oh,
as well.
there's the flash, but T-Gun uses the Black Shield. There's the Soul Shackles onto a multiple members, and King, he's going to get the focus. Zenk locks down the kill. T-Gun didn't even die as Chippies had the ultimate, but gets explosive cast back. It's going to run out now. They can focus on the cow, but not going to get there, and Immunity walk away with the kill.
An aggressive engage there from Chippies, trying to find his target, but turning around in its face right there, as you can see Morgana using her ultimate. Gragas coming in knowingly that Rek'Sai was nearby. Very smart play from this Gragas. And I mean, the pressure in this mid lane, he's going to dive.
Yeah, Cheese actually going to have to be very careful. The
shockwave.
pull from Perfection. There's the Shockwave. The Ignite's down as well as Perfection. Is he going to die to the Ignite? One more tick. Not enough. Calculated by the Vladimir.
The red pot is the real hero in that engage right there. The shockwave connecting, and apparently Chippy's dying.
Yeah, Chippy's going to fall down in the bottom lane. Zenk has to run away from Sybil. He's going to use the flash, but oh, perfection. Not going to get spotted by Otherness.
That was really good.
Oh, come on. Don't you always check the wolf pit, though? Come on, don't you?
Not always.
That's where I always try to hide.
Usually
Everyone
check on the
finds
other
me.
side of that
Everyone.
ridge.
Every time. Just can't hide. Well, sorry, it's a little bit of salt coming out from the casting staff here at this point. Yeah, no, I apologize. Otherness making his way towards the top side of the map as Sharp might need to be a little bit more careful once again. Oh, Fish going to go a little bit wide. Bouncy time just going to get Sharp out of there.
And the Fish no good in this case. Every other Fish has connected so far, but the CS lead again starting to grow now in favor of Ryu, which is nice and it is important. But we have to look at the most important part is this mid lane difference.
Yeah, and there's the Dark Blinding landing, but Perfection
Shrugging it off.
yeah, he just doesn't care.
He seriously does not.
Yeah, and he
But
feels
he's-
like his Q's worth using if he's low on health as well, so he's probably happy to sit at about half.
He has a Negatron cloak with a book. Like a Will of
Oh,
the Ancients
man.
completed right now. He's
Cape and a book. He's a wizard.
yeah, he's basically full wizard spec at the moment. I
Or
mean,
he's at least at Hogwarts. I don't know whether he's a wizard just yet, you know, but he can attend.
yeah, Hogwarts attendee. We'll see if he's a wizard as the game progresses. Starting to ramp up in his damage at the
Yeah,
moment.
needs a staff. We'll see whether he picks up a staff.
One of Void, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, or even a scepter. You could grab one of those as well, and definitely needs a hat. Oh well, Dark Binding not going to find perfection here as well, as he's forced to defend his turret, not a position that he's used to in this lane thus far, but look, he can just soak as much damage as he likes. Cheese
Yeah.
trying to put down some pressure, but Sybil has just played this so incredibly well. He knows that the rest of his lanes more than happy to sit back, and he needs to make sure that Perfections gets to the point where he's level 9 and he can self-sustain himself through everything, and he has.
Yeah, exactly. Getting perfection to the point of self-sufficient sustain that he is definitely capable of. The Vlad having that revolver and then level 9 as well, very big factors. And now he's so far past that stage that even Orianna with the blue buff and an Athene's finish cannot push the Vladimir out of lane. They are keeping him under the turret at the very least. Community finding moments to get control in areas, but he's going to be able to flank. And he's not going to care about damage.
Well, the rest of Immunity think that he might care if they convince him, but he's just going to walk away. Does blow the Ghost at least, so they trade the Dragon for the Vladimir's Summoner spell. Tegon's still looking to try and lock people down, but there's not a whole lot of Dark Binding targets,
No,
apart
it's-
from King.
Yeah, it's quite hard to actually get an ideal target. The Direwolves lineup right now is almost exclusively a front line. You can see even the early Negatron from Perfection is indication of that, as Sharp is just actually starting to turn the lane back around a bit.
Yeah, it looks like as soon as Ryu's not all inning, Sharp's doing A-OK, as the pull is going to get out here from Immunity, as they're looking just to try and shove down this turret. Fair bit of damage now with multiple range members of the Immunity lineup, and Black Shield actually going to help out here as Hemoplate comes through. There's the Shockwave under Perfection, though, as he gets the ball back in. Cheese picks up the kill. Actually, T-Gunner's Cheese is going to die for it. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, King's just going to destroy Zenka's Chippies.
Nice.
Whoa, where did he go?
Nice flash there from T-Gun, but
Very
you're right,
nice.
Zenk going down in the bot lane, the same time as Cheese with his over-aggression finds himself with a kill onto Perfection, but it's not worth it if you've got Rek'Sai just there in the wings to clean the rest of you up. And the turret's super low. You have to question, why did Cheese actually stop hitting the turret to put damage down onto Perfection when it resulted in a 1-for-1?
Yeah, they did manage to get the kill, I guess, but that only means that Perfection gets his Scepter and picks himself up another book. Whew, this guy's taken
He's
so many
well-versed.
subjects. So many subjects, man, and it's going to be really difficult once he's learned in all of those areas, possibly by that level 18 mark.
Fully fledged magician now, though. He's got a
He does. Does indeed. Ryu now looking to get himself out of this one. Chippies nails the headbutt pulverized, but mostly just to show that he can.
That has to be satisfying, though. As the top main, being able to hit the combo is definitely worth a lot.
Oh, it's important. It is most definitely important. Showing that he did used to play a bit of Alistair
Yeah,
back when
everyone did.
the headbutt was a little bit silly.
The CS difference between this bot lane right now, though, King and Zenk, almost raw farming differential at the moment, is about 50 CS. The Caitlyn has had so much more of an impact, even around the 19-minute mark, where the Sivir starts to become relevant with just the ultimate alone. But Caitlyn seemingly having much more of an impact as T-Gun finds the blind.
Oh, there's the bind. The fish comes out as well as Ryu's going to get headbutted, but King already super low. There's a playful trickster, uses the heal. King tries to play around in the brush, but it's not going to be enough. Otherness looking to pick up Chippies. He does have the ultimate, and Immunity going to take a while to kill him, and Cheese knows that the rest of Dials are coming up. Perfection flashes forward, though. There's a Hemo play. Cheese is going to get obliterated. Sharp locks down the kill, and King dies. Direwolves look like they get very upset.
Cheese hit for 6 right there into the middle of the Direwolves team. They pick up an easy kill onto this Orianna. Can't even use the shockwave before going down. The Mega Gnar CC combo is massive. They're finding a trade in the bot lane for that turret, but at the same time, the Direwolves are just getting raw kill amounts from it as T-Gun.
Yeah, it does have the ultimate, though, as Sharp is going to get stunned from that. Dark Binding going to come through as well. Nice layering of CC, but Perfection just going to mean that no one wants to go anywhere near it.
Did T-Gun just spell shield the Gnar jump? Is that a thing?
Spell shield the jump.
Yeah, Gnar's E.
Ah,
Because he only bounced once and it was over the top of T-Gun. So unless he directly missed that jump, it almost looked like the spell shield stopped it. But don't let me... Someone just let us know.
sounds cute.
Yeah.
Sounds cute. Make sure you hop on Twitter. While you're showing us your game faces, maybe drop us some knowledge at the same time.
Game faces are definitely welcomed with that.
I think game faces are probably more important.
You have to try and
if we're going to put them there.
Say that much.
Well, look, I don't know whether anyone can, especially not yours.
It's pretty unique.
It is most definitely unique. Good choice of words. T-Gun's going to get caught. There's a whole lot of knockups. Headbutted back into the pit as Ryu wants to help. He looks like he's excited about it, but he just can't make anything happen. And Immunity going to lose their support and possibly some little Cinderlings. Cheese now trying to keep a hold of his lane. Zenk putting pressure on the top side, so he's actually 1v1 here against Sharp at the moment.
Yeah, he can quite easily 1v1 against the magic resistance stacking Gnar at the
Oh,
moment.
Perfection's
Whoa.
burning down, but Cheese, he's going to die. 3 members. Most definitely going to be enough to take him down, and Perfection, you can see already almost back to half health.
Yeah, Perfection. This Vladimir starting to go off right now. Cheese is 0-5 in this mid lane. Has had a very difficult game. Zenk trying his best to make something happen in every outside opposite lane. He's got a very good 1v1 against Sharp, but he just can't do the same work that his Direwolves are doing.
Yeah, Hemoblade going to come through. There's the explosive cast. His Otherness is trying to find his way out. There's a fish that lands, though, as Ryu going aggressive onto Perfection. Seastone Trident helping him out there, trying to get the extra damage down as T-Gun looking to find his way in. He's got the ultimate. Just uses it here as Sybil going to take down Ryu. King finds his way in as well and doesn't get the Peacemaker, but T-Gun, you are super dead. King locks down that kill, and he's going to transition into a tower.
Ryu sacrificing himself, and meanwhile...
Zenk gets a kill in the top lane, but the inner turret falls down, and Direwolves, they're going to be okay with it.
Finding trades where they can, Immunity. They do get a kill in the top lane. It maybe will result in a tower, depending on how those 3 little blue dots actually go on their magical journey. Direwolves finding a mid lane turret, finding kills everywhere, and now translating it back to the bottom lane. They are in the driver's seat right now. They're 7k ahead, and they are just looking to cement it even further.
Yep, Zenk is going to be able to take down the outer turret here on the top side of the map. So 6,000 gold the lead, as he said. 22 minutes into the game. Direwolves now just looking to pick up their 3rd dragon of the game. It's up conveniently in another 3 seconds now as well. Perfection going to move down towards that one, but a few more members of Immunity on this side of the map. Civ will just speed forward to get a ward down. Oh, so cute. Void Ruff, that is not bad. Otherness does get some vision here on this dragon and is going to sweep out more around the outside. T-Gun looking for a binding if he can. Oh, Otherness is going to find his way in, but Smite's a little bit too early. Explosive Cask is going to be there, but he gets out.
He did
He
get
doesn't
out.
get the dragon.
He gave it a good go. He got out with his life. That is the big factor. Given 23 minutes into the game, Direwolves were looking to recall after all of that fighting. They haven't had the chance yet. You may as well go all in knowing that their items aren't at the high enough level of what they're going to be now.
Well, Immunity now look to push on this outer turret. There's the belly bop onto Perfection and gets himself a little bit of a slow as well from Otherness. So Direwolves lose their outer turret in the mid lane, and Immunity are going to back away. King, though, is just getting to a point where he's very tough to stop. Oh, there's the ultimate in the mid lane as well. The teleport coming down. Perfection trying to turn this one around as the pull comes out. Sharp triple Gnar into the wall as Ryu now trying to turn it around, but Direwolves 2 kills already on both of the carries. Perfection super low. Ryu's going to lock down that kill, and Otherness trying to escape now, but that's a 3 for 4, and Immunity, they tried to get something started, but it just didn't work.
Yeah, the 1-for-4 trade overall right now. They're going to be able to go for that Baron if they choose. Ryu, the only one left alive with no fish, and they have started this one up. A fantastic team fight. 7-0-5 is Sybil right now. He has been doing so much work. Even Sharp hitting these Gnar ultimates. They're making bouncy castles out of the map right now.
Oh, yeah.
Destroying everyone that those two touch.
Yeah, and the Direwolves just exploiting every weakness that they can find on Immunity as well. Of course, the early game was going to be that immobile Orianna in the mid lane where Sybil just did not let him go. And as soon as he picked up that first kill, just used that to snowball the rest of the map. It was just beautiful to see. And Direwolves, they just know how to play around their carries.
They do. They've actually played exceptionally smart. You have to give a lot of credit again to Sybil. The way that he ganked, where he ganked, and especially when. He was always in the right place at the right time. And Immunity innately losing their bot lane though, because King having that range advantage on Zenk made it very difficult. Chippy's essentially just facilitating the fact that King is at such a high range advantage. Their bot lane came through so strong. The CS lead right now is only growing. The top lane is the saving grace of this Immunity team right now though. They find themselves with a 3-1-2 Ryu on Fizz. He can blow someone up, but the question is, are they going to be able to win a team fight if he blows up one person? He's an assassin, and they're looking for a strong team fight.
And the Direwolves now as well, just controlling so much of the map at the same time. There's just not a way in here for Immunity, as even Ryu. It's got a frozen heart, but King, by the looks of things, it's not like it's there. The fish comes down, though. Ryu's still wanting it. King super low. Zenk locks down the kill. Teleport in from Sharp, and he doesn't have the Mega Nart just yet. As Ryu with a very cute maneuver going to get himself over the wall. And Immunity, there's some fight left in these guys.
Definitely. Ryu, as we said, hitting the fish, connecting and taking out King. He cannot do anything, King, at this stage in the game with only offensive items. If that fish connects, he's going to go down. The teleport used by Sharp as more of a defensive tool, but Direwolves want to go.
Yeah, T-Gun's super low in this one as well as the shockwave comes in, but Perfection makes his way around at exactly the right time. Cheese trying to protect himself, but Hemo Plague just tears him in half. Otherness gets out with a body slam, but man, Immunity just melting, and this is a gigantic Vladimir.
Yeah, he's got that death cap now, so he is a fully fledged wizard like he wasn't already. Ridiculous. 2-2 and 11, basically only farming, but his lane opponent 0-7 and 2. It goes to show how getting one person behind can affect the team fight.
Oh, there's the flash from Chippies. Gets the headbutt onto Otherness, and he's just going to fall down. The fish comes in there as Ryu's just trying to be sneaky in this fight. Zenk finds his way around. Perfection there, though. And it's just like Immunity. All of the effort they put in is just healed back by this Vladimir.
Wow.
Inner turret falls down, and Zenk a little bit late on the spell shield, but I don't think that that is all that matters at this point.
No, Perfection only going to get bigger from here. Only having magic resistance, able to convincingly out-trade the Sivers. The Wolf is going to live to see another day at the moment.
He's going to fall asleep. Okay. Yeah, there it is.
There we
go.
go.
Nice. Go back for the other one. There it is. No, not going to do that. King looking to take down himself some more camps. It's just the way of the Caitlyn. The way of the Caitlyn. I just want to kill everything.
Taking everything they can. Definitely taking everything they can. Bleeding out, essentially, Immunity right now. They're in such a rough
Vladimir
position.
I like it. The rivers will run red, Rusty.
It wasn't, but it is now.
Yep.
10k is the gold lead right now for Direwolves, though. Vladimir is a big talking point, puns aside. He's doing so much work for their team. They're basically to the point where they can dive this Immunity lineup. And it's not usually a team comp that you would want to dive, but they are so easily able to do so with that Mega Nart, with the Hemo Plague, even with the Caitlyn having such a high range. Chippies with that Alistar, they're going to make it almost look easy.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I mean, you've got sort of this anti-diveable sort of comp here from Immunity, but you look over the Direwolves, they've got so much of an ability to juggle aggro, to negate damage. It's just ridiculous. And as soon as Chippies makes his way under there with the Unbreakable Will, he's not taking any damage. He's got a Frozen Heart and a Righteous Glory. This is the richest Alistar that I've ever seen. He's got the same score as Perfection.
That's a pretty rich one.
Yeah.
He's not going to take any damage, especially with that ultimate. And Cheese and the rest of Immunity trying to push out of their base, but it's starting to feel like the biggest uphill battle ever. 12 to 19, they've got the kills, they've got the team comp and the makings to get a team fight. You can see all of the relevant tanky items being completed by Ryu, working towards what looks like a Blade of the Dawn King perhaps, and trying to find some damage of his own, knowing that he needs damage for his team.
Well, Dragon getting taken down very quickly here. Ryu trying to make his way in as well as Otherness goes for another steal. The shockwave only onto Sybil as Dark Binding comes in. It's a decent try, and Immunity don't lose anyone, but they lose the Dragon, and that's number 4 to nothing in favor of Dial.
They lose the shockwave, though. There is essentially as if they had a very little chance of defending any dive or turret or push. That just became a lot less possible because there is no shockwave. There's no zone control with that ball. They're looking to just stop Direwolves from actually getting near a chance to dive by keeping control of the sidewaves. And if you could credit Immunity for one thing, their sidewave control on the back of the fact that Zenk has never been anywhere besides the side lane, their wave control has been phenomenal.
Yeah, most certainly been making things happen as Sharp just continues to make his way around the bottom side of the map, and now very happy in this lane matchup. Now 4-4-4 against the 3-1-4. And it's not a lot of time that we talk about Immunity and we talk about the fact that Ryu is the one doing all of the work, but at the moment, this Fizz seems to be like what everything's hinging on for Immunity.
100% everything in this game seems to be hinging on Ryu right now. And while we talk about everything hinging on Ryu, he's about to find a lot of people. No, he's not. They're going mid.
And T-Gun with an interesting build. He's got the Zonyas sitting in his back pocket. Of course, Sightstone's there as well, but
that's a Zonias with nothing else in between. I like the fact that you can go for a Talisman as Orianna now, as Morgana now, because it's so much cheaper, the cooldown is so low, and it's just much more efficient. But he has opted raw damage, no utility.
Yeah, well, I guess it does give him a more guaranteed stun, potentially.
It's useful for the second part of your ultimate.
And you can block the Hemo Plague.
Yeah, the fact that you can be literally in their face and working around the fact that you have a Zonias, it sets up team fights differently, of course, but you could have, at the very least, kept the money item, perhaps?
Yeah. Yeah. Look, it's an interesting choice. Of course, I think Build Water Cutlass on Caitlyn is also a very interesting choice. Just flat out don't like it myself because you've got so much range, you never get to use the active. But I guess if someone gets in close enough, you might be able to use it.
Less so about the active, more so about the fact that you're shredding tanks. You've got a Cinderhulk Fizz, you've got Gragas with the Cinderhulk also.
Yeah, good point.
Blade of the Dawn King. For the on-hit effect is worth it alone.
Yeah, well, teleport from Ryu. Looking to find his way into this fight. Direwolves, they back away from the Baron as Sybil going to get caught by that Dark Binding, but doesn't seem to worry about it too much at all as the blue buff comes in for Cheese. He does protect himself, and Perfection gets caught by Ryu just a little bit. That's a single-man ultimate, but followed by one from Cheese as well. Two-man knock-up from Chippies, and Ryu going to get obliterated. There's the Igniters. T-Gun comes in. Does he have the Zonyas? He does. That's a three-man stun, but the rest of the team not quite there, and Immunity get destroyed. My goodness, Zenk was there for a second, but just out of position, and Direwolves pinpoint shot calling in that fight.
Every member of the Direwolves doing so much work right there on an individual level. Chippy's hitting the knock-up on the two priority targets, allowing Perfection to get all of his damage off with that Hemo Plague still in effect. Vladimir was the engaged choice of Ryu right there, and it did not go to plan whatsoever. He lived through that quite easily. The Abyssal Scepter coming up massive, and they just don't have an answer at the moment. Every single member of the Direwolves has their number here on Immunity, and try as they might to come out ahead in a team fight, it seemingly is only going to result in more Barons and more Dragons in favor of Direwolves.
Yeah, and the Baron now going to be taken down by the Direwolves. 24 kills to 12, 33 minutes into this game, and the Direwolves have just had every single trick so far. 2 Barons, 4 Dragons, and King has just looked so strong on this Caitlyn as well. 130 CS in the lead, approximately.
I mean, both AD carries have kind of just been side parts of this game at the moment. They've essentially just been split pushing the entire time, and we haven't seen a whole lot of King in this game. We've seen a whole lot more of Sybil, Sharp, and Perfection. It seems like most of the game...
9-0-8.
Yeah. If he dies, I'd be surprised at this stage too, because he has ramped up so massively with gold that he should just never die.
Yeah, and that's a Rek'Sai with almost what looks like a Spirit Visage as his 4th item here as well, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a 6-item Rek'Sai.
That's a very big Rek'Sai. Like, they weren't all big enough without the Rek'Sai as well.
How many sticks can Perfection hold as well?
He's a wizard. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but he's got sticks, he's got a book. He's got a weird thing on his shoes.
Yeah, but he's a wizard. You remember Hermione's badge?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Knockups, though, here onto Immunity as Otherness going to get caught out. Ryu trying to find his way, and he does manage to get himself a red buff as Perfection eats a fish. Charm the Water's not going to really do too much damage, though, from the full tank Fizz. And Immunity not going to lose anyone. It's just a little bit of a scrap.
This is the side of a team that is 2 behind right now. They're actually so far behind that when they catch someone out of position, essentially, they're now the ones caught in a very awkward spot. Pushing into this bottom lane, they're freely able to do so. As you see, a nice dodge.
Yeah, that was actually a flash out from King there as well.
Oh, that crit.
Actually, no, it was just Otherness, and now he's just going to get crit in the face and destroyed.
Oh.
Jeez, oh my goodness, almost 2-shot there from King. Getting some more crits onto Ryu as well, who wishes he was a little bit more tanky. Some decent items actually coming in from Cheese at this point. He's got that trinity of AP carry items, but at 35 minutes, it just feels too little too late. And Direwolves just wander in and take their second inhibitor. Cheese takes an Urchin Strike, but Ryu just can't offer too much here as Cheese going to get Hemoplate. Perfection pulls in, does have another rotation, and can't even continue the Shockwave. T-Gun, he wanted to get Sonya's off, I swear. But he just couldn't as Immunity relegated to the fountain, and Direwolves going to take down their 6th win of the OPL, putting themselves into clear second place.
Yeah, Direwolves finding themselves with a very convincing win right now against this Immunity lineup, and they just never look like faltering at all.
No.
Exceptionally strong performance all around from every single member of this Direwolves lineup, and Immunity just did not have an answer. If you had to give it to one person, though, on the back of Sybil, he made that whole game work.
Yeah, Sybil, it was all on him, making sure that Cheese could never catch a break.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the pressure that he put in the right lanes at the right times, went back to the top lane straight after, found kills there, and it was just ridiculous how well he played.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot that Immunity could do, but for more on the Direwolves victory, let's throw it out to Pastry Time and Spawn on the desk.
Thank you very much, Atlas and Rossi. And what a fun game to watch there between Immunity and Dials. Well fought from both sides, and the Direwolves, despite some of the roster shuffles they're coming through, kind of look like they're still playing the same game.
Yeah, they certainly did. And, you know, if anything, it really woke King up. He had a fantastic landing phase, especially after Chippies was sent back early on Alistair. T-Gun did a good job of harassing him out of lane, but, you know, King just took over. He was 60 CS up and really doing work there on Kaelin.
Yeah, we said King had to lead the lane, and lead he did there. But Chippies certainly held his own there in some of the team fights maybe there as well. And this is a really fun game. So what I want to break down now is something that's probably familiar to a lot of you, very fun to say, Wombo Combo Spawn. What are we talking about there?
Yeah, so if we pull up the graphic, Wombo Combo is when you put together like 3 or more champions that really contribute CC and then damage on top of it. So you got things in the top like we had in that game, being able to do it. Coming out of the jungle, you know, we had a Rek'Sai this time just for some knock up on that element. So already you've got 2 displacements coming through. Middle lane, it's kind of weird because you can do one of 2 things. You can go for CC, something like an Orianna, something like a Yasuo, or you can go all-out damage, which is exactly what Perfection did there. He went with the Vladimir, and it just augmented everyone else's damage. You know, AD carry doesn't really matter down there. It's great if you get something like an Ezreal or something like a Graves to shoot over the top, but Alistair is a big one here at the top. As you can see, as we pull up the graphic, team comp graphic coming through from, the Direwolves there, they had 3 out of 5 of
so
those.
you can see in those key positions that you pointed out, we got the top lane, we got the jungler, and we got that support. And here, we pretty much just got damage between Perfection and King.
Yeah, exactly right. King could have played whatever he wanted, honestly, that King. He played it really well. The big one is Perfection's ultimate across everything means that Sharp, even though he doesn't go super aggro on his build, still does relevant damage. All of a sudden, Sybil does a little bit of damage on top of there as well, and Perfection does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that kind of the final, I guess, important thing about Wombo Combo is that when you're putting them together, you can't just have the ultimates there and just sort of use them like bit by bit, sort of trickle in. You need to combine them together to make some sort of CC chain, whether it's a single pick or trying to win a whole team fight.
Yeah, and that's a really important thing. Wombo works in both situations. You can Wombo someone, although it's a lot of cooldowns, or you can use it on a whole team.
Well, let's bring up our first replay here, and we have just pretty much one person getting Wombo. This one was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, so at the start of this replay, the best thing is it shows you why you don't give T-Gun Morgana as well.
Yep.
So over the wall, as we roll it out, T-Gun nails King with a bind, walks around, Ryu gets in there, really is fed at this point, gets King down and takes him out of the fight. And right now you're thinking, wow, they're going to chase him for more kills. But if we pause it right here, you have the whole of the Direwolves lineup coming up river. You know, Immunity, there's as well, sure, but they've used 2 really important ultimates, and Chippy's got his ultimate running, so no one's killing him.
No, and important to note as well, Sharp does have his teleport. He'll actually TP in fairly soon. He's got a lot of rage left on the Mega now, so he's ready to go with his CC as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. So when we roll this one out, you'll see the teleport. It comes through straight away. The rest of the members are coming in. Chippy's still like, you cannot kill me. I'm the angriest bull. And then all of a sudden, Cheese gets destroyed.
Yeah, you can see, if you missed that one, that was Flash Pulverize, Headbutt, Vladimir ult, Gnar ult. And I think a Rek'Sai knock up there as well. That was a lot of wombo combo.
Yeah, so in the end, they use their wombo. They take out one really important member, make it a 1-for-1. More importantly, able to push through, get those structures afterwards, and control of the lane.
Yep, so nice stuff. So now we're going to see another replay. This time, let's see the whole thing in action. So is the team fight here? It's pretty scattered, actually, so watch for pockets of combo, but they really piece this CC together very nicely.
Yeah, they certainly do. And the important thing is immunity is running forward in this comp, so it's even harder to coordinate if you're the Direwolf. So as we get this one rolling out, you see it looks really good for them, but they group up. And if you freeze right here, you see Sharp. He's like licking his lips. The Hemo Plague's down on 3 members. There's 4 people nearly on top of him. And if we roll it back through at half speed, you can see he just piles everyone in the wall. All the knockups come back through, and they just completely destroy the team.
Yeah, you can see the rest of the positioning. Immunity were charging forward down the lane, trying to clean up here, and that carries you just dead in this little area that you can see. So using a really smart combo there. Sharp, very aware, had the rage going, had his flash up there as well. Really smart snap decision to be like, we can just kill these carries. They do, and it's pretty easy clean up from there.
And the important thing to note out is King got an ultimate in that team fight. He was 3,000 gold of their lead at that point, so there's only like 4,000 gold scattered across the rest of them. And Chippy's was relatively fed, so a lot of it was on the Alistar, but just the ability to layer the CC, get the ultimates going, all the augmentation from perfection, just meant that immunity never had the chance.
Yeah, awesome stuff there. Great performance from the Doves. Again, a lot of fun. Good to see them still playing nice and aggressive. We're going to pop ourselves back in the studio for a bit more on the game.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And unfortunately, Tegan unable to pick up a victory and then forced to come on the desk to talk about it.
I wasn't forced. I just like being on camera.
No. We certainly wasn't forced. But I'm really glad that you stuck around because I've got a few questions about that game. And one of them is, against the Caitlyn, especially in the hands of King, who's just known for being super aggressive, is there any reason why you decided not to go for a lane swap?
We knew that Fizz would win top. And we planned for that. We planned to just have a lot of jungle pressure top and just let Ryu go nuts. And I mean, if you saw the game, he did. He got very far ahead. The problem was we didn't pull him out of that lane and we didn't pull ourselves out of the 2v2. We just sort of let it stagnate on and on and on. The longer that lane goes, the more of an advantage King's going to get, especially if we don't call for ganks. And we didn't want ganks. So that was the mistake. The mistake wasn't giving him Caitlyn. Obviously, he's going to be very strong on Caitlyn. The mistake was we took way too long to pull our strong member out of a lane and utilize that. We just sort of stagnated, didn't take the outer towers, and let them rotate on us, start sieging, and beat us down.
So what would your strategy have been if you took the strong player out of the top lane? Where were you going to go with him then? Were you looking at the dragons, or was it a bot lane turret that you were looking to take? Where would you actually have gone with that strong member?
Anywhere on the bottom half of the map. Mid's very hard to get to because Vlad was doing very well, and it's extremely easy for him to safely clear a wave. So it's really difficult for us to take that mid tower. But bot tower, very easy for us to get. Dragon would have helped us stall out the game. As you saw, they were at 5 dragons by the time they finished the game. But they just killed us with Baron anyway. But that threat was always looming over us. Like, you saw us try to steal it, I think, twice with Gragas. We just put everything on him and said, best of luck to you, mate.
In you go.
Didn't have the best luck with that, but it's very difficult for him to outsmite someone higher level than him when he's coming in late. Pressure anywhere but top would have been helpful, and we just didn't do it.
Yes, didn't quite manage to make that one work. But, of course, another thing is, were you expecting the Vladimir pick in the mid lane from Perfection? Because he hasn't played that yet in the OPL, of course, known as a Vladimir player previously. But were you expecting that sort of pick in the mid lane?
It was mentioned, and we came to terms that it's okay. Obviously, our plan was to ban him out. You saw of our bans, Azir, TF, Cassidy, and then we first picked Fizz, which is another champion he plays a lot. Our strategy was, let's just ban out their best player. Sorry, King. And then work from there. Pick on Sharp, who is one of their weaker players, and try and build around that. I thought he was going to go Orianna or Lulu, and then we picked away the Orianna, so that obviously sort of limited his options. But I can't remember who it was, but someone in TeamSpeak said that he could go Vlad, and we didn't think it would be as strong as it was, but didn't end well for us.
I was expecting a Malphite mid, honestly. That's actually one that I've seen him play. I think it was about 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's not likely to happen again, but certainly
Only
a
you would
surprise.
remember that.
Yeah.
Only you.
Of course, that was my first tournament that I casted.
Oh.
Certainly
yeah,
a surprise
thanks.
that the Vlad did as well as it did, though. And what was your plan of attack, or how did you change what you were approaching the game like when Vladimir did become so big? Because Sybil was so smartly ganking. Was there a way that you went about it then?
It was difficult for us to sort of adapt on the fly because they outscaled us. Anyone can tell you that. They have Vlad Caitlyn versus our comp. There is no way we win that if we go to 50, 60 minutes unless they make huge mistakes, which we're not going to expect that. So our plan was just run around, look for picks. Hit binds, look for picks. And try and get in and get out before they roam on us. But as you saw, got a pick on King Top. Took too long. They came, collapsed on Cheese and took the tower. So it's just a little sloppy from us. We identified what we needed to do, which is never engage a Vlad. But can't really not engage on him when Alistair flashes and hits you in the face.
Yeah. You're sort of given no other options there. And one last question, I just want to ask, how do you deal with a loss like this as a team? Do you guys sort of go back and discuss? Do you go over the VOD together? What's your sort of strategy for getting through and making sure these sort of things don't happen again?
Like you said, we'll go over the VOD. We'll look at the champ select specifically because I think there were a couple mistakes in there. And then we'll just look at the mistakes over the game and find the critical point, the turning point where we just didn't have a chance to come back from. Identify that and work out how we could have avoided it. And obviously sometimes you play from behind. We got to work out how we get ahead from there.
Fantastic, and thank you very much for coming onto the desk, and still an admirable performance. You hit some sweet finds that game, T-Gun. Nothing can take that one away. Unfortunately, not this time, but there is always the future. But we are going to throw it back out to Pastry Time and Spawn to bring us our next game.
Thank you very much, Atlas. And good sport on the tee, and unfortunately not being able to pull it out. But we do have our last game of the evening here, and it's a big one here, Spawn. Sin taking on Legacy. What a hype last match of the night.
Yeah, exactly right. For pleasures of joining Direwolves up there in equal seconds, the winner will go up to that 6-3 mark. Unfortunately, the loser will fall away to be outright fourth place now. But we'll have to see who can get it going because, if any matchup, this really is the one to watch tonight.
It is, and we started, like you said, a three-way tie for second here in this particular game. We've finally started to break that a bit. Dial's continuing to win, and of course, this game really splits them up because this is the other two teams sitting in that tiebreak.
Yeah, exactly right. A new team coming through, similar to what Direwolves did last, but it's Sin Gaming, really hot right now behind a fantastic mid laner, and Legacy, they've had some ups and downs already. It's weird. Even in the jungle position, they were looking shaky. Carbon was great. Then Carbon had a little bit of a dip. Now he's back to playing fantastic League of Legends. I want to see if they can hold it together for some more.
I have to agree with you. The Spawn Sin are so hot right now. Let's take a look at both the mid laners actually here for these teams because they're just insane. Rymeister and Choo Choo's young players, absolutely incredible, mechanically brilliant. And honestly, look best on Assassins.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what I like about this matchup. I hope we get the Echo Yasuo, as you can see down there. But Rymeister, he started with these mid-range mages. He was like Azir, Cassiopeia, some more Azir. But then in the last couple of games, really went back towards the Zed, back towards the Echo. And he looks outright dangerous in the mid lane when he gets an Assassin.
He doesn't. He did not look bad on Azir by any stretch of the imagination. So both of these players, very deep champion pools. You can see between them 6 unique champions. And that's not all the games that they've played here. Lots of fun potentially here in the matchup, but I agree with you. Just play some Assassins, guys.
Yeah, exactly right. Credit to Choose. He was able to pick that Varus up, have a very good game. But once again, he's Yasuo in the mid lane. Farmed up an absolute storm. You might be thinking like 4-3-1. That's not a very impressive scoreline, but he was split pushing that whole game, just creating pressure, and there was no one that could go near him. That's why he hasn't got more kills. Not because he couldn't get them, just because people weren't going in his lane anymore.
Yeah, and look, classically, Legacy have team fought very well with the pick, so we'll see what happens here in this game as these two massive mid laners go head-to-head. But we're into the draft now, and I love this from Sin, instantly taking away Nunu.
Yeah, so he gets to play Elise, guys. Celebrate. Carbon has been very vocal about it. Nunu, best jungler in the pool at the moment. Carbon definitely believes it, and they've taken it away.
They have indeed. Rumble taken there by Legacy, banning away from Rosie. Echo going to get the ban there as well, away from Rymeister, but Kalista banned by Sin.
Yeah, and it was funny because Rymeister, he came onto the desk last week. He was like, very exploitable champion. You can't blind pick it. So many loopholes. Jumps into the next game,
Plays
blind
back
picks
in
it,
mid.
does it really well.
Yeah, I mean, Rymeister may be having some fun there as he did look excellent on the champion, but Legacy going to respect it. We've seen it flexed a lot by different people as well. Fizzban, I love this. That's a Minky special.
Yeah, it certainly is. As soon as you give Minky assembly semblance of a carry top laner, able to put in work. You know, Minky is the other player that has been playing a little bit of Echo from what I've seen on him. Plays it up there in the top lane, plays it a tanky AP assassin up there as well. So, you know, a lot of people taking these, I guess, flex versatile pseudo AP champions, playing him in the top lane, and Minky's very good at it.
Yeah, Minky can play just about anything. Was a former mid laner competitively, been in the top lane for quite a while and has a lot of experience there. There's another jungle band there, but this time on the other side, Legacy takeaway Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. Jubes does a lot of work early game when he gets something like Rek'Sai, but I am expecting that to mean a Gragas first pick. They go with Ryze, which is very strong at the moment, but that will give the Gragas over, and, you know, Jubes needs an early game jungler.
It does. I mean, Carbon, again, pretty specific on his champion pool as far as junglers go, but certainly a Gragas player here as well. You can really tell how much Sin values a champion like Ryze, though, with the first pick. And Rosie, he is, again, much like Minky, a very strong carry player.
Yeah, he's a great mechanical player coming through there, so Ryze is going to suit him, going to be able to chain up those snares. Just so good late game now. 6 items, very good. Between like 3 and 4, I think he falls away a little bit, but with double items, still very durable in the top lane.
Yeah, and Rosie, the sort of player that does like to bully people, have probably that opportunity here in the matchup, although Minky will have a lot of experience in this matchup, and of course, just in general in the top lane, because Rosie this season was new to the role. Not too long left for Legacy to pick. We've talked about their drafts when they've looked good. It's been through a lot of strong drafting, even in some of their losses, so these first 2 picks are very important.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they do go with the Gragas. This allows the ability... Wow, Gragas as well as Alistar. Like, I don't know, if there was a Yasuo comp, they're 2 great champions to start with.
They are indeed, but remember, Rymeister, they actually share a lot of champions choosing Rymeister, despite not playing the same things, maybe this particular season. So I think the mid lane's going to be contentious. Legacy probably going to look to last pick their mid laner here. We'll see what Sing want to go with.
Yeah, I'm expecting for probably a jungle pick to come out right now. We've also seen the fact that they love to rub the Janna and Caitlyn. That's still available. Real possibility in the bottom lane. Abuses the fact that Alistar very melee support. So that might be something that Cardred and Trashboat can take into them.
Yeah, and important to remember, Cardred as well played a lot of Caitlyn so far in... I think, is it only Caitlyn so far? Yep, there we go.
The Caitlyn player.
He is indeed here. We saw Cardred and Trashboat bring out the Caitlyn Janna that starting to pick up popularity here in the OPL. 12 seconds left now for Sin. Not too much time left to decide where they want to go with their draft. They've got a lot of options open to them. Already closing off a solo lane kind of means that you've tipped your hand a little bit, and Legacy's first 2 picks were brilliant, but they'll stick to their guns. Cardred... I was about to say Cardred. I meant Caitlyn, but it's kind of the same thing. Caitlyn Janna again.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, I'm not surprised to see this, especially with Alistar picked up, just because of the fact it's very hard to combo because you get blown out of it by the Janna. Also, keep yourself very safe at range with Caitlyn. Hard to get on top of here. And honestly, Cardred has always looked at his best on scaling late game carries that have some element of laning phase bullying. You know, that is exactly Caitlyn's kit to a T.
Yeah, and Cardred, that's kind of the other story here. These are his former teammates in Legacy. They won a championship together, but Tally, formerly the top lane, now moving into that AD carry role for this particular year. It's going to be interesting to see how well Legacy know Cardred can play to his tendencies, but of course Cardred going to want to just smash Tally.
Yeah, exactly right. Wants to prove that he is a superior laner down there. Tallywhacker, he's had some ups and downs in the AD carry position. Plays absolutely everything. In fact, his best game was probably on Ezreal, and I don't know many people in the OPL can say that at the moment, but he goes towards something different again, goes for the Corki. This is a champion that trades really well with Caitlyn.
It is, again, and something more aggressive. I like to see that on Tally, but a Z here for Choo Choo is very boring. No Yasuo.
Yeah, but it leaves Minky the last pick, so they don't know whether it's Rhyme right now on the rise in the mid lane or whether it is something that Rosie's going to take up there. So allowing the flexibility of Minky, who is one of the carries of the team, don't just expect him to play tanks up there, to be on something that could have an impact on the early game. I expect it to be AD because they have a lot of magic damage so far, but we'll have to see what he goes with.
I actually love that they're able to flex and really kind of figure out the draft and be like, you know what, we need to make sure we have a strong counter pick here, or a strong safe mid lane pick because of exactly what you said. So maybe not as exciting, but smart drafting from Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, it gives them a little bit more of an aspect of appeal, means that they can shove people off them if the engage starts going awry. Does get a little bit susceptible to poke as the game goes on, and that would be an interesting pick.
Is Drew's going to go all in? He is. We've got the Z there for Rymar, so that's what we've seen already. But Lee Sin here for Drews with junglers shredded in the picks.
Yeah, exactly right. We spoke about the fact Rek'Sai gone. Gragas picked up. Drews likes to play early game junglers, so he just goes all in, chucks the dice on the table and says, I'll just still play Lee Sin, guys. Don't really have a care in the world about it. Got some AP in the top lane. That unlocks the Z in the middle lane for Rymeister, and all of a sudden, Sin's lineup looks like fireworks are going to be happening from about level 3 onwards.
Yep, it does indeed. I mean, Rhymeister loves to be aggressive. I actually like the matchup. I think it's very close. And with two talented mid laners, it'll be nice and skill intensive there. But we mentioned AD there for Minky. There is a chance you would pick the SO for the top lane, but whatever he picks, it's going to probably be maybe more of a carry because they have a good front line already.
They need something that can actually go in a split push because right now they've got Rise who will be able to chase a lot of people out of a split push scenario mid game. Then they've got the Zed who late game will probably be relegated to split pushing. They've also got a very good core on Sin's lineup. They've got the disengage from Lee Sin, disengage from Janna, long range coming through there from the Caitlyn. So, you know what? Shen, I wouldn't be surprised. It is locked in.
It is.
They need someone to answer split push.
I mean, sure, we'll take Shen here for Minky. Well, curious to see how he builds it more than anything else, but this is a very old school champion.
Yeah, it certainly is. Able to port around the map. He's the worst ninja in the world, but
He
he's
is.
a very good split pushing tank.
He is indeed. And Minky, lots of experience, of course, in League. He's been playing for a long, long time and competing in the region for a long time as well. Always pulls out something funny, whether it's a tank or a carry. And this time it's more of a tank, but Minky Shen.
Yeah, so, you know, Shen got some quality life changes.
Yep.
He got MR per level added back to his kit, so thumbs up there. He's a little bit more better in lane against more better. That's not English. He's better in lane
He is.
against tanks. Able to itemize very well because he does get HP back through his Q. So, you know, Spirit Visage is a very clean itemization for him. And he's one of those champions that benefits a lot from a late game Trinity Force. Makes him very relevant. Balmy Cinder, also a good item. He loves the Sunfire Cape, loves the Cinder early game. So there are certain things that have happened over time that he didn't get one huge buff and become relevant again, but slowly but surely he has crept back.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Finally well positioned here potentially as far as changes go. Seems, you know, playable again, which is nice for a lot of these old school Shen players. But I have to ask you, what's the matchup like? Because that's the first thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, Merc Tread's going to be a must up there in
Yep.
the lane because you have to, like, that is the first item against Rise right now. Unless you play Xin Zhao and just try and kill the guy, you go Merc Treads because you cannot escape from the Rune Prism otherwise. He's going to just be relegated to farming. Don't get me wrong. It's going to be a tough matchup here, but it's very hard to push Shen off a creep wave.
Yeah, and as we can see there as well, the team comes here with Minky throwing in a bit of fun there with Shen for our last game. But this is going to be a close one, guys. Let us know who you think is going to win on Twitter by using a hashtag SinWin, the best hashtag, or LGC win there for Sin and Legacy respectively.
You like Sin win?
It's a great hashtag.
I love Abs win.
Okay, you got me.
Yeah.
I always think of Australian Bureau of Statistics. It's just like,
That's deep.
it is.
Yeah, but yeah, as we have Sin coming up against Legacy here, and you know, you mentioned the grudge match here for Kadru coming back up against his old team. We mentioned the fact that there's a throwback pick in the top lane with the Shen, so we'll have to see how it works out.
We will. I mean, Minky, again, always the person that likes to challenge convention. He likes to get creative. If there's a pick at the forefront of the game or something that he thinks is good, he's the sort of player that will just play it. In fact, Chuchis is kind of like that as well, but in a different way, where he'll just play whatever he thinks is good, even if it's not good.
Yeah, so will Tallywhacker. Tallywhacker likes to get onto things that he thinks very strong. So the whole team that coming through from Legacy lineup, they very much are like that. They trust each other. They trust their jungler especially, and they've piecemealed togetger a good lineup. I like the fact that they had someone to answer the split pushing, so we're going to have to see if they can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sin's got a great lineup here as well. We talked about the first pick Rise. That's there for Rosie coming in. I love the Caitlyn Janna that's being played again. You already mentioned that Janna is very strong with the Caitlyn, but one of her issues is that she doesn't lane very well. One of the few lanes you can actually get away with sort of not beating, but at least staying in is probably the Alstar one.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll have to see whether the sustain helps out there, really able to get them through that laning phase.
Well, with that, we are going to throw back into the studio to get ourselves into our last game.
Thank you very much, Patient Time and Spawn. I'm Atlas. This is Rusty, and we're about to get into our final match of the evening. Of course, Legacy taking on Sin. And what I love about this matchup is it's Rhymeister accepting the fact that he is an assassin player.
He basically started this split going more the Azir Cassiopeia route. It was a different Rhymeister to what we saw in the Challenger
wasn't
series.
the Rhymeister that we wanted, though, was it,
It
Rusty?
wasn't. Rhymeister has changed it up. He's become the Rhymeister that we wanted and has gone back to his assassin roots where he's Diana, he's Zed, everything. Even to a degree, you could say his Azir was quite
his Echo.
assassin-like. And his Echo. He has a lot of assassin options. He's finally gone back to his comfort picks, and he's already doing so much work with it so far.
Yeah, and I want to look at the top lane. Of course, one thing I really love is the fact that Rosie's picked up the Rise. Of course, Rosie has always been a fantastic caster player, regardless of whether he was in the mid lane or in the bottom lane. Of course, I remember the days of his Karma, of course, down there in the bottom lane.
Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank, fantastic.
Yeah.
Land skill shots, his mechanical play is brilliant, but on Rise now in the top lane. It's sort of an understandable change-up here for Rosie, and of course a gigantic pick at the moment. But how will it go into the Shen?
It's very interesting. As Spawn mentioned earlier, Shen being changed in the latest patch has the magic resistance per level and a small bolster on the flat amount of magic resistance that a Shen starts with. All big factors into why it's being able to be picked against the Rise. They may look for that lane swap. They may not want the 1v1. But if they are in the 1v1 scenario, Rise is always going to have control just because of the raw range advantage that he possesses. The fact he can throw out spells on such a low cooldown. But in saying that, the Shen is a resourceless champion, but essentially has the energy, but that early in the game, you're going to be throwing out shields and you're going to be throwing out your Q. You don't need to taunt, and that is when you start to run low on your energy. You're sitting in lane, and you have so much sustain because of the effective bonus health from that shield that you're actually quite comfortable. Maybe start with a Doran shield here on Minky and just sit in lane and try your best to not die.
Weather the storm.
Weather the storm of Rise. Once he gets that tier, the kill pressure is actually almost in your favor.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it works out. Ladies and gentlemen, as we hop onto the Rift, Sin taking on Legacy. And we'll see whether it is going to be a lane swap from Legacy, because you have to think that this Janna Caitlyn lane has been so oppressive, and even when it's just a Caitlyn, it's difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult. Having that extra damage that can come out from Trashbow, putting the shield down onto the Caitlyn, ridiculously hard. It's essentially a 1v2 matchup where the Janna is offensively using the shield, so it becomes infinitely more difficult in that bot lane. And we'll see how that does pan out, as Sinner looking for that 2v1 or looking to prevent that 2v1 right now.
Yeah, Cinemo's definitely just making sure they know where these lane swaps are going to be coming in. We'll see where they position Cardred and Trashboat, just to see whether they can guarantee any sort of lane swap or
I like it.
Answer.
They're aware of the fact that Tally is about to be visible going to that top lane, I think.
Actually, they are backing
No,
away, though. Interesting. Trashboat headed back to lane, but...
Second time's the charm, right?
Oh, cute. Moves up, is going to back off, but they've got the extra ward.
Now you can see the side of Sin sitting in the mid lane, waiting to see if there is an AD carry spotted by the ward.
Oh, they saw him. They saw Minky Whale.
Now they can walk very free, as you would like, to your respective 2v2 matchup, which they were looking for. They have now found. Well done to Sin, placing all of the relevant wards. That's a very new one to me, though, I think, having that ward in the bush there, but spots him.
Yep, very cute. And that was just a flicker of Shen. And of course, it's pretty ironic. I love it. You know, the beauty of the Shen's the one that gives up his position as the ninja.
Yeah.
Just known as being a pretty crap ninja.
You compare that to the Corki in a toboggan, and he's infinitely harder to actually spot. But
hey, at least it's not going to make any like mechanical noises. I mean, it's a toboggan.
Yeah. Just not thematically accurate. Either way, they spot the 1v1 in the top lane. They get the 2v2 in the bot lane, and Minky is actually doing quite well so far. Rosie, only being level 1, has to respect the raw trade capabilities of his Shen, even at level 1.
Yeah, he's got the Kai Strike as well, so effectively an extra ability there in that lane. It's Cardred with a gigantic shot onto Tallywhacker there.
It's such a hard lane to be in. The range that a Caitlyn has, the fact that Trashboat can be offensively stanced to use auto attacks because you have that shield, and Caitlyn always going to be in range to throw down autos.
Oh
Look at that.
My goodness. And that was a powered up Peacemaker as well from that Eye of the Storm that Trashboat's so good at putting on at exactly the right time. Tallywhacker just takes another cheeky one there. But does this lane ever turn around for Corki? Of course, your burst trading potential is very strong. Can he get to a point where he can utilize it?
I mean, there's a chance where it can turn around with the Phage pickup, but you'll be looking at a BF sword Caitlyn, who will then have the Eye of the Storm bonus damage. So essentially, no.
No is the simple answer, Max.
To put it simply, no. But there are opportunities where you can actually out-trade. If the Corki can get in range to have a match trade, put down the Phosphorus Bomb and get an auto. Hello, Juice.
Speaking of a difficult trade, Rymeister going to give a safeguard target to Juice, but he's not having a great time. Carbon schooling him around here just a little bit as they battle for the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, being knocked for 6, Carbon very heavy on the pressure, not actually killed.
Oh, Rymeister going very aggressive onto Choose here. Carbon, of course, was still hanging around, so Rymeister not looking to go too aggressive, but definitely getting his message across.
Speaking of aggressive, you can see Flying Jude now level 3, trying to stance himself in a much more aggressive position to try and zone away at the very least the Janna and give the threat of the Caitlyn going down as Carbon He's looking. There's no shadows.
Yeah, the Living Shadow wasn't taken here by Rymeister. They're able to get back to his turret. But two more auto attacks, not enough. Rymeister is going to be forced to go back, though, and Choo Choo is going to be able to have some free time in this lane.
Yeah, he's actually in a very good position here, Choo Choo's. They forced nothing, actually, in terms of summoner spells from Rymeister, which is why he's still hanging around. Has Lee Sin in the wings and looking to... This is a fairly obvious bait, to say the least, but Choo Choo's likes to kill lane opponents. There's a chance he'll still go for it.
Good point. It's definitely a good point. Juve's only level 3, though. Carbon making his way back around. No wards here for Sin. And with this lane pushing, Rymeister does not want it to freeze on him or to stay up. Choo Choo's in, and no, he cannot move
He's
forward.
trying to bait, but Carbon just hanging around, expecting Juves to be here also. Carbon, a very clairvoyant jungler, so to speak, will recognize when someone's going to be around. Juves looking to reset this wave, but he's spotting a Gragas.
Yeah, Rymeister trying to give him a target there for that safeguard. He's trying to make it close enough, and he does get there. So Sin going to be able to get out of here, but it's just so much of an advantage given over to Choo Choo's.
Yeah, all in all, smart play from Legacy there. They actually school around the side of Juves in mid and jungle, and they find a small advantage, but it is still an advantage. 9 CS to Choo Choo's, and they're going to be able to recall on equal footing. But Rymeister's still hanging around to try and get some last hits. He's in a very volatile position.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, the CS has been evened out and actually gained an advantage here for Tallywhacker. He's done a great job pushing this lane back out again. You have to hand that a lot to Flying Jew to be able to really keep the aggression in that lane.
They hit that level 3 mark, and suddenly the Alistar just got randomly aggressive, and Carbon wasn't actually visible on the map. So Sin, in a way, zoning themselves out. Caitlyn not able to play as aggressive as she was originally stance, just respecting where the Gragas could be. And they find themselves still in a very good position, only 2 CS behind it as we speak, but being able to find your way back in as Corki is a very good position.
One thing I want to talk about is the fact that Rymeister, when he was here last week, was talking to us a lot about back timings, and yet again, managed to go back at exactly the right time to catch as far back up in CS as he possibly could. He got it to a 3 CS margin here before he head back to base, and he'll be able to pick up this wave as it gets to the tower as well. So intelligent back movements from Rymeister to make sure that he's handling this lane as well as possible, because things were looking bad.
Absolutely. Finds himself recalling with the right amount of gold, very thankfully. He gets a ward and red pots with that cutlass, where if he was recalling when we first saw him attempting to, he would not have had enough for probably just the cutlass alone.
No, may not have even been able to get a Vamp Scepter either. So, look, of course, champions have made it towards that level 6 mark, as Minky Well does get his stand united. We'll see whether his movements around the map are going to be a little bit more pronounced, as Rosty's going to scratch his nose as the pause does come through.
Well spotted, Max.
Yeah.
Well spotted.
I like it. He's got an itchy nose. It's
Yeah, I
fine.
do.
Yeah,
Thank you for pointing that one out, though.
I'm not having a go. I'm not having a laugh.
No.
All right. Just saying. You know, this was a good segue. Bad segue.
was
We've
a
had some
horrible
bad
segue.
segues this evening. But, of course, it is a pause. So we were allowed to talk a bit silly at this stage. But, of course, at this moment, level 6s has been hit. And I like this because, of course, it is a bit of a power spike mark for a lot of these teams. So who does this mean the most for? I'm thinking Corki here for the Rockets, but am I wrong?
Corki always relevant for the Rockets. It provides a little bit of poke and just some lane control. Even if you're being zoned by that Caitlyn, you can continue to last hit. But in terms of level 6 power spikes, you look at that Zed. He has the Cutlass finished. There's a big potential for outplays now because he's got the Shadow. But remember, it's a 1-second cooldown before you can go back. That's enough time for Azir to use his Emperor's Divide, push you into your own turret, or push you into the opposition turret perhaps, and just put down so much damage that the trade ends up favoring the Azir. So power spikes for level 6, definitely volatility for the mid lane. The Cutlass provides a lot of extra damage, but he's more so going for sustain with that Cutlass rather than kill pressure.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether he can actually get a chance to utilize that sustain. Of course, Choo Choo is going to be trying to get him away from that minion line quite effectively. But is the sort of general idea on this Zed to go for possibly a Brutalizer as the next option here, make sure you got as much damage, or do you like going towards that Blade of the Ruined King as a sort of rush item?
You go the Brutalizer, you need the raw armor penetration and damage output. But what I want to touch on the most, after we've just discussed the mid and bot lane and how volatile they could be, is the fact that one team has a Shen.
It's a good point.
Single target comp like what Sin are running, they've got Caitlyn, they've got Ryze, they've got Zed. Shen is almost the direct counter to that entire team in terms of skirmishing and lane face. So right now, the level 6 power spikes favor Legacy infinitely across every lane except top lane, where the Ryze gets power against the Shen.
Well, I actually really like that as well, because a lot of these comps that are built around sort of negating a single target comp choose the likes of Lulu.
Yeah.
But what I love about it is the fact that, exactly right, Shen can be anywhere and give you that gigantic amount of extra health back, or effective health, if that makes sense. So I really like that idea as well.
Yeah, it doesn't need to use a teleport or anything offensively. Can use the ultimate teleport back to lane, perhaps.
Yeah.
It all depends on the scenario. And again, it just provides this utility to the Legacy lineup that they otherwise would not have had. The Lulu would have to use a teleport, and then top lane could either go completely downhill, or the Ryze could match it and be even footing. So the shield, the effective health, is going to be big, especially against that assassin in the mid lane. I don't think Rymeister will try his hand at a 1v1 unless Minky is completely stuck under tower from Ryze.
Yeah, is the problem here, though, for Minkwell is the fact that I guess if he's going to build against his lane opponent, he's going to grab a whole bunch of that MR. Does that give Rymeister a way to possibly 1v1 this Shen, or is he just going to have so much health that it's not going to be a thing?
I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue. You can see that Minky's going for that health crystal first, most likely going for the Balmy Cinder. So not going to be stacking magic resistance straight up front. Might go for the Merc Treads, but hello.
Yeah, Deathmark in the mid lane there as Rymeister does manage to get the exhaust out.
Doesn't even need the Shen ult in this case. Rymeister actually just using his ultimate to put down some damage and try and get a positive trade. Forces the exhaust. His ult will be up sooner.
Yeah, it's true. So I guess decent trade there for Rymeister. Just wanted to make sure that that summoner spell was on cooldown, and of course, inspire fear into Choo Choo's, who now has a blue buff.
If there's one thing I've learned about Rymeister is that when Zed's ult is off cooldown, he's probably going to use it.
Yeah, that has most definitely been a thing that we've learned.
It doesn't even really matter when. He dove a Nexus.
No. No, but Juves does look like he's going to be changing up the sort of Cinder Hulk fad that's been coming in. There's a longsword sitting in his back pocket, so going towards that warrior enchantment. So going to hit a bit of a spike there towards the mid game. Might even have towards the right amount for that item as well as we are moving through this game. And speaking of which, who do you think has sort of the team fight comp around this next dragon that's going to be sort of a point of contention very soon?
It's hard to pick who has directly got the best teamfight comp. I would put it to Legacy, almost 100%. But then you look at the side of Sin, and it is almost exclusively execution-based. The Lee Sin kick needs to be right. The Caitlyn and the Janna are both getting close to that level 6 stage. They're not actually there just yet, so the advantage is in favor of Legacy until that case.
Yep.
I mean, it does come down entirely to the execution of Sin. If they can get those single target spells onto the relevant sources, they will be able to come out ahead in almost any fight. But the exhaust being down also, Rymeister's ult just about to be up. Pretty good position to fight again.
That might be a decent idea. Of course, secondary exhaust in the hands of Flying Jew. Probably an understandable decision given the fact that Ryze is going to have a whole lot of damage output and Rymeister needs to be removed from the back line. Carbon going to be starting off a bit of a steal here.
Oh, he's going to kill the ward. It's going to actually take him such a long amount of time that he may not get there in time.
Actually, this blue buff getting quite low here. Oh my goodness, almost accidentally steals it away.
That would have been awesome.
But Carbon, that was risky.
Yep. Risky, but also calculated to an extent. He could have easily backed out seeing Juice take that ward down, but he knew what he was doing. And what he wants to do right now is mid lane, and he's probably going to spot Juves on the translation.
Yeah, he also had that investment of course, the side stone as Carbon.
I wonder if he's going to blind body slam.
Counter gank. Not finding it in there just yet. Yeah,
he's taking your Raptors, mate.
Surprise. Carbon playing
What?
very cool, calm, and collected at the moment. Having
Nice
just
throwing.
taken 2
Here we
buffs
go.
as well. Oh, Juice actually kills a minion with a Sonic Wave, upsetting. There's the Emperor's Divide, and Juice
my
gets
God.
obliterated. Minky Whale even came in just to pick up the assist.
Yeah, Minky Whale getting a free assist there in the end. Has got a Banner of Command as his first item. Let that sink in, Atlas, and they're currently pushing the mid lane with a Banner of Command buffed cannon minion.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Right. So, Rusty, explain us.
I was waiting for the question.
Yeah, explain to us how strong Banner of Command for Shen is.
I mean, it's good for wave control. It gives you bonus damage to all of your minions.
Good.
That's something. I mean, what else does it provide? Not a whole lot.
What? The secondary stats, though.
Okay, here's the cool part about Banner of Command, right?
Okay.
You can buff a minion, and Rosie can't kill it.
Hey, that's a good point.
There is like no way in the world that Rosie can take down that minion because he's almost exclusively magic damage based. So you throw down one minion, and it's going to be a hero in that top lane.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no augmentation as well because you're building mana instead of AP or anything like that. Rymeister is going to try and go back, but Carbon looking to find his way around. And Minkieware may have just found the genius maneuver. Nice slow there, but
Carbon
Chilling Smite going to be used onto Rymeister there as the Death Mark to dodge out of the way of the barrel. The Ignite's down. Rymeister does find his way to safety with a bit of calculated aggression.
Carbon actually miscalculating there and wasting his flash. No need for it, especially with Choo-Choo's just around the corner. He could have threatened more away from Rymeister and maybe blown his flash instead.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Of course.
You know, if someone lights you on fire, I'm going to be trying to run away from them as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if someone promotes a cannon minion so that I can't hurt it, I'd probably want to teleport to another lane. But that's just me.
Well, Rosie is definitely considering it right now. He's very confused about what's going on. Banner of Command almost back up again. Cannon Wave just died, though, so Minkieware a little bit upset about that one.
Actually finding himself with a sizable CS lead in this top lane as well. I love this. Ingenious strategy here from Minkieware.
And he's the kind of guy that would mix it up as well to this level, is the Minkieware with the Banner of Command.
It's not Juice not killing a minion.
Baits Rymeister into taking a whole bunch of damage from Choo-Choo's there as well.
On the bright side, he didn't kill the minion he Sonic Waved to.
Hey,
so
good,
in
nailed
fact,
it.
Managed to follow it up.
We've got improvements on the Rift here for Sin. Of course, 3,000 gold approximately the lead here for Legacy as they've played this early stage incredibly well. And it seems like they've just calculated leaving open the Rise. It was all part of their strategy as Cardrick is going to walk straight into the wall there as he flashes out of the way of Flying Dew. That was an interesting situation.
The
there
flash
for
was
Cardrick.
burned, so all in all, it is a win and nothing really used from the Legacy side besides the raw damage output from their basic spell. So the Dragon now a possibility, no flash. A bit of health missing on the Caitlyn, wouldn't really advise just straight up all-inning it. But Choo-Choo's in a fantastic position himself, has that Morello's completed, up against the two mid-game style items here from Rymeister, but here we go. Can we just like watch the cannon and its progression through that?
Yeah, look at him controlling that minion.
It just gives Minkieware a position where he's almost free to farm because Rosie has to auto-attack it. Isn't it awkward?
It's so cute.
And it gives him the last hits. Like Minky just missed that one, he got 44 extra gold.
Oh, wow, it does too.
Yeah.
Rosie's like,
Come on, Rosie.
Come on, why can't I get it? Oh my goodness. Carbon making his way around. Of course, Rymeister with the Living Shadow is going to be more than fine, but they've lost the tower. Choo-Choo's probably looking to set up a Sun Turret in its stead.
If they can set up the Sun Turret, it's a lot easier for them to rotate immediately to the Dragon, but unable to do so because Rymeister being very aggressive in his stance, and instead they just started up.
Yeah. Immediately, Legacy going to be moving on that one. Of course, Stand United is available from Minkieware as Juice does pop at least a Sonic Wave over. Lee Syndrome not kicking in just yet, so Juice deciding not to go for any sort of steal here. Oh my goodness, that Howling Gale looked incredibly close. But Carbon not to be outsmited this time around. As, what was his excuse for not getting the Baron in that in the last game?
Oh, there was a Callista in the game.
Ah, that was it.
I mean, it's valid,
I don't know whether that was...
but I don't think
Was
Callista was hitting the Baron. So
Yeah.
let's not dwell on that too much.
I don't remember. Maybe there was something that happened. But I remember there was an excuse, and Carbon would never miss a smite if it wasn't for that. His
There he
Death Mark
goes.
is going to be used onto Choo-Choo's here. Emperor's Divide into the wall, though. Rymeister takes a turret shot, but he's going to be able to get to safety relatively easily.
And you're witnessing the nerf of the Z ultimate having an effect on that 1v1 right there. There is no direct outplay when you have a 1 second buffer between returning to your shadow. The Emperor's Divide connecting, knocking him under the turret, forcing a cancellation of that trade. Choo-Choo's coming out ahead from a Z ultimate, engaging on his terms when the Azir Q was down.
Yeah, well, I guess it's still an ult for ult trade, but a little bit more cooldown reduction built for Choo-Choo is going to mean that he may have that Emperor's Divide up a little bit sooner for use in another fight. But there's a Trinity Force, I'm telling you.
This is a big difference, though, I want to talk about, because look at the items on Cardred and compare that to the items on Tally. We were talking about when are they going to have the big power spikes, when is that going to occur in favor of Legacy at all? Generally speaking, it's not, but because of the item discrepancy right now, the difference with only the Infinity Edge coming out now has resulted in a 30 CS lead for Legacy in this bot lane.
Yeah, and this is something that Spawn spoke about. He was like, Corky's just better in this lane. And I didn't get it. because he just doesn't have much range. But I guess there's just something about being able to do a lot more damage.
It's not about the range. It's more the fact that you can auto-attack with a little bit of an extra bonus damage and have the Phosphorus Bomb. It forces the Caitlyn to walk into a Phosphorus Bomb to have a positive trade. And that's where you start to come out ahead as Corki. If the Caitlyn commits to that trade with the Janna shield, that's popped by the bomb, and then you've got a Gatling gun. So there's always a position in a prolonged trade that favors the Corki. It's more so the fact that Kadra can walk up to you, hit you once, throw out a Q if he likes, and just whittle away at your health, and that's where where Kadra on the Caitlyn starts to come out big.
Well, Tallywacker now forced into his turret, so still only 17 creeps the advantage for Tallywacker. So nothing to really write home about. Infinity Edge now completed for Kadra as well. As Jubes is going to find Carbon. Does have, of course, a Brutalizer there, almost towards that Warrior Enchant.
I would almost want to stop the Warrior Enchantment at this stage as Jubes. He hasn't been able to make something happen. He has kept up in farm compared to the Gragas, and is very close to having that Warrior Enchant completed, but...
Oh, Minky, well, he's going to get caught there. There's all of the damage from these carries, and Rosie, he is going to lock down the kill in the end. Legacy are going to be able to take down the bottom outer turret, and they're immediately there to make that trade. Top lane still alive for now, but might be taken down.
Minky has the teleport. Ryze actually recalling, so they're not going to go for that turret. Minky quite content with just getting back to the lane eventually. Everything resets. All in all, Legacy taking a turret. Rymeister finally realizing that he might want to take one of his own.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of damage down onto this.
That's gone.
Yeah, that is definitely dead. As Minky well not even going to be able to teleport there in time. Cutting off the way back to the lane is Rymeister, and he's just going to clear this one through as well. Legacy, though, waste no time. They're just going to clear out these minions in the mid lane as well. Keep everything shoved forward, and you can see already Sin have been reacting with a lot of vision, but Legacy just owning the Dragon area.
Yeah, Legacy finding control around this bottom half of the map, whereas the Zed and between Rosie with the pink ward control as well in the top lane have been able to find themselves an abundance of kills or control and just pressure around there. Choo Choo's having to react oftentimes blind just to Rymeister disappearing from the mid lane. Has forced a lot of control and contention around the top side of the map, but only one kill so far against this now Warmog's Banner of Command Shen. Minky, you're just insane.
Yeah, and I love the Warmog's pickup here, of course, because you're going to be up against mixed damage in a split push scenario. It could be Rosie, it could be Rymeister, so why not just build flat health?
Currently seeing.
Yeah, well, yep, Jubes is there at the same time.
Rymeister is looking to find these kills, though. It's hitting the point now where Rymeister has that Blade of the Ruin King and a pickaxe completed. He's ramping up in terms of his damage in a raw 1v1 really, really massively. Shen having a Warmog, it's nearly impossible to actually trade with him, but he is so tanky.
Yeah, well, the Death Mark comes through. Minky is going to burn the flash. Jubes takes a whole bunch of damage.
Did he buy a full Warmogs, by the way?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he went back and built
Yeah.
a full Warmogs. Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty standard.
So that was actually Minky's bad for dying earlier because he had that much gold backed up in his savings and loses a turret for it, but he's currently being very aggressive himself, actually.
Well, it certainly is.
Get him,
Rymeister
Cannon.
actually trying to fight back here. Cannon creep, of course, gigantic. Rosie's going to take down Choo Choo's though, and Flying Jew going to get knocked up. Trash Boat playing very aggressively as Rosie trying to come back around. There's the aggressive play from Flash Boat as he
that
gets
backfired.
the Flash Boat actually as he gets headbutted back into the team and destroyed, and the rest of Sin not going to be able to follow up.
An aggressive Monsoon actually puts Alistar behind the Janna, who then just use the headbutt pulve combo, and they find themselves with a free kill and everything burned from this Janna. All in all, they find a 1-for-1. Choo Choo's did go down though, and that's a big bonus. Ryze has swapped lanes with Rymeister at the moment because they have ramped up in strength. Rymeister excels at split pushing, whereas Ryze is always going to be good at team fighting at this stage.
Well, Rymeister is going to be able to get out of there, and Minky are going to get juked just a little bit underneath this turret. One thing that I do love about Banner of Command is that it builds out of Aegis of the Legion.
Yeah, it's always
So you're still going to have the
Magic resistance.
extra magic resistance. Cardred is going to be forced to flash, uses the net as well to try and get himself away. Tallywacker goes solo, and Rosie is huge on this rise.
Oh, Minky.
Minky trying to find his way back in, but he can't save Tallywacker. Rosie is just going to lock him down there with the Rune Prison. Of course, Minky pretty tanky, but Tallywacker not so much.
No, the talking point of Legacy right now is definitely going to be Choo Choo's. Has that death cap completed. Going to be working towards that zone as his third item. A very aggressive item by Choo's is going to be doing lots of damage, but he's going to be taking lots.
Yeah. Well, already the aggression from Trash Boat not ending whatsoever. Sin going to get a whole bunch of wards
around this Dragon area, and Choo-Choo's forced to clear out underneath this outer turret. So this Dragon going down so fast. Rosie just powering through with these spells. And Sin going to answer 1-1 in Dragons. We've got a close game on our hands here, Rusty.
We touched on the fact that Sin have a lot of single target damage, and it's going to come down to that execution again. We have ourselves a super close game, but Rosie being 3-0 is a massive talking point for this Sin lineup. The fact that one of the only champions in the game that... Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh no, says Zed.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, that was... Yeah, someone died. Moving on. The single target lineup here of Sin, seeing evidently not going to plan sometimes, Rymeister going down, but Rise...
It's hit or miss, Rusty.
It is hit or miss, and that's execution based. We saw a lack of execution just there. As
yeah,
the
Rosie is going to burst through this.
My God.
Oh, no. Minkuel just going to use that Kai Strike to lock that one down, as well as Rosie is going to get a Rune Prison there, but Minkuel, there ain't no damage he's taking.
Is it Kai or Key? I think it's Key Strike.
Yeah, but he's not hitting him with a key.
Well, he's not hitting him with a Kai. That's a person's name.
Is name. Dun 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 dun. Not sure. Anyway, let's get back on track. The spell of his passive that augments his auto attack. Gonna be able to take that one down as Choo-Choo's gonna head forward here, and they are gonna be able to take down this turret. Eye of the Storm, non-withstanding, and that is what the hell? Minkuel is going for like
breaking
full siege mode.
He's breaking the meta right now. That is
siege
what he's
unit
doing.
Shen.
The goal is to never die. The goal is to split push, banner of command, and potentially a ZZ Rock portal. We'll see what that actually becomes.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing.
Let's just wait until
there's the explosive cast, but Cardred is going to be able to use that net to get himself away. Stand United was used as well, as Legacy had a clear idea, and it clearly didn't work.
No, they did have the execution in mind, but when they tried to put it into effect, nothing actually coming from it. Gragas knocking them all away as the Shen ultimate connected on top of Carbon, but then they're all so far away that he kind of just had to retreat back to his own devices. And Rymeister split pushing is probably going to be able to get this turret. In the meanwhile, Legacy stuck defending against 4 members and unable to engage now.
Yeah, not quite getting there. Minkuel going to get caught up a bit, but it's not worth talking about.
He's not really taking any damage at the moment. The talking point will be the fact that that turret has in fact gone down.
Split push successful.
Sin find themselves a small advantage in this. My biggest concern for this Sin lineup is going to be Juice though. He's gone for that Warrior's Enchantment. When there are 2 hyper carries on their team, he needs some tanky items as soon as possible.
Now, I think we're probably trying to go for them a little bit later, but not going to get there now. Cardred just experimenting with his abilities on Caitlyn, just making sure that he uses the Piltover Peacemaker first, and then netting out, but hits no one with either.
Yeah.
At this point. Well, Minkuel still just going to be split pushing. He's going to be in the bottom side, just clearing up what was some extra minions that came in there. Rosie going to take the blue buff, and it is a point of contention, of course, whether or not you give it to Ryze or to Zed there in the mid lane, but does look to be going to the mana user, and that makes sense, but Rymeister going to wish that he had more energy.
Rymeister split pushing is a big factor as to why the blue buff is going to be going to Rosie. He finds himself in a position where you don't really need a blue buff for extra energy regeneration when you're, for the most part, just hitting minions. So
yeah,
they give that to Ryze. He's going to be very happy with that blue buff, and 3-0-0 has his Rod of Ages almost stacked, 9 out of 10, and an Archangel Staff.
Would you give him that? 9 out of 10?
It is 9 out of 10. I'm not rating him. It's actually stacked 9 out of 10 times.
All right. I was going to say, I mean, I don't think it's that good. Anyway, Rosie going to help clear out this mid lane as well. Rymeister going to continue his work here on the top side. Minkuel trying to answer that, but not going to be there in time as Rymeister with his Blade of the Ruined King easily able to lock this one down. The rest of Sin now looking to clear up some vision around this map. Of course, Legacy with a lot of vision everywhere. But is that sort of over-warding here at this stage? They're not going to be at all those points of the map. They're not going to be looking for Sin around.
They're warding on the bottom side of the map for the dragon.
Well, Emperor's Divide's there, but Choo-Choo's unable to get everyone out of there. Nice stand United, but Trash Boat getting destroyed here. Nice use of the Monsoon's going to help him out for now, but Choo-Choo's eventually gets that kill down. Flying Jew tries to get the Pulverize, but it's not found. The 2 carries now trying to do some work, but Choo-Choo's just poking them from range. Cardred over the side. There's the flash from the taunt. Minkuel with the Blaze Carbon as well coming in there as Rymeister just says, okay, you got some fancy moves, I'm still going to kill you.
Rymaster's going to flash out of the way as well. That's a second one there as Cartridge is going to get exploded by Legacy.
Speaking of fancy moves, though, Zed going massive in that fight. Rymeister finding himself some kills, but they go
Rosie
down.
is never without this annoying creep that doesn't take damage.
It's just the worst. Rise has found himself in the trolliest game of his life. I now hope that it's a ZZ Rock Portal because I've never looked at a side that does physical damage and thought, oh, I'm going to get a Raptor's Cloak, because that sounds like a good idea.
Well, the thing is, I love ZZ Rock Portal in the rest of his build because it gives you flat resistances on top of what is, you know, a gigantic amount of health in that Warmog's armor. It sort of makes sense, especially when you're running a shield and for effective health it works.
I can't argue with you.
That's the worst part, isn't it? That's the worst part.
I like it, okay? I like the fact that he's going for a ZZ Rock Portal. It plays to Shen perfectly. We're going to see this fight again. You can see Choo Choo's already taken a lot of damage, finds the kill on the side there. Rymeister trying to put down some damage, but the poke from Choo Choo's is enough to push them all away. This is great. Follow it with another flash body slam. Rymeister finds himself getting flashed on for days, but turns it around, outplays them completely, gets a kill on the Carbon, almost gets out here, but they get the kill on the Dew, and only just going down at the very end there to Tallywhacker as he finally made his way into the fight at the very end.
Yeah, nicely though, from Sin, they were able to kill out a lot of creeps there on the top side of the map, and the kill score still relatively close. So 4,000 gold the lead for Legacy now, and Minku are going to start off this Dragon. With now that Warden's Mail,
he does so much damage with his passive just from having that much health from the Warmog. It's obnoxious to say the least. I mean, this Minky Whale, this Shen, it's certainly interesting.
Yep. It's like buddy system Shen. You know, I don't know. I don't know how to coin it.
Would we say that the Banner of Command is a direct counter to Rise?
It does certainly look like that.
It's worth considering.
As far as a 1v1 situation is concerned. What the heck?
He has only bought a Seeker's Arm Guard since the last fight.
Oh, Juice is actually going to get knocked back. Choo Choo's there again with more Rise damages. Carbon actually surrounded by 3 members. Rosie making his way in, but Rymeister going to get caught by the combo. They're going to slow him down, but in the end, it's just a little attack from the Sand Soldier, and Rymeister is going to make it out.
Sin have themselves an opportunity now. They find themselves with a window where they can maybe pick a fight. The last Whisper completely finished here. Blade of the Ruin King for Zed. The Zed is massive. The Rise, I don't need to say it multiple times. He is beyond massive at this stage. And even the Caitlyn, Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge starting to ramp up, getting closer to that 3-item stage where Cartridge will become unstoppable. Now, the Zonya's not being completed by Choo Choo's is the big factor in this. If they can engage onto the Azir, then Sin will be able to handily win a fight, very easily win a fight in their favor. If they don't engage onto Choo Choo's, if they can't blow him up through what is going to be a Shen ult, on top of a Choo Choo's mobility, gets that extra shield from his E if it connects, then Legacy will be able to out-sustain them.
Oh, Cardred as well, just going to get chunked out and destroyed. Choo Choo's with the catch play. Minky Whale was there because he just wanted to be.
Yeah, ult was off cooldown, I have to use it.
Yeah, got to get himself an assist. It's sort of like the Soraka tactic, isn't it?
Yeah.
0, 1, and 5, though. You can't really take it away from him, and Legacy going to transition it into a Baron, or at least try to now. It's incredibly low. That's going to go down as Carbon smites that one away. Minky Well just going to Shadow Dash over. May have actually corralled the rest of Sin into an ungainly position here as Minky Well going to get caught up for a moment, but there's the taunt. Rosie getting taken down so low. He does flash himself away. Might be fast enough with the Tailwind. And Sin will be safe for now.
Yeah, they're actually going to get out perfectly fine. Rymeister caught in the back of the Baron pit area when that was going down, so there was no way Sin could turn around and find a fight in their favor. Maybe get some Baron buffs off a particular member of Legacy. Instead, they're going to back away and just do their best attempt at running. Having a Janna on your team, very helpful for that. And they get out with their lives here. Time for Sin to reset though. They've just given up the Baron after a pick onto a very important member of Sin, which should not have happened. They now need to find a team fight, utilize the small window that they do have. Is going to be near impossible now to kill this Azir. They have to work on taking out Tallywhacker. It's going to come down to if Rymeister can either split push or team fight well enough, and if Rosie can go off.
The thing that's ridiculous, though, is the fact that Tallywhacker is so far ahead. He's got a Bloodthirster and a Last Whisper on top of that Trinity Force from earlier on. He's got that overshield, and this Corki's going to be difficult to kill in his own right, not to mention the fact that he's got this cow running around helping him out there.
I mean,
am I able to take a blue buff? But
One thing that Legacy is super good at is controlling objectives and placing wards down and just being able to watch where the members of the opposition team tend to want to go. Now, every single member of Legacy is ahead by 30 odd CS, if not more.
Oh my goodness.
And that's a Baron buff, Banner of Command, cannon minion. It's going to take down anything that it wants.
Look at that guy.
It's a beast.
I haven't seen the animations of a creep like this before.
It's actually
just because
bigger
it's
than
never been
Mickey.
that huge.
Like, size-wise, it's bigger than Mickey, isn't it?
It's almost bigger than Dragon.
Stay there, please.
Oh, but Legacy just going to take down the mid.
Oh my god.
Inhibitor turret as well. His, Inhibitor is most definitely going to fall afterwards, and I just love this tactic from the Minky Whale Shen that he's brought into this game.
It's still going.
He's 40 CS
Get it.
ahead as well. Is he going to take down the turret?
Oh, efficiency on item buys, though.
Oh, man.
It's actually so smart. It's not something you consider saying ever in your life, but super smart. The fact they can walk in and take the mid lane inhibitors essentially uncontested because they have to address Minky in the top lane. Smart play from all of Legacy, but it is on the back of actually having this Shen available, and their drafting has been playing very well to their strengths.
Yeah, it's definitely working out here. I believe they don't have a cannon creep in this particular wave, but Minky Whale will have that Banner of Command up for the next wave that comes in. Sun turret going to fall down as Sin try and get everything that they can back, but look at that turret melt. The Trinity Force on this Corki really giving them the ability to take it down, plus the Arise damage from Azir. And Legacy have just been playing this game so well as a unit.
Yeah, working around when they are stronger than the side of Sin. Sin are looking for something. Will
Cheeky
they?
Smite from Carbon makes his way out.
Yeah, chilling Smite there to try and dissuade them, but it doesn't seem to be working just yet. They may be looking for a fight. Rymeister wants to come around, perhaps, and flank them.
Something for Sin. Might be a desperation play, as Rymeister may have just found himself in a position he doesn't want to be in. Rosie is definitely strong on this rise. He's going to catch Carbon out of position. Body Slam going to find Trash Botus. He's going to have to flash away. Juice wants to try and help someone out. Is Ghostblade going to be used by Rymeister, but Flying Juice going to cop the brunt of, I guess, the fear damage from Rymeister as he gets out.
Yeah, nothing actually coming from that. Sin trying to make something happen, knowing that this situation that they're in right now is going to get more and more dire. The chances of them winning this game starting to decrease. As finally, our Rot Portal has come to fruition. We've now got the full split push Minky. Can't wait to see where he actually plays.
Yeah, I was actually upset about the fact that he was sort of looking like he was going towards that Randuin's Omen instead.
Yeah.
But the Zizirot portal comes out. Raptor Cloak completed into that item as Minky Whale, looking for a
He can do that
cheeky
quite
taunt
easily,
if
really.
he wants to.
He's actually so far ahead that he probably decided the Rot Portal was the ideal next buy instead of finishing the Randuin.
No, it's the split push build. And what does Shen not have? Wave clear. What do you need for wave clear? I guess more minions on your side. That'll work.
Well, hey, here's me thinking Balmy Cinder or a Static Shiv, perhaps.
Nah, that's
But
ridiculous, man.
That doesn't make any sense when you can go for a Banner of Command and
But
buff
the
your
actual,
minions.
like the flat statistics on a Zizirot portal
Yeah, it's
and
good.
of course
It's
the Banner of Command are really good.
Yeah, no, they're actually really good. You've got the Aegis, of course, which is amazing. It allows Carbon to go for flat armor or a flat resistance of his choice instead of being confined by the Locket first buy. So in terms of items, oh, that's clever, but it's actually going to the wrong lane. I guess it's to keep the minions in their place right now. Rosie having to deal with every individual Rot minion as the rest of
dear.
Legacy make their way with a Banner of Command and Cannon minion.
Another one
Towards
making his
the
way in. He's going to get smited or smote.
Smoked.
Most definitely, as Minky Whale just going to continue split pushing. Actually, some damage onto Minky Whale, forced to use the flash. Rymeister flashing after him there. Does get over the wall as Juice is going to get taken down in the bottom lane. Legacy fighting on so many fronts that Sin cannot deal with it.
And the Rot Portal is still making stuff happen in the mid lane. It's just so weird to say. Rymeister having to deal with it.
Look at him just popping out. Little void spawn. Oh,
no.
Legacy, they're protecting it.
Don't
Oh, there's
let
the
it
Shadow
die.
Dash. Tallywhacker with so much burst damage. Flashes forward as he dodges out of the way. The Phosphorus Bomb, I believe, but it's not going to be enough as that was timed so cheekily by Choo Choo's. Carbon did fall down, as did Flying Jew, though, as they were protecting their Zizirot
Yeah,
portal.
I mean, the end result is the Rot Portal lives. So all in all, a win for Legacy overall,
Oh,
I
most
would
definitely.
say. But
Most definitely.
I mean, I do have to again question Juice's decision in terms of itemization. He had
They're so cute.
the makings of a really big tanky item. I mean, it's just distracting me. I can't even make points right now.
hi guys.
It doesn't sound like that.
Yeah, they do.
Apparently, okay.
Hi, Juice.
Juice, you can't cue it, mate.
Oh yeah, that's not actually a minion. Dude's trying to go for it. No, he's just stacking his passive, guys. Okay, he knows. 25 gold, though, for the Z0 portal. He's almost back off cooldown again, though. Minky-Well definitely going to say that that was a worthwhile decision. And, I just don't know.
This game is confusing. I just have a lot of questions.
It's
Max.
just Minky-Well, man. It's just Minky-Well.
Let's take a look at what is actually happening besides Minky-Whale's items or Minky-Whale in general, okay? We're
Done.
looking at Legacy commanding everywhere on the map. They very easily took the mid inhibitor, they took the top inhibitor, they pressured bottom with the rock portal, and now they're looking to go back to the Baron. Shen able to do as he pleases right now, super tanky. The rest of Legacy though, this is Zia essentially unstoppable. This Corki's super fed.
Yeah, Rymeister finding his way in. There's the death mark, but he's going to get punted out. Tallywacker actually utilizing the wall here as Rosie was trying to close in on them. Carbon forced to get out of here as the Baron hasn't been taken just yet. Sand Soldier's doing some work, zoning out Sin. No one dead just yet as Carbon super low. Can't actually get back into this fight. Multiple ultimates now down. Rosie's is available though, and it might be the time for the Rise to shine.
Right, Rosie actually is such a big threat in that fight that nothing could be achieved by Legacy. Zoning out Azir and the Corki as they finally go back to this Baron, and there is no Rosie.
Yeah, they are going to use the scrying of their Legacy, not going to be deterred. They know that the Rise is a little bit too far away. Oh, Jude's actually going to get headbutted out as Minky-Well maybe out of position just a bit, but okay, I'm going to catch those words because he's so tanky. He's just going to be able to Shadow Dash himself away, but Legacy, they just can't seem to do the Baron.
This is the chance for Sin to come back. The gold difference is not that big right now. Both inhibitors have respawned. If ever there was a chance for them to really make some work once they actually take down these minions that are just being big pests on their Nexus
Pesky
turret,
minions, man.
they'll find themselves in a position where everything has essentially reset. They've got a 5-0 rise. If anyone can carry them through this game, it is the hyper-scaling, hyper-carry Rosie on that rise.
Well, he's got a lot on his shoulders now. He's picked himself up an extra book so he can read up on that one. The scroll in his backpack was not quite enough. And he's also got that elixir as well. They're looking to try and find a fight. There's Minky-Well just putting some pressure on the bottom side. Where is he going to put
Okay, so
his
that's
Z0
actually
portal?
really clever. The fact he's going to put down that there, right? He's got the banner of commanded minion in the bot lane. He'll just rotate towards the top most likely and pressure both inhibitors while someone has to deal with that eventually. But in saying that, Rymeister's being a pesky Zed, and it probably will stop that from happening.
Do the Z0 minions
Actually
attack champions?
Yes.
Do they?
I think they ignore champions, actually. Never mind.
Okay, so
If
it's not going to
Minky
help him in the
lives
1v1.
Then Legacy are in a good spot. If Minky dies right now, then they're in a horrible spot.
Aha, well. Speaking of which, Minky-Well just going to Shadow Dash his way over the wall. Living Shadow not available for Rymeister, so that will be that. But Minky-Well going to have to stop the split foot push for now. Stand United still available, as is the teleport, so Minky is going to be able to move himself around.
Whoa!
Choo-Choo's goes on a merry ride in the mid lane. There's the exhaust. Rymeister gets destroyed, and what the heck was that arc?
Choo-Choo's going massive right there, getting the Azir second, knocking the Zed into the rest of the team. Basically carrying his team to a potential finish, or at the very least 2 inhibitors right now, as Sin have no response without Zed.
That was hilarious. Like the curveball, it was like he was trying to be a Diana Q.
It just adds to the theme of his entire game. by
It
this
does.
stage,
It's
doesn't
all
it?
just
A whole
seems
lot
like
of
it's
what?
more like art rather than a game. This one, like the item build creativity from
Interpretive
Minky-Well.
art.
Choo-Choo's just, yeah, interpretive dancing his way across the rift.
It's not direct art, it's questionable, but it is definitely. That's just. I have a rock portal and the Azir Suntower.
Oh,
You try
my
pushing
only
through
question
that.
is where can I go to learn this? It was beautiful.
I believe one of these members happens to the stream. I'm not going to. Anyway.
Wow, direct shout out there from Minky-Well's stream.
Oh, he's
there.
tried
Choo-Choo's
again.
looking for a fight. He's going to find Trash Boat. So much damage now with these 4 items as Juves. Yep, that Warrior enchantment really not helping him. The flash into the Shadow Dashes. Rosie's actually going to try and get some health back here with his ultimate. He's doing a lot of work, actually, but Trash Boat going to fall down. Tallywhacker's flashing forward. Triple kill for the Corki as Chilling Smites on Rosie, and everyone piles on. A quadra kill now for Tallywhacker. Rymeister falling down. Is the pentakill going to come through for Legacy as Rymeister's trying to flash? One more pentakill
for Tallywhacker and Legacy. They'll ride that to the game finish.
And what a way to end the game. Everything happening randomly all at once, but a pentakill coming out from Tallywhacker. They force a fight around the Baron, and again, they catch people out of position. The vision control, rotational play out of Legacy. Super impressive this game. They come up with their second win against Sin.
Utterly incredible stuff. My goodness. Legacy with some interesting plays, interesting item builds. Everything about that game just made me smile. Just congratulations, basically.
Worked out exactly how they had planned it. The Shen, a pocket pick against a single target team comp of Sin. A master stroke here from Minky Whale. Finds the weirdest item build possible and makes it work. On top of that, Legacy, they just commanded the game.
They did. And from start to finish. And what I loved about it was the fact that they knew exactly how to make that team comp work. Often you'll see a lot of teams that'll pick up this new strategy and you'll sort of just not see why it was picked. We understood exactly why Legacy went for that, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah, they made the team comp seem like it was entirely planned, and that's because it was. Shout out to their coaches, of course, for a fantastic draft, and well done from Legacy to find themselves a win.
Yeah, really fantastic work. But we're going to throw it back out to Pastry Time and Spawn, who are waiting to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Atlas and Rusty. And what a way to end our final game. Congratulations, Legacy. Tied for second place with the Dials, but a pentakill Spawn to finish it all off.
Yeah, I don't know what was more impressive. The fact that they had a Shen running around the rift with a Zrock portal and
Banner of Command.
Banner of Command, or the fact that Tallywhacker able to come up with an absolutely monstrous performance to carry his team through.
Well, it's been a crazy and fun day so far in Week 5. Let's check in with the day results now as well. You can see there the winners here, Avant and Chiefs to kick things off in our top 2, and then the Dials winning with the sum and Legacy pulling out the last one.
Yeah, and if you want any more information about today's games, you want to go back, check out any of the highlights of the VODs, head over to that website, oce.lolesports.com.
And look, you absolutely want to check those out. But with that, we are done for today. Week 5 day number 1 is in the books, and it's been very, very fun. So for myself, Spawn, Atlas, Rusty, and our entire live production team, we'll see you on Thursday as the OPL continues.